Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Naruto, Path to Godhood. Chapter 241 to 286, 241, Provoking the One. 1,320 words. After moving forward for some time, Uchiha Hayashi reached the edge of the battlefield. Standing atop a sand dune, he looked down and finally saw the elusive Shikaku. However, with just a single glance, Hayashi froze. At the same time, a realization settled firmly in his heart. Shikaku being discovered was no accident. The reason was simple. The desert below was filled with massive sand sculptures, so conspicuous that only someone blind could miss them. It turned out that Shikaku was a fantasy-driven artist. More specifically, a Fauvist one. Looking at the exaggerated, rough, and wildly expressive sand sculptures shaped like tailed beasts scattered across the desert, the description felt almost appropriate. As for the fantasy aspect, the enormous sand sculpture at the center, vividly portraying Shikaku beating the nine tails into submission, said everything that needed to be said. At this moment, Shikaku was clearly enjoying itself. It continuously unleashed wind release techniques, sending sand surging upward without pause. The rising grains nearly formed a full sandstorm. If not for several elite Sand Village Jonin working together and using advanced earth release to resist the pressure, the violent winds alone would have blown away the sealing unit, whose overall strength was only around Chunin level. Seeing this scene, Hayashi felt a trace of regret. Perhaps this mission should never have been approved. It was obvious that Shikaku was deliberately luring Sand Shinobi to attack it. As for the reason? Retaliation against the Sand Village was likely part of it, but Hayashi suspected the real reason was far simpler. Shikaku had been sealed for too long. It was bored. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the large white snake coiled around Hayashi's neck sent a signal directly into his mind. The message was clear: Sakumo was in position, and Hayashi could draw Shikaku's hostility at any time. Hayashi did not hesitate. He pulled out a kunai, attached with an explosive tag, and casually threw it forward. Boom! With the explosion, not only did Shikaku, which had been rolling around in the sand, react, but every Sand Village shinobi on the battlefield was instantly alerted. Leaf Village shinobi began to emerge from concealment. Kirito and Jin exchanged quick glances and immediately ordered their subordinates to form a defensive formation. Shikaku, which had been thoroughly enjoying itself, let out an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, its tail, marked with purple patterns, lashed out violently, sending several sand shinobi who failed to dodge flying through the air. "It's you again, you detestable brat." A year ago, it had been killed by this very person. That pain was still etched deep into its memory. Aside from the third Kazekage, the one it hated most now was the brat standing before it. For Hayashi to appear so openly in front of it was nothing short of a direct provocation. How could Shikaku not be furious? Even tailed beasts had their pride. And besides, it, Shikaku, was one of the strongest tailed beasts. Cough. One of the few strongest. Without hesitation, Shikaku abandoned the elite Sand Village Jonin restraining it and charged straight toward Hayashi, who stood farther away. At the same time, the sand around it surged violently. One after another, massive golden hands formed from sand reached out toward Hayashi. "I must crush this Leaf Village shinobi to death." Faced with Shikaku's rage, even several elite Sand Village Jonin were powerless to stop it. While they were still shocked by Shikaku's sudden fury, Sakumo had already led the Leaf Village force into action from the other side. The Leaf contingent moved with clear coordination. Several elite Jonin each engaged a Sand Village Jonin. 3 Jonin squads confronted 4 Sand Village teams head-on. As for the remaining shinobi, their objective was simple: disrupt the sealing unit's work and eliminate as many members as possible. Sakumo's role was even more critical. He needed to cut down the Sand Village forces in the shortest time possible, then immediately go to support Hayashi. And the only one who could stop him now was the red-haired man standing before him. The desert wind swept across the battlefield, lifting sand into the air as Kirito slowly opened his half-lidded eyes. As Sakumo drew the white fan, his presence intensified sharply. Kirito showed no fear, instead, excitement crept onto his face, causing his hands to tremble slightly. The man before him stirred a feeling he had never experienced before. You came. I came. You were waiting for me? I was waiting for you. You knew I would come? I knew you had to. Silence followed. A suffocating, oppressive silence. Yet within it, killing intent clashed violently, invisible but overwhelming. Finally, Jin, who had been standing by, could no longer endure it. Her figure blurred as the giant fan on her back appeared in her hands. Wind Release Sickle Weasel Technique. With the tearing roar of wind release chakra, the three instantly plunged into battle. Meanwhile, the clash on Hayashi's side was even more intense. After all, his opponent was not human. It was a monster, and a terrifyingly powerful one. Countless massive sandhands overlapped and interlocked, forming a vast net that sealed off nearly every possible escape route in the sky. From Hayashi's perspective, it was as if a colossal curtain had fallen from above, covering an area far beyond what any shinobi could normally achieve. Hee hee. Shikaku let out a sinister laugh. At this moment, nothing mattered to it more than Hayashi's death. It did not even care that the Sand Village shinobi were still attempting to reinforce the seal. As long as this brat died, it would feel supreme satisfaction, like a child finally obtaining the toy they desired most. Facing the sky-swallowing sea of sand, Hayashi remained calm. He had expected this. After all, his mission was never to defeat Shikaku. He only needed to stall it. So Hayashi shouted loudly, "Shikaku, do you know Kurama?" Shikaku paused. It had not expected to hear that name here. What, even a little insect like you knows it? Hayashi felt a surge of joy inside. This might work. I am friends with it. There was nothing wrong with that. He was friends with Kushina. Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so by extension, being friends with the Nine-Tails was not unreasonable. However, Shikaku clearly did not believe him. With the innate arrogance of a tailed beast, it sneered, "I do not know what kind of personality that stinky fox has, but you becoming friends with it? Ha ha ha, you are trying to kill me with laughter." Although it claimed to hate Kurama, Shikaku cared deeply about its situation. After all, Kurama was the only lifelong rival it truly acknowledged. Because of this, it paused to hear Hayashi out. Unfortunately, the moment he spoke, it sounded like nonsense. Becoming friends with a tailed beast? Who did he think he was, the sage of Six Paths' descendant? Seeing the sand above begin to descend once more, Hayashi quickly spoke again. It's true. I have proof. Shikaku stopped once more. What proof? Promise you won't get angry first. Fine, Shikaku replied lazily. I cannot think of anything you could say that would make me angry. You humans should understand, my strength is not just physical, but spiritual as well. The Nine-Tails said, Hayashi continued, the more tails a tailed beast has, the stronger it is. Shikaku felt as if it had been stabbed straight in the knee. That is indeed what that stinky fox said, it muttered, scratching its ear with one claw. All right, I believe that you know it. That's good, Hayashi said with a smile. Then how about we sit down and have a proper discussion about the Nine-Tails? Fine, Shikaku grinned. Then, as its voice fell, the sand suspended in the sky suddenly surged downward. I still prefer that you die. Chapter 242, Lightning Through the Sand. 1,521 words. Sand filled the sky, forming a massive dome that swallowed everything in its path and completely sealed off Uchiha Hayashi's escape routes. No matter how he shifted or dodged, the sand followed relentlessly, closing in from all directions. So much for the trust between man and beast. With no other choice, Hayashi rapidly formed hand seals. Lightning chakra erupted in his palm, and the sharp cry of 1,000 birds pierced the air. At this moment, there was no need for a large-scale ninjutsu to clash head-on with Shikaku's overwhelming force. When facing an attack that covered a vast area, concentrating power into a single point was always the most effective solution. The Chidori surged violently, then flowed like liquid lightning. It spread from his hand to his arm, then rapidly expanded further, wrapping around his entire body like a thin, crackling layer of electricity. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Using his arm as the spearhead, Hayashi aimed to pierce straight through the countless grains of sand. Shikaku possessed terrifying sealing abilities, strong enough that even Uchiha Madara had once been restrained by them. Hayashi did not have the Raikage's ironclad body, so reinforcing himself against Shikaku's follow-up attacks was absolutely necessary. Stimulated by lightning release chakra, Hayashi took a step back and bent his legs. His body tensed like a drawn bow, then he launched himself forward in an instant. Boom! Sand exploded outward, leaving behind a massive crater as Hayashi, wrapped in crackling lightning, shot straight toward the dark curtain overhead. Under Shikaku's control, the descending sand abruptly changed form. The net-like structure rapidly collapsed inward, converging into a dense, spherical mass. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous Shikaku shield. Hayashi's figure was completely swallowed inside. The Shikaku shield continued to compress. Gaps that had once existed vanished entirely, and faint purple markings gradually appeared across its surface, becoming clearer and more distinct with each passing second. Hee hee. Shikaku laughed with unrestrained excitement. As long as it could kill Hayashi, nothing else mattered. The Sand Village shinobi fighting nearby were irrelevant. Shikaku had only drawn them out because it was bored and wanted something to play with. Its only regret was that it still had not learned more about that damned fox. After finishing the technique, Shikaku let out a triumphant roar, as though Hayashi's corpse was already lying before it. Finally dead. Every human who ever bullied me ended the same way. Swish, swish. Before its laughter could fade, the massive sphere of sand suddenly trembled. The surface collapsed inward, then burst apart violently. Sand poured down like a torrential rain as the shrill cry of lightning grew louder and louder. Bang! Wrapped in crackling chakra, Hayashi burst free from the sand. The Chidori in his hand extended outward, forming a blade of lightning several meters long as he slashed straight toward Shikaku's head. What, not dead yet? Damn Konoha brat. Shikaku's head struck the sand with a sharp impact. In the next moment, it dissolved into loose grains, scattering across the ground. Under Shikaku's control, a new head of compressed sand immediately reformed atop its shoulders. Fury consumed what little reason Shikaku had left. As Hayashi landed, Shikaku slammed an arm like a golden pillar deep into the desert floor. Quicksand torrent. Hayashi had seen this technique before during the battle against the third Kazekage. Back then, Orochimaru had barely managed to block it with Rashomon. But now, Shikaku's power was clearly greater. Its chakra reserves far surpassed those of the third Kazekage, and the battlefield itself was a desert, its natural domain. In Hayashi's vision, everything became Shikaku's territory. The sand surged and rolled like massive waves, swallowing the landhole. Blocking it head-on was impossible. Hayashi did not possess Rashomon. Instead, he retreated rapidly while forming hand seals at the same time. Mutual bursting tag formation. Dozens of purple snakes suddenly appeared within the rolling sand. On the surface, they seemed insignificant, but each one carried a mutual bursting tag hidden within its body. This was one of Hayashi's prepared tricks. By sealing the tags inside snakes, the mobile summons could plant them freely across the battlefield. It did not interfere with his own movements, and most opponents would never notice small snakes burrowing beneath the ground during intense combat. This technique was specifically designed to deal with enemies who liked to stand still while controlling the battlefield. For example, Raza of the Sand Village. If a snake managed to slip beneath his foot and attach a tag to the sole of his sandal, the result would be unthinkable. As the snakes scattered, the mutual bursting tags detonated one after another. Bursting tags stored within Ryuchi Cave were summoned continuously, exploding in rapid succession. The advancing sand was torn apart by the chain explosions. The air vibrated violently as shockwaves rippled outward, tearing the ground into a shattered, ruined mess. The explosions continued for several minutes before finally fading. Even Hayashi had not expected the combined power of so many mutual bursting tags to be this overwhelming. Even if I can't beat you, you can't kill me either, Hayashi shouted. And I still have plenty of mutual bursting tags left. I even opened a weapon shop just to make them. He continued calmly, if you try using a tailed beast ball on me, I will simply use the reverse summoning technique and leave. As he spoke, he tugged lightly on Dabai, coiled around his neck. Shikaku fell silent. That had been its next move. Only now did it fully realize that it truly could not kill this brat. After a brief pause, Shikaku's fury collapsed into visible frustration. It flopped onto the sand and began rolling back and forth like a sulking child. Hayashi stared at it, speechless. After a few minutes of thrashing around, Shikaku finally stopped. How about we call a truce, it muttered. That's more like it, Hayashi replied, nodding. He quickly swallowed several soldier pills to restore his chakra. Shikaku was unreliable by nature, so staying on guard was essential. Kid, Shikaku said gruffly, why are you so determined to target me? I don't have any personal grudges with you, Konoha shinobi. Hayashi rolled his eyes. I saved you last time. Did you forget already? Besides, our real target was the Sand Village shinobi from the beginning. Then how about we sit down and talk? Shikaku spoke with what looked like a pleading expression. Out of Hayashi's line of sight, however, several parts of its body quietly swelled again. Talking on the surface while preparing a sneak attack. As expected of a tailed beast. Their hostility toward humans was never simple. Hayashi casually waved his hand, dispersing the incoming sand attack behind him with lightning release. You noticed again, you cunning brat. You should stop testing me, Hayashi replied calmly. Any of your actions are meaningless in front of these eyes. Shikaku snorted. Cursed eyes. The Uchiha are even more troublesome than tailed beasts. Eyes may be cursed, Hayashi said evenly, but people are not necessarily evil. It's better not to judge someone based only on appearances. Ignoring the sand beneath him, Hayashi sat down directly on the ground. Shikaku stared at him for a moment, then spoke slowly. What you said, that old monk Bunpuku once said something similar. You really are different from other humans. After a brief pause, it changed the subject. So, are you really on good terms with that damned fox? Of course, Hayashi replied without hesitation. He's actually quite mild-tempered. Ha ha ha, Shikaku burst out laughing. Mild-tempered? You are trying to kill me. That fox has been stealing everything from me since we were young. It was always me first, being born first, liking things first. Suddenly, Shikaku stopped, staring at Hayashi with clear vigilance. It had spoken too much. This felt uncomfortably similar to that Indra brat's genjutsu. Hayashi remained silent for a moment, then a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Shikaku, he asked suddenly, how long has it been since you last saw Kurama? Shikaku thought for a moment. About 100 years. Back then, the Sand Village didn't even exist yet. Then, Hayashi continued, do you want to see him again? He's living quite happily inside his Jinchuriki. What? Shikaku snapped angrily. Are you trying to trick me into going to Konoha so you can seal me again? No, Hayashi said calmly. You only need to give me a little of your chakra. I can take it to Konoha and let it meet Kurama. Wouldn't that be the same? He added, once you're sealed again, having a fragment of consciousness outside isn't a bad thing. That amount of chakra won't affect you, and it's useless to me anyway. Shikaku fell silent. It did not immediately reject the idea. It lowered its head and sank into deep thought. Underscore. Milestones. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 2 bonus chapters. If you want to read in advance, check out my Patreon. Search for ZPHYR or use this link, patreon.com/ZPHYR. Chapter 243, A Fragment of Trust. 1,231 words. Tailed beasts are extremely special beings. As pure chakra lifeforms, they possess a form of true immortality. Even chakra that has been separated from their main body can retain self-awareness, much like a shadow clone. This was clearly demonstrated when Minato split Kurama into yin and yang halves. It was also seen later when Shikaku appeared within Naruto's consciousness using only a portion of chakra extracted by Obito. Even the Sage of Six Paths himself was able to linger at the boundary of the ninja world after death and continue protecting it, precisely because of this nature. Because of this, it would be inaccurate to say that Shikaku was not tempted by Uchiha Hayashi's proposal. It had lived in this desert for hundreds of years and had no desire to leave it. However, staying meant that sooner or later it would inevitably be captured by that troublesome human, the third Kazekage, and sealed into another Jinchuriki. At the same time, its playful nature stirred. It genuinely wanted to see the Leaf Village, the place where Kurama resided. After all, what it had to give up was only a small portion of chakra, something insignificant to a being like Shikaku. With that thought, its gaze once more settled seriously on Uchiha Hayashi. Could this child truly be the person the old man once spoke of? That did not seem right. In Shikaku's memory, Indra had been gloomy and sharp-edged, but the boy standing before it carried a warmth that felt closer to Azura. Had something gone wrong with reincarnation? Hey, have you decided yet? Uchiha Hayashi looked up and asked again. Being stared at by Shikaku's massive eyes, it would be a lie to say he felt no pressure. Tailed beasts were complicated beings. They harbored extreme hostility toward humans, yet at the same time longed to coexist peacefully with them. As Mito once said, tailed beasts needed to be treated with sincerity. Most people would scoff at such a statement. After all, these creatures hardly looked gentle or lovable. But Hayashi would not. As someone who understood the future, he knew their true nature well. At their core, they feared loneliness but did not dare approach humans easily. They yearned for understanding, yet were accustomed to solitude. As long as one showed enough patience and goodwill, a tailed beast would eventually respond. Of course, if one lacked patience but still wanted to befriend a tailed beast, there was another method. Beat it into submission. The first Hokage had wanted to befriend Kurama. Did Kurama have a choice? Naturally not. Unfortunately, Hayashi lacked that level of strength. So he chose a more cautious approach. The future was uncertain, and if he could establish goodwill with the tailed beasts early, like Naruto eventually did, collecting their chakra in advance would only benefit him. Becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki carried risks far too great, not to mention the shadow of Black Zetsu lurking behind everything. Acting early was far safer than trying to intervene during the Fourth Great Ninja War. All this required was a little sincerity. After hesitating for a long while, Shikaku finally spoke. I can give you a portion of my chakra. However, once that chakra is exhausted, my consciousness within it will disappear. You must let me meet that fox as soon as possible. On the surface, it looked extremely reluctant, as if making a painful concession. In truth, it was in a very good mood. It had already planned everything. Once it infiltrated the Leaf Village and met Kurama, it would find an opportunity to slip away, then head to the Cloud Village to look for little Hachi. Just thinking about it made things interesting. Under its control, sand condensed in front of Uchiha Hayashi. Moments later, a palm-sized Shikaku appeared before him. You're actually pretty cute, Hayashi said with a smile. The small Shikaku bared its teeth in response, but did not attack. Hayashi took out a sealing scroll, then rather unceremoniously grabbed the little Shikaku by the neck and sealed it inside. Shikaku snorted softly. Its main body then sank back into the desert, disappearing completely. Great White, coiled around Hayashi's neck, slowly lifted its head and swallowed the scroll marked with the character 1, its eyes filled with clear disdain. Hayashi patted its head lightly, then turned and walked toward the Sand Village's sealing unit. On the front lines, Hataki Sakuma was leading Iwakura and Iin. The white fanned short sword gleamed with blue lightning as it slashed into a steel puppet. Lightning release spread across the puppet's body like a spider web, but its power was clearly suppressed. Only a shallow mark remained where the blade struck. The steel puppet countered with a heavy punch, compressing the air itself. Sakata flipped backward with ease, reappearing several meters away as the attack smashed uselessly into the sand. Iwakura was indeed Chiyo's son. Although he could not control 10 puppets simultaneously like his mother, he was capable of manipulating 6. More importantly, his style differed from Chiyo's. Chiyo's white secret technique emphasized individual puppet combatability, with each puppet possessing unique mechanisms or ninjutsu. Iwakura, however, had developed the purple secret technique, focusing on coordination and reinforcement. His puppets emphasized enhanced attack and defense, often operating in pairs or trios. Having already destroyed 2 puppets, Sakata glanced at his subordinates. He knew this fight could not be dragged out any longer. He quickly formed hand seals. Hataki's secret technique. Lightning wrapped around his body as a sharp, oppressive aura surged outward. This technique forcibly boosted his power at the cost of physical strain. Afterward, a period of weakness was unavoidable. But there was no room for hesitation. Iwakura's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Sakata to still possess such strength. Unwillingness and shock surged in his chest. From childhood, he had been called a genius, rarely encountering rivals among his peers, until he met Hatake Sakata. Although they had never truly fought before, Sakata's swordsmanship had left an unforgettable impression. Even now, despite being told repeatedly by the third Kazekage that Sakata was inferior to him, Iwakura had always regarded him as a lifelong rival. Only now did he truly understand the gap between them. So it was not strength that had been evenly matched, but appearances. The realization was bitter. Iwakura, use that technique, Iin said, leaning on her fan as she gasped for breath. Iwakura nodded, pushing aside all distractions. With a flick of his fingers, the remaining 4 purple puppets gathered around him. Under precise control, they fused into a single form. Chakra surged through the threads, flooding into the puppet's body. Its size expanded rapidly, growing larger with every passing second. Beside him, Iin formed over a dozen hand seals. Wind release roared forward like massive waves, stirring the desert into rolling dunes that advanced layer by layer. Within the raging wind, the purple puppet expanded to 5 or 6 meters in height and stepped forward. Purple secret technique, blazing hell wind array. At the same time, Sakata completed his technique. Lightning fell like jagged branches from the sky, carving deep fissures into the ground and tearing through the sand. The energy converged into the short sword in Sakata's hand. In the next instant, his figure blurred, tracing a blue arc as he charged straight into the overwhelming ninjutsu. Chapter 244, When the White Fang Shines. 1,349 words. Dense lightning, almost tangible, flooded the battlefield, sending terrifying fluctuations through the air. Hatake Sakumo's astonishing chakra erupted from within him. His powerful aura merged seamlessly with the intent of his blade, threatening to spill over at any moment. There were countless swordsmen in the ninja world, but very few had fused lightning release so completely with their swordsmanship. Hatake Sakumo had already forged his own path. At this moment, his confidence reached its peak. As long as the blade remained in his hand, he believed himself invincible. Thunder roared in everyone's ears, stunning friend and foe alike. Sakumo charged straight into the raging wind release and swung his blade forward. White Fang, Lightning Fang. A crescent-shaped beam of lightning shot forth from the blade, tearing open a massive gap in the wind release before slamming directly into the purple puppet. Pa! The violent crash echoed endlessly. Lightning wrapped around the puppet, and the surrounding sand was crushed flat as electricity discharged across a wide area. However, when the lightning gradually faded, the puppet controlled by Iwakura was revealed once more. Its entire body was covered in a layer of complex runes. Hiss 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 hiss. The lightning fang spread across the puppet like a dense net, but after penetrating halfway, it was forcibly dispersed by the runes. The 4 fused puppets had actually endured the attack. So its defense has increased. Sakumo spared it only a brief glance before refocusing. The wind release converging around him had reached its limit, emitting a sharp, grating hum as it shredded his chakra defense. Unlike lightning release, this wind release produced little noise, yet its cutting power was terrifying. The vibrating wind blades grew faster and sharper, and before long, Sakumo's chakra shield could no longer endure it. White Fang, lightning shield. He swung his short sword again, and solid lightning chakra reformed around him, reinforcing his defense. Even so, closing the distance to Iwakura remained extremely difficult. Iwakura's technique resembled Chiyo's three treasures suction crushing, but the principles were different. The three treasures used suction to pull enemies inward, while Iwakura and Yin's coordination centered on repulsion, with the puppet acting as the core. Sakumo could not approach, while their attacks could be amplified through wind release. As expected, he saw the purple puppet slowly open its mouth. Dark red magma erupted forth. Enhanced by wind release, it exploded violently, scorching the sand into blackened glass. Its power had already reached S rank. Sakumo let out a low shout. A chilling blade intent surged around him, sharp and overwhelming. The white fang in his hand emitted a strained hum. That sound grew increasingly intense, and the blade itself began to change. Crimson chakra wrapped around the short sword, extending outward to form a chakra blade more than a meter long. The chakra continued to surge, shifting from red to purple, from pale violet to deep indigo, before finally condensing into black. The chakra blade stretched to more than 5 meters in length. Sakumo's face turned pale, his body swaying slightly, but he no longer cared. Hiss 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 hiss. The massive chakra blade screamed as it cut through the air. Though the sound was not loud, the power it carried was terrifying. At this moment, the scorching magma was already upon him. For an instant, it felt as though the entire battlefield had fallen silent. All eyes were fixed on Hitaki Sakumo, who seemed about to be swallowed whole. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a divine sword, tearing open the heavens and carving cracks across the air itself. Lightning surged toward Sakumo from every direction. His eyes were deep and cold, flashing with purple light. He brought his hands down in a single motion. A beam of light more than 20 meters wide, shaped like an enormous version of the white fang, cleaved through the magma as if lightning itself had pierced the sky. Boom! A massive fissure split open the ground, and the raging magma poured back into it. The towering purple puppet was severed cleanly in two, crashing to the ground amid tearing sounds. Lightning invaded its interior, rampaging uncontrollably. Iwakura stood frozen in shock. Only now did he truly understand why Hitaki Sakumo was known as Konoha's White Fang. When the White Fang shone, it became the sharp tooth that devoured darkness. Run! Iwakura used both hands to shove In away. Before he could finish speaking, a second beam of light fell from the sky. His arms were severed instantly. His left arm hit the ground, while his right hand, which had pushed In aside, remained hooked on the corner of her clothes. Drip, drip, drip. Blood fell steadily onto the sand. In stared blankly at Iwakura's broken body, her mind completely empty. Run, quickly. Iwakura struggled to speak. Lightning and blade intent had already invaded his body. He knew he was dying. No. In frantically searched through the scrolls in her ninja pouch. Her hands trembled so badly that she could barely grasp anything. No. You won't die. You'll be fine, I won't let you die. She finally found the hemostatic pack, but with both arms severed and lightning raging within the wounds, the bleeding could not be stopped. At this moment, she hated herself. Why was she not a medical ninja? Iwakura. I beg you, don't die, please don't leave me. Blood flowed continuously from Iwakura's mouth. Too weak to speak, he could only look at her with pleading eyes, silently urging her to flee. Because Hitaki Sakumo was already walking toward them, his short sword in hand. In continued her futile attempts to stop the bleeding, though she knew she was powerless against such injuries. That's right, the village. If we go back to the village, you'll be saved. As long as we get back to the village. As if grasping at a final hope, she turned around and knelt heavily on the ground, bowing repeatedly. I beg you, please let us leave, In pleaded desperately. She slammed her head against the sand again and again. Iwakura is dying. Let me take him away. As long as you agree, whatever you want, I can give it to you. We won't be ninjas anymore. Even if you want me to join Konoha, I will. I beg you, please let me take him away. Hatake Tsukumo sighed softly. Holding his short sword, he turned around and walked away. He had already decided Iwakura and Yin's fate. He left not out of mercy, but because his own condition was deteriorating rapidly. If he forced another battle, he might not be able to withstand Yin's desperation. Iwakura's death was inevitable. Tsukumo was in no hurry. He needed to eliminate the remaining sand shinobi, confirm that Uchiha Hayashi was safe, and regroup with the others. Ien would not escape. An unspoken sigh echoed in his heart. It had been nearly 20 years since he became a ninja. He could no longer remember the face of the first companion he lost, but the pain of that moment had never faded. This heart of his had been tempered countless times, yet it still retained warmth. He understood Yin's feelings completely. If it were him, he would do the same for his comrades, for the people he cherished. But the longer he lived as a ninja, the more he understood that reality was filled with helplessness and suffering. To protect meant to harm. Love inevitably bred hatred. They were bound together and could not be separated. That was reality. As a Konoha ninja, Hatake Tsukumo chose to protect the village and the people he cherished. Even if his heart resisted, he still had to wield the white fang. A ninja could not afford even the slightest mercy. Ninja, huh? Tsukumo let out a quiet sigh and continued walking into the distance. Underscore. Gemstone 100 Power Stones unlock 1 bonus chapter. Gemstone 200 Power Stones unlock 2 bonus chapters. Want to get early access? Join my Patreon and read ahead. Search for ZPHYR or visit patreon.com/ZPHYR. Chapter 245, Sasori's Parent. 1,294 words. Okay, let's go back to the village. Back to the village, you'll be saved. As long as we get back to the village. Ien held Iwakura tightly, trying to lift him from the ground. Her arms trembled as she pulled, refusing to give up. Iwakura weakly shook his head. His eyes were filled with pleading. He had already lost the strength to speak. All he could do was look at her, silently urging her to leave. He understood better than anyone that Hatake Tsukumo would never allow Ien to escape. Shinobi showed no mercy to their enemies. If she stayed any longer, there would be no chance left at all. His vision blurred further. The world around him faded into indistinct shadows as his consciousness slipped away. Lying there, Iwakura knew. His death was close. For a brief moment, memories surfaced through the darkness. He thought he saw his mother again, and the image of Sasori waiting at the village gates flashed through his mind. I'm sorry. I can't stay with you anymore. The last trace of light vanished from his eyes. A deep chill surged through Yin's body. She clutched Iwakura tightly against her chest, as if holding him closer could prove that he was still alive. But the silence around them was absolute. The cold was undeniable. It can't be. It can't be. My Iwakura won't die. I beg you, don't die. I beg you, please have mercy on me, Iwakura. Iwakura. She kept calling his name, shaking him desperately, trying to wake him. No matter how hard she tried, the man in her arms never responded. At last, she stopped. Despair hollowed her out. She was exhausted. Her body was tired. Her heart was already dead. In her daze, it felt as though she had been trapped in a long dream. With Iwakura's death, that dream finally shattered. Everything from the past turned distant and unreal, as if it belonged to another lifetime. Ien gently brushed his familiar face, her expression impossibly tender. We'll be together, she whispered softly. We'll be together forever. A kunai had pierced straight through her abdomen. Blood bloomed slowly, spreading across her clothes. I said, if you die, I'll follow you. a breeze passed through the battlefield. A single white cloud drifted across the sky, briefly blocking the sun. Beneath its shadow lay sand stained dark red, where two bodies embraced, unmoving. I'm sorry, Sasori. Ebizo walked through the long canyon leading into the village until he reached a tall sea buckthorn tree. Sasori, what are you doing? Watching the clouds. They're beautiful, the red-haired boy replied. The sky looked as though it had been washed in blue watercolor, clear and distant. Silver-white clouds piled up like floating mountains, their edges outlined in gold beneath the blazing sun. Grandpa, Sasori asked softly, do you think Mom and Dad can see these clouds? Maybe they can, Ebizo answered hesitantly. Noticing Sasori's disappointed expression, Ebizo smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Haha, did I fool you? Of course they can. They're probably watching these clouds too, thinking about Sasori right now. Really? Sasori's face lit up as he jumped excitedly, completely unconcerned about his messy hair. Then how do we make the clouds fall? What? Mom and Dad are on the other side of the clouds. If the clouds fall, they can come home. Ebizo sighed helplessly. The clouds are too high. I don't know how to make them fall. Then, when will they come back? Soon, I think. It's always soon, Sasori muttered. At least give me a real answer. Ebizo could only smile bitterly. Suddenly, a sharp hawk's cry echoed through the air. He looked up to see a dark green ninja hawk circling overhead before swooping down toward him. The bird landed neatly on his raised arm. An emergency message. Ebizo quickly removed the scroll tied to its claws. After only a brief glance, his entire body stiffened, as though plunged into ice. Iwakura and Ian have been killed by the white fan of the leaf. Come immediately. How could this happen? That damned white fan of the leaf. His fingers tightened around the scroll until they turned pale. The handwriting was uneven, but unmistakable. It was Chiyo's. Which meant the message was true. Ebizo had never married. To him, Iwakura and Ian were like his own children. When he left the front lines, the situation had still been favorable. How much time had passed since then? Sasori sensed the sudden change in his grandfather's mood. A bad feeling crept into his chest. His body trembled. Did something happen? Sasori asked quietly, his hands clutching the hem of his clothes. Ebizo forced a smile. No. Nothing serious. It's just that Shikaku caused some trouble. Then, have my mom and dad come back? They've been assigned a new mission, Ebizo said after a pause. It might take a little longer. Really? Of course. Ebizo lifted the scroll slightly. Your grandmother sent a message. She wants you to behave and wait in the village. Sasori let out a breath of relief, patting his chest. But then Ebizo continued, and the words Sasori feared most followed. Sasori. I'm sorry. I might not be able to attend your academy entrance ceremony. The warmth in Sasori's body vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold that crept into his fingers. Then what should I do? He asked weakly. The Ninja Academy starts in a few days. I have to lead the shinobi to the battlefield immediately, Ebizo said quietly. I'm sorry. Sasori squatted down, hugging his knees, searching desperately for words he could not find. No. Grandpa doesn't need to apologize, he muttered. But. Ebizo knelt beside him and rested a hand on his shoulder. Be strong. Once the mission ends, Grandpa will come back right away. Sasori's hands clenched. He suddenly shrugged off the hand on his shoulder and spoke stiffly. I know. He could almost feel his grandfather's surprise, but his emotions were already beyond control. That's enough, Sasori said through clenched teeth. That's enough. When he repeated the words, tears finally fell. Why did it always end like this? Were missions really that important? After a long silence, Ebizo finally whispered, I'm sorry. The sea buckthorn tree rustled softly in the wind, but Sasori no longer had the heart to admire it. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Yet his pride and stubbornness stopped him from apologizing. Ebizo had already left to gather the shinobi. Sasori took out the puppet his mother had given him for his birthday and began assembling it once again. "When you finish assembling it, we'll come back from the battlefield." Those were her words. He had completed it in a single day and night. Still, no one waited for him at the village entrance. Each time he succeeded afterward, he went back to look again. Over time, the purple paint faded, but his parents never returned. Now, even Grandpa Ebizo was leaving him behind. "I'll become the fourth Kazekage," Sasori whispered to himself. "Then Mom and Dad will never have to go to the battlefield again." Yet somewhere along the way, he began to hate the title of Kazekage. In his simple, childish understanding, the third Kazekage was the one who ordered the village into war. If not for that decision, his family would never have gone to the battlefield. If the strongest shinobi in the village could not protect its people or keep them away from war, then what meaning did that strength have? Sasori carefully wiped the sand from the puppet in his hands. His expression was serious and focused, as though this small creation was the most important thing in the world. Chapter 246, A War Fueled by Grief. 1341 words. The sand village had gone mad. Or rather, Chiyo had gone mad. The former was the conclusion reached by Konoha's command headquarters. The latter was the conclusion reached by the third Kazekage himself. "I was foolish. Truly foolish." Chiyo lifted her dull, bloodshot eyes and continued speaking in a hoarse voice. "I only knew that Shikaku was powerful, unmatched in the desert. I never imagined that Konoha's white fan would appear there. When Iwakura and Jin left that morning, they told me they would return soon, so I waited for them on the battlefield." Her words broke apart as sobs overtook her. She could no longer form complete sentences. Ebizo stood quietly at her side, watching his sister in silence. When it came to misfortune, Chiyo's life could only be described as cruel. She lost her husband early, her son in middle age, and her grandson in old age. In terms of tragedy, very few could rival her. The deaths of Iwakura and Iin were the final blow. Overnight, she seemed to have aged decades, even though she was not yet 40. "Sister," Ebizo finally asked, "what do we do next?" "Fight," Chiyo replied without hesitation. "Fight Konoha at all costs." Her answer did not surprise Ebizo. It was precisely because of this attitude that Konoha's command headquarters concluded that the Sand Village had lost its reason. The Sand Village was launching relentless assaults on Konoha's garrison, sparing no cost, fighting as if this were a decisive battle. With the entire village mobilized, and with the terrain advantage on their side, Konoha's forces could barely hold the line. Even while defending, their positions were nearly breached several times. The fighting was brutal. Casualties during this short period alone rivaled those of the previous 6 months combined. Later generations would call this high-intensity, large-scale battle the Akihabara meat grinder. It became the most destructive and longest engagement on the Land of Rivers front during the Second Ninja World War. In the history of shinobi warfare, it was also one of the few battles where the Sand Village truly suppressed Konoha. The achievement sounded glorious, but it carried severe consequences. When Orochimaru acted this way in the past, there had been no immediate problem. As a front-line commander, he had broad authority. By the time the third Hokage, far away in the village, sent a letter of reprimand, the situation had already stabilized. Chiyo, however, was different. The third Kazekage himself was stationed at the garrison. No matter how influential she was, she could not act with complete disregard. Resources, authority, political pressure, all of it mattered. And it was not only Chiyo who had lost family. In war, which shinobi had not lost relatives or friends? Among shinobi, bloodshed and hatred were unavoidable. Loss bred resentment, and resentment demanded an outlet. But war could not be driven solely by personal vengeance. Ebizo understood this well, which was why his concern deepened. Discontent was already spreading through the garrison. Sooner or later, the third Kazekage would order this madness to stop. Chiyo clearly understood his worries. Do not concern yourself with the third Kazekage, she said in a low voice. After this ninja world war ends, I will retire. Sister? She raised a hand, silencing him. The Sand Village has suffered immense losses. Whether for the village's shinobi or for the daimyo, someone must take responsibility. I am the most suitable choice. The third Kazekage also wishes for me to step down. I have already agreed. She paused, her voice steady despite the grief in her eyes. In exchange, he will support me fully in this battle. Ebizo fell silent for a long moment before nodding. In that case, he said quietly, I will retire with you. We can fish, and I can spend more time with Sasori. At the temporary hospital within Konoha's garrison, Hatake Sakumo lay quietly on a bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. Only his uninjured little finger was free, and he used it with great effort to slowly turn the pages of a book. He. Reaching an especially engaging part, Sakumo let out a strange laugh, only to wince in pain as it tugged at his wounds. Is it really that good? Hayashi, who sat beside the bed slicing an apple, glanced over and asked. Sakumo smacked his lips thoughtfully before replying, the writing is still rough, but the content is captivating, especially the detailed descriptions. He closed the book with a satisfied expression. I've read many books in my life. This one feels the most real. Hayashi rolled his eyes. It's clearly an indecent novel. You're still young, Hayashi, you don't understand, Sakumo said solemnly. Yes, it's explicit, but through those details, you can feel the hardship of the heroine. That's the true value. So is Jiraiya teaching students in the Land of Rain, or just gathering material? Don't focus on the small details, Sakumo replied calmly. Art comes from life, but it also rises above it. For realism, it's understandable if Jiraiya occasionally crosses a line. He continued without shame, he's only writing this to sharpen his skills. His next book is supposed to be called The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, Hayashi said after a pause. That should be the title. Hayashi was momentarily stunned. He never imagined that writing such novels was considered training. It was hard to reconcile this Jiraiya with the author of The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. Enough about that, Hayashi said, changing the topic. Did Tsunade-sama say when you can be discharged? 2 more weeks, Sakumo sighed. She said that if I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair, I should stop using that secret technique so recklessly. He glanced at Hayashi. What surprised me was that you managed to retreat safely against Shikaku. If I had known, I wouldn't have forced myself so hard. It was just luck, Hayashi replied. Sakumo shook his head. Once might be luck, but that was the 3rd time you faced Shikaku. He smiled faintly. When I'm discharged, let's spar. After lying in bed for nearly a month, sustained only by books, his hands were itching, especially his right hand. All right, Hayashi agreed. Fighting strong opponents was the fastest way to improve. By the way, Sakumo asked, how is the war going? Not very well, Hayashi replied. We can only barely hold off the Sand Village for now. After a moment of thought, he continued, village reinforcements will take time. Orochimaru-sama plans to return Iwakura and Jin's bodies to Chiyo in exchange for a truce. The interrogation team has already extracted all useful information. Sakumo fell silent for a moment. I respected Iwakura and Iin, he said quietly. Letting them be buried in their homeland is the right thing. But will the 3rd Kazekage agree? He should, Hayashi replied, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. The Sand Village also needs time. But once the truce ends, the next battle will be even more violent. Just the news of their deaths had triggered such madness. Hayashi could not imagine Chiyo's reaction upon seeing their bodies. If Chiyo were an Uchiha, she might have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. There's one more thing, Hayashi added. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village have stopped fighting. Sakumo thought for a moment. The Eight Tails rampage caused severe damage. They're also likely waiting for us and the Sand Village to decide a victor. Hayashi nodded. Orochimaru-sama and Tsunade-sama had said the same. Still, something felt off. The fighting between Konoha and the Sand Village was intense, but it was far too early to speak of a decisive outcome. And the third Raikage was not a man who would back down once he sensed opportunity. The battlefield felt too quiet. _________. A new cheaper tier has been added on my Patreon, one that grants 40 bonus chapters in advance. Become a patron now, to read ahead of everyone. Patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 247, Jonin rank. 1,422 words. Late at night, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally finished handling the day's work. After handing a letter addressed to the daimyo to an ANBU shinobi, he leaned back in his chair inside the Hokage's office and let out a long sigh. Although the battlefield in the Land of Rivers was under the command of his two disciples, Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo, intelligence from every direction continued to flow back into Konoha without pause. It could be said that aside from the commanders on the front lines, no one understood the current strategic situation better than him. And yet, the situation was far from optimistic. The war in the Land of Rivers was gradually sinking into a stalemate. Casualties were rising at an alarming rate, forcing the village to send more and more shinobi to reinforce the front. The situation had deteriorated to the point where even large numbers of genin were now being dispatched to the battlefield. On top of that, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village had unexpectedly entered a ceasefire, clearly showing signs of observing from the sidelines. This did not match Hiruzen's understanding of the third Raikage at all. Even though the Eight Tails had gone on a rampage, it had not caused irreparable damage to the Hidden Cloud Village. Under normal circumstances, they should have seized the opportunity to press the Hidden Stone Village harder, not given them room to recover. Unless the Raikage had another objective in mind. With a trace of unease, Hiruzen gazed out the window at the Hokage Rock and carefully reviewed the situation again in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he could not find any obvious oversight. With Orochimaru overseeing the battlefield, there should not be any immediate problems. And with Danzo remaining in the village to handle internal security, he felt reassured having his old companion there. Perhaps the pressure had simply been getting to him lately. The third Hokage reached out, picked up the pipe on his desk, took a slow puff, and sighed again. Who would have thought that a single mission could trigger such massive upheaval? Still, he could not blame Sakumo. If killing enemies in war was wrong, then the existence of shinobi villages themselves would be meaningless. Yet this incident was also a grim reminder. Even Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had fallen. On the battlefield, who could truly claim to be safe? Hiruzen had only one son, Asuma. Unfortunately, not to mention grandchildren, Asuma had not even settled down yet, and Konohamaru was still young. If something unexpected were to happen in a few years, would the Sarutobi bloodline be cut short? The third Hokage stroked his chin and thought to himself that if his son was unreliable, perhaps having another child himself was not such a bad idea. At the very least, it might keep Iwako from constantly worrying about her appearance. After resting for a short while, he opened another battle report that had been delivered earlier and began reading it under the bright lamplight. Konoha recent newly promoted Jonin intelligence. The handwriting was familiar, clearly written by his disciple Orochimaru. Normally, promotions to Chunin were decided by the front lines. However, promotions to Special Jonin and Jonin required the Hokage's personal approval. Hiruzen opened the sealed report. It was thin, only about 10 pages, indicating that there had not been many Jonin promotions recently. The first page immediately revealed a familiar photograph. Hayashi. Rank, Jonin. Chakra nature, wind, fire, lightning, earth, water. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, 3 tomo in both eyes. Abilities, summoning technique. Mission record. D rank, 0. C rank, 4. B rank, 16. A rank, 9. S rank, 6. Hiruzen fell silent as he read the promotion report. He was not surprised that Hayashi had become a Jonin. Based on his battlefield achievements alone, he could have been promoted long ago. The only reason his advancement had been delayed was his age. Until now, Hiruzen had only approved him for special jonin. What truly gave him pause was Hayashi's talent. Most jonin only mastered 2 chakra natures. Hayashi had already mastered all 5 at the age of 11. Even that could still be explained. At worst, it meant he was another prodigy on par with Hiruzen himself in his youth. But the growth speed of his Sharingan was frightening. Strong emotions were the source of power for the Sharingan. But what if that emotional intensity went too far? Especially for someone from the Uchiha clan. If care was not taken, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was not an impossible outcome. After all, love and hatred were 2 sides of the same coin. With that thought, the 3rd Hokage turned to the next page. This section detailed the ninjutsu Hayashi had already displayed in combat. At the top of the list was the S-rank lightning release technique Kirin, which he had used in the Land of Rain. Below that were several variations of Chidori. Then Hiruzen saw a familiar technique name. Mutual multiplying explosive tags. There was even a modified formation based on it. The range of his research is astonishing, Hiruzen murmured. In a few more years, calling him Konoha's top technical shinobi would not be an exaggeration. He continued reading. The 3rd page detailed various missions Hayashi had completed. Some of the content was unfamiliar even to Hiruzen, written specifically to give him a full understanding of Hayashi's capabilities. Yet the more he read, the more unreal it felt. Since his debut, Hayashi had encountered tailed beasts 4 times and survived every single encounter. No one else could claim such a record. In the end, the entire report felt less like intelligence and more like Orochimaru praising his own disciple. After finishing the report, Hiruzen closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. If not for the smoke slowly rising from his pipe, one might have thought he had fallen asleep. Orochimaru's intention was clear. He believed Hayashi was one of them, a talent that appeared once in a century, deserving of full support and promotion. Hiruzen sighed softly. How could he not want to nurture such talent? Hayashi was the child of his old friend and his own grand disciple. Their connection ran deep. And yet, the same question remained. He was an Uchiha. For a long while, the 3rd Hokage remained lost in thought. Elsewhere, in a sealed chamber, another man was also deep in contemplation. He had dark skin and a powerful physique. A lightning-shaped scar crossed his chest, and a bold lightning tattoo was marked on his right shoulder. 3rd Raikage-sama? The 3rd Raikage snapped back to attention. Has there been any issue with the amber purifying pot? The middle-aged shinobi standing before him smiled confidently. There is no issue at all. The amber purifying pot is a legendary artifact left by the Sage of 6 Paths. It has sealed the 8 tails many times without a single failure. The 3rd Raikage nodded. He already knew this, it had merely been a reflexive question. Since the 8 tails' last rampage, which resulted in the death of his cousin Fukai, he had become far more sensitive. Have you discovered the cause? The Raikage asked. It appears that Fukai-sama failed to fully suppress the 8 tails, the shinobi replied. Impossible, the 3rd Raikage said, frowning. In past rampages, Fukai was injured at most. The 8 tails never exceeded 6 tails. This time, all 8 tails manifested. He paused, his expression darkening. The feeling I had was that someone forcibly extracted the 8 tails from the Jinchuriki. That cannot be, the shinobi exclaimed in shock. Is there really someone capable of infiltrating the hidden cloud village and extracting the 8 tails without detection? The 3rd Raikage did not answer. He did not know if such a person existed, but he hoped this was merely his own suspicion. How is the Jinchuriki plan progressing? He asked instead. It is going very smoothly, the shinobi replied. Our agent in Konoha has already obtained detailed information on that Uzumaki shinobi. The 3rd Raikage nodded. If the plan succeeded, they would obtain the most suitable vessel for the 8 tails. After all, Mito Uzumaki, the very first Jinchuriki in history, had never once lost control. Who could have imagined that the Uzumaki clan, long thought extinct, possessed such extraordinary sealing capabilities? If only they had secured more of them earlier, things would not be so troublesome now. Chapter 248, Reinforcements. 1,231 words. Just as Orochimaru had anticipated, after the bodies of Iwakura and In were returned, Chiyo finally agreed to a ceasefire. As for how long this ceasefire would last, that depended entirely on which side recovered faster. Uchiha Hayashi chose not to accept missions during this period, mainly because his captain, Sakumo, was still hospitalized. With the front line temporarily quiet, he instead remained in Orochimaru's underground laboratory and settled into a secluded, almost otaku-like routine. With so many freely accessible scrolls available, it would have been a waste not to study them. Orochimaru raised no objections to Hayashi's presence. He simply taught him the hand seals required to enter the laboratory and left him alone to read and study in silence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued his own work on a corpse obtained from the hidden mist village, though his experiments had clearly reached a bottleneck. One corpse was no longer enough to satisfy his research needs. He required more subjects with the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai. Time passed quietly. Deep underground, Hayashi had no clear sense of how many hours or days had gone by. Eventually, Orochimaru removed his blood-stained gloves beside the operating table and spoke calmly. "It's about time for dinner," he said. "We can also celebrate your promotion to Jonin." Just the day before, the promotion report personally signed by the third Hokage had finally arrived from the village. The two of them walked up the long staircase together, step by step, until they emerged back on the surface. At night, the temperature in the Gobi Desert dropped sharply, far colder than during the day. Since this was a private celebration between teacher and student, Orochimaru did not take him to the base's mess hall. Instead, having accumulated considerable merit, Orochimaru led Hayashi to a quieter corner of the base. Once seated, Orochimaru handed the menu to Hayashi. Because of the ceasefire, many ninjas remained stationed at the base. What should have been a sluggish business instead appeared unusually lively, even more so than in Konoha itself. Yet this prosperity was nothing more than an illusion. The war between Konoha and the hidden sand village had reached its most critical stage. Under such oppressive tension, people could only vent their fear of death through food and drink. They ate quickly. Orochimaru seemed eager to return to his experiments and did not touch any alcohol. As for Hayashi, even if he wanted to drink, he was still far too young. "Go back and rest tonight," Orochimaru said calmly. "Use this time to relax. Shio has become unpredictable, and the war could resume at any moment." "All right," Hayashi replied with a nod. At that moment, a sudden warmth spread through his hand. Something was calling him. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke erupted, and Dabai appeared directly on the dining table. "What's wrong?" Hayashi asked at once. "You wouldn't come out unless it was important." Both he and Orochimaru focused their attention on Dabai. As expected, the news it brought was bad. The first squad, currently assigned to a reconnaissance mission, was in danger. With their captain absent, Minato, Nawaki, and Mikoto had been operating alongside other squads on the outskirts of the battlefield. They had been ambushed by hidden sand puppeteers. Although Minato and the others had fought desperately to break through, their situation remained extremely dangerous, and they were urgently requesting reinforcements. Before heading to the battlefield, Hayashi had given each of them a small snake. If they encountered a situation where normal communication was impossible, they were to speak to the snake and have it return to summon him. Hayashi fell silent for a brief moment, then set down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'm going," he said. Orochimaru nodded. "Go and support them. You must bring them back." He did not choose to accompany Hayashi. In Orochimaru's view, the squad had already been entrusted to Hayashi, and it was his responsibility to rescue them. If Orochimaru personally intervened, the hidden sand might respond with even more aggressive actions. Moreover, he still needed to inform Tsunade, since Nawaki was among those in danger. If another tragedy like Tonya's were to occur, no one could predict how Tsunade might react. "Then I'll leave things here to you, Orochimaru-sama," Hayashi said, bowing slightly before leaving. The location Minato had set was east of the battlefield's edge. At maximum speed, Hayashi could reach it in about 40 minutes. However, he deliberately held back, conserving chakra for the battle ahead. Because of that, the journey would take nearly an hour. Hold on, Hayashi thought as he moved through the night. Just hold on. As the first Hokage's grandson, Nawaki was an obvious target for the hidden sand on the battlefield. In the original course of events, Nawaki had died in battle. Hayashi refused to let that happen again. History had already begun to change. There was no reason for fate to continue along its old path. Minato, what's the situation outside? Nawaki, his voice weak, leaned against a massive crater carved out by ninjutsu and spoke with great effort. Through his torn clothing, several deep blade wounds were visible across his back. He had also suffered heavy damage from explosive tags. Even so, this could still be considered relatively fortunate. After all, the three of them had barely escaped from a hidden sand puppeteer Jonin. They don't seem to have found us, Minato replied, his voice low. I already sent a message to Hayashi. He should be on his way. Nearby, Mikoto knelt on the ground, pulling bandages and a hemostatic kit from her ninja pouch as she carefully treated Nawaki's wounds. Mikoto, don't bother anymore, Nawaki said faintly. I feel like I'm about to die. His injuries alone were not immediately fatal. Even without treatment, he could have survived for several hours. The real problem was the poison. The puppets controlled by that hidden sand ninja carried deadly toxins, now steadily eating away at his life force. Tsunade's antidotes could suppress most poisons, but the sand village continuously refined theirs. That suppression would not last long. At most, he had 2 hours left. It's okay, it'll be okay, Mikoto said, her voice trembling as tears welled up. Hayashi will be here soon. Once he arrives, you'll be fine. I just hope he gets here in time, Nawaki said with a weak laugh. I don't want to die either. Scratching his blonde hair, he forced a smile. I never thought dying would hurt this much. His body felt as though it were being hollowed out from within by the poison. He tightly gripped the pendant around his neck, as if it were the only thing anchoring him to life. It was a keepsake left behind by his grandfather. He had coveted it for years, and only recently, on his birthday, had Tsunade finally given it to him. He never expected that he would not even have time to warm it against his skin before facing death. I'm only 11, Nawaki thought bitterly. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Letting out a long sigh, he spoke again. Mikoto, if I die, give this pendant to Hayashi. It's a protective charm. It'll keep him safe. ________. A new cheaper tier has been added on my Patreon, one that grants 40 bonus chapters in advance. Become a patron now, to read ahead of everyone. Patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 249, Breaking the Encirclement. 1,116 words. 2 hours was more than enough time for Uchiha Hayashi to reach the coordinates where Minato and the others were hiding. When he arrived, Minato was still on watch near the pit. Nawaki lay unconscious at the bottom, his breathing faint and unstable, while Mikoto, clearly exhausted, had fallen asleep on the opposite side. What's the situation? Hayashi asked after taking a moment to steady his breathing. After an hour of non-stop movement, both his chakra and physical stamina had been heavily drained. We were ambushed by Sand Ninja and got separated from the original squad, Minato replied, brushing dust from his blonde hair. Nawaki is injured and poisoned. The Sand Ninja nearby are tightening their defenses, and with our current strength, we can't break through. I understand, Hayashi said calmly. You should rest for a few minutes as well. Continuous, high-intensity vigilance was exhausting, especially since Minato had been maintaining it for over an hour without pause. Hayashi dropped into the pit and instinctively reached out to check Nawaki's injuries. Halfway through the motion, he stopped. He had no knowledge of medical ninjutsu and no way to neutralize poison. At that moment, the movement stirred Mikoto. She sprang up instantly, like a compressed spring snapping loose. Without even opening her eyes fully, she thrust a kunai forward. "Mikoto, it's me." Hayashi deflected the kunai with his left hand and placed his right palm gently against her forehead, stopping her strike while she was still half awake. A few seconds later, Mikoto's eyes fully opened. When she recognized the boy in front of her, tears immediately welled up. Hayashi reached out and wiped them away with his thumb. "It's all right. I'm here now. Everything will be fine." During the short rest, Hayashi quickly examined the surrounding terrain and map. "This area is relatively close to the main battlefield camp," he said. "We'll head there first. Minato, you carry Nawaki. Mikoto, stay to the side and provide protection. I'll take the front, hold off the sand ninja, and open a path. Once you get close to the camp, someone will meet you." "Yes," Minato and Mikoto answered at the same time. After mentally reviewing the plan one last time and finding no omissions, Hayashi was the first to leap out of the pit. Minato followed, carrying Nawaki on his back, with Mikoto bringing up the rear. "Try to keep up with my pace," Hayashi said. "We'll break through quickly and return to the Leaf's main battlefield camp in the shortest time possible." According to Minato, the sand ninja were tightening their defenses. Their escape would likely end in one of two ways. Either they would collide head-on with a sand puppet master squad, or they would reach the camp without resistance. The battlefield was vast. Even with large numbers, the sand village could not completely seal every route. The main battlefield camp was not far from their position, and at their speed, 20 minutes would be enough. The reason Minato and the others had been unable to retreat earlier was simple. Their strength was insufficient. The enemies near the main battlefield were no longer squads led by elite chunin from the outskirts. Combined with Nawaki's injuries, breaking through alone had been impossible. Now that Hayashi had arrived, their confidence returned. As long as they did not encounter an opponent above elite jonin level, Hayashi was confident he could protect them and lead them out safely. Channeling chakra into his legs, Hayashi surged forward. He deliberately restrained his speed to match the others, yet even so, Minato and Mikoto were barely able to keep up while Minato carried Nawaki. At this pace, there was no room for careful observation. Reconnaissance was entrusted entirely to the large white bird cradled in Hayashi's arms. They advanced rapidly. Halfway through the journey, there were still no signs of sand ninja. Then suddenly, a white flare streaked into the sky, bursting into brilliant light against the darkness. Hayashi frowned. He did not recall the Leaf ever using white flares. This signal belonged to the sand village. He had seen it before on the outer battlefield during night operations. The flare rose from the right, not far away. Charging openly toward the camp was bound to attract the attention of sand sensory ninja. Although they would not dare to approach too close to the Leaf's camp, at this distance, they had confidence. "Be careful," Hayashi said in a low voice. "I'll break through the front-line blockade. You move immediately toward the camp." Without hesitation, he pulled a red flare from his ninja pouch and fired it into the sky. At this distance, any ninja in the camp who was awake would see it. But this action carried a serious risk. It could reignite the war between the Leaf and the Sand Village. At this point, however, there was no room for hesitation. If they delayed any longer, all of them would die here. At the same time, inside the Leaf space, Tsunade, fresh from surgery, suddenly grabbed Orochimaru by the collar. Nearby ninja froze in shock. "What did you say?" she demanded. Noticing the attention around them, Orochimaru tried to pull free, but her grip did not loosen. He could only answer helplessly. Squad 1 was ambushed by Sand Ninja during their mission. Tsunade's expression darkened. Her grip tightened even further, forcing Orochimaru to speak quickly. "Don't worry. I've already sent Hayashi to rescue them." After a brief silence, Tsunade finally released him. "Where are the coordinates?" "I'm going now." "Hayashi has already left," Orochimaru replied. "At his speed, they'll be gone by the time you arrive." "So I'm supposed to do nothing?" Tsunade snapped. "That's my brother. You should head to the main battlefield camp," Orochimaru said after a moment's thought. They'll be moving in that direction. But be prepared for combat. If Chiyo learns that it's your brother, she won't let this chance pass. She wouldn't dare, Tsunade said coldly. Without another word, she turned and strode out of the base, white coat fluttering, her posture radiating readiness to fight anyone who stood in her way. Orochimaru watched her leave and sighed softly. Ever since Mito's death, Tsunade had been different. It seemed that she had begun to fear death. Tsunade herself understood that fear. She simply could not overcome it. In recent years, her family had suffered one tragedy after another. Her grandfather, her great-uncle, her parents, her grandmother. None of them had died peacefully. At some point, fear had taken root in her heart, fear of losing those she loved. If Nawaki died, perhaps she would no longer be able to call herself a ninja. Chapter 250, Holding the Line. 1,279 words. Shortly after the red signal flare shot into the sky, a squad clad in Sunagakure attire finally arrived. Their movements were swift, and their expressions carried an unmistakable arrogance. The leader was a middle-aged shinobi with a broad, muscular build. His vest strained against his physique, his hair was cut short, and his deep-set eyes radiated experience and confidence. 3 Jonin. Uchiha Hayashi glanced at them briefly before looking away. Right now, eliminating the enemy was not the priority. His real objective was to break through their defenses and get Minato and Mikoto out safely. But Minato and Mikoto could not possibly match the speed of Jonin. In barely a minute, the distance between them and the Sand Ninja had narrowed to less than 20 meters. Hayashi had no choice but to stop. Lightning release chakra surged violently in his right hand as Chidori screamed to life. In the next instant, he shot forward, aiming straight for the Sand Ninja positioned on the far left. Minato and Mikoto immediately widened the distance between themselves and the battlefield. Getting any closer would only interfere with Hayashi's fight. In a battle of this level, the most they could do was cling to their kunai and pray from the sidelines. With lightning release stimulating his body, Hayashi's already terrifying speed increased yet again. His form blurred, leaving faint after-images as he appeared beside the Sand Ninja in an instant. The enemy never expected a child to move this fast. By the time he reacted, the piercing shriek of Chidori was already cutting through the air, aimed directly at his heart. A powerful sense of danger forced the Sand Ninja's body to twist sharply to the right. Konoha's lightning flash? Why is he here? The Sand Ninja recognized him immediately. Shinobi of that caliber were clearly marked in the intelligence manuals. Even without knowing his face, his fighting style made his identity obvious. Before he could recover, the sound of rushing wind struck again. Hayashi did not turn toward the other two enemies as expected. Instead, he reappeared behind his target in a flash. At the same moment, the puppets controlled by the other two Sand Ninja slammed into the spot where Hayashi had been standing only a heartbeat earlier. This time, the Sand Ninja was too slow. In desperation, he shifted his body just enough to avoid a fatal blow, allowing the kunai to pierce through his shoulder instead. At the same time, he attempted to detonate the explosive tag clenched in his hand. Nothing happened. Hayashi's genjutsu had already taken effect. A split second later, blood sprayed through the air. Instant death. You two leave now. I'll take care of this. After swiftly dealing with his opponent, Hayashi spoke without turning back. Minato and Mikoto did not hesitate. They immediately increased their speed and sprinted toward the Konoha camp. Without Hayashi, even if they reached this point, breaking through the Sand Village's defensive line would be impossible. The most likely outcome would be being cut down effortlessly. And then buried alongside Nawaki. Because of the clash, Sand Ninja stationed along the defensive line began converging on Hayashi's position. Meanwhile, Konoha reinforcements would need at least 5 or 6 minutes to arrive, even at full speed. After creating some distance, Hayashi quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A massive earthen barrier erupted from the ground, towering upward. The Sand Ninja on the opposite side reacted instantly, reinforcing the structure with their own earth release. They were not careless. The opponent was Konoha's lightning flash. A ninjutsu requiring so many hand seals could not be ordinary. But once the final seal was completed, Hayashi pulled out 4 smoke bombs, tossed them forward, and turned around without hesitation. He ran. The sand ninja froze in disbelief. Retreating after such a display was not Hayashi's usual style, but he had no choice. If the others had not been alerted, he could have eliminated the remaining sand puppet masters. Now, that opportunity was gone. More importantly, there was no guarantee that Minato and the others would not encounter additional enemies ahead. After protecting them for so many years, allowing them to be slaughtered so easily would be unacceptable. Breaking off the fight cleanly, Hayashi chased after Minato, who was already far ahead. He needed to catch up as quickly as possible. On a battlefield like this, danger could appear at any moment. Just as he expected, even after breaking through the main defensive line, Sand Ninja continued to appear along the route. Without any technique to conceal his tracks, once the Sand Village focused on him, his position was bound to be exposed. Lightning flashed again as Hayashi cut down a Sand Jonin who attempted to ambush Minato and Mikoto. More than half of his chakra remained, and the scrolls he carried were barely used, less than 20% consumed. As long as he was not surrounded by a large force, Hayashi was confident he could handle whatever came next. That thought had barely formed when several sharply condensed stone spears suddenly materialized behind him, arranged in formation and launched toward him at full speed. At the same time, a wind release, air bullet followed close behind. Mid-jump, Hayashi glanced back and saw 2 sand ninja standing some distance away. They carried no puppets and were rapidly forming hand seals. Standard combat shinobi. That made things simpler. As Hayashi descended, a savage grin spread across the face of one of the sand ninja. On solid ground, his earth release held the advantage. Earth release, Needle Forest. Within dozens of meters of Hayashi's landing point, countless stone spikes burst upward from the earth. Simultaneously, the other sand ninja hurled a barrage of kunai at him mid-air. With no trees nearby, Hayashi could not rely on Snake Shadow Hand. He deflected the kunai with his blade, twisted his body in the air, and formed a single hand seal. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, halting his descent just above the deadly stone forest. Using the airflow, he shifted sideways, narrowly escaping the attack's range. Seeing their assault fail, fury flashed across the sand ninjas' faces. One of them leapt down like a cannonball, slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At this point, Hayashi was clearly their sole target. No one paid any attention to Minato and Mikoto anymore. Summoning technique. As the smoke dispersed, a massive blue snake appeared beneath Hayashi's feet, its cold eyes locked onto the surrounding enemies. In the distance, even more sand ninja were rushing toward the battlefield. Since my last injury, this is the first time my blood has boiled like this, Hayashi muttered calmly. Let me enjoy this for a while. Go, AODA. Explosions echoed continuously in the distance. Minato, carrying Nawaki on his back, did not dare to look behind him. He could only run with everything he had, heading straight for the Konoha camp. Once again, as a friend, he was powerless to help. I want to become stronger. As they ran in silence, both Minato and Mikoto shared the same thought. ________. Here are my Patreon tiers and their benefits. Wanderer's Path, 40 advanced chapters. Bladebearer's Oath, 70 advanced chapters. Dragonheart Vanguard, 100 advanced chapters. I really need your support, uploading daily can be exhausting. It might seem like I'm doing little, but I upload 40 chapters daily on Patreon, for 4 different fanfics, and reading/editing them takes hours. Eventually, these chapters get uploaded to WebNovel after about a month. I don't want this to feel like begging, but if you can, please support me, patreon.com/zphyear. Arigato. Chapter 251, The Price of Being Surrounded. 1183 words. Being surrounded was always the greatest disadvantage in battle. As long as the opponents coordinated properly, even someone like Uchiha Hayashi would find it difficult to create an opening. Only monsters on the level of Uchiha Madara could casually kill one enemy after another while encircled by multiple jonin. Even so, Hayashi had chosen to stay behind with confidence. Although Aoda was no match for Kage-level powerhouses, dealing with ordinary jonin posed no real problem. Aoda's scales were as hard as steel, something ordinary puppet weapons could not penetrate. The poison the Sand Village prided itself on was completely useless against it. Being surrounded meant little more than a joke. With a single sweep of its massive tail, even boulders several meters tall were crushed into fine powder. This was precisely why Orochimaru had unleashed summoned snakes throughout the village during the invasion of Konoha. Against creatures like these, ordinary shinobi had almost no effective countermeasures. As Aoda continued its rampage, Hayashi, whose chakra had recovered slightly, leapt down from the snake's head. Swish! The kunai in his hand flashed like lightning. Pushing his speed to the limit, Hayashi slashed ruthlessly toward a sand ninja's neck, showing no hesitation. The sand ninja reacted instantly. With one hand, he raised his greatsword and accurately parried the strike. A close combat specialist? The moment Hayashi felt the force transmitted through the kunai, the thought surfaced in his mind. He withdrew immediately, but the greatsword followed closely. The sand ninja did not aim for a vital point. Instead, he attempted to use raw strength to lock Hayashi in place. The next instant, the sand ninja suddenly leapt backward, his chest expanding as he inhaled deeply. At the same time, from Hayashi's blind spot, a massive fireball roared toward him. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind erupted from the sand ninja's mouth, slamming into the fireball mid-air. The two techniques combined seamlessly. The wind intensified the flames. With a sudden surge of airflow, the fireball expanded into a wide sea of fire that engulfed the battlefield. Hayashi's expression hardened. His hands moved swiftly as he condensed chakra and formed a semicircular stone dome in front of him. Shielded by the dome, he rolled forward, charging straight through the scorching inferno. In the next moment, he burst out from the opposite side, escaping the range of the combined Great Fireball technique and Great Breakthrough. The sand ninja hiding on the far side wasted no time. As Hayashi emerged, he threw a powerful punch directly at Hayashi's neck. Hayashi appeared momentarily stunned, staring at the attacker with slightly unfocused eyes. Crack! Blood sprayed into the air. A head, still wearing a confused expression, flew upward. Finally killed. The sand ninja did not finish his sentence. The severed head suddenly dissolved into a flock of crows, which scattered before reforming into Hayashi's body. Genjutsu. The realization surfaced too late. A sharp pain pierced through his back. The sand ninja slowly lowered his head, staring at the bloodied tip of a kunai protruding from his chest. The blade had sliced cleanly through his heart, draining the strength from his limbs. His mouth twitched as darkness overtook his vision, and he collapsed silently to the ground. Hayashi was already moving again, charging toward his next target. Several minutes later, the stretch of desert lay shrouded in smoke and the stench of scorched earth. When the smoke finally dissipated, only one figure remained standing. Hayashi, drenched in blood, stood amidst the corpses of fallen sand ninja. He gripped a chipped kunai tightly, breathing heavily as his chest rose and fell. By now, Minato and the others should have successfully met up with the Konoha rescue force. After resting briefly, Hayashi decided to retreat immediately. He had delayed the enemy long enough. According to Dabai's observations, the next wave of sand ninja would reach the battlefield in less than 30 seconds. Even someone as monstrous as the third Raikage had only survived 3 days while being surrounded. With his current condition, Hayashi judged that lasting even half an hour would already be pushing his limits. The results spoke for themselves. Once he pushed his speed to the limit, the sand ninja chasing him were unable to close the distance quickly. Thus, a strange scene unfolded across the battlefield. A single young boy sprinted at full speed, while a group of furious sand ninja chased after him relentlessly. After running for nearly 2 minutes, Hayashi finally spotted the leading Konoha forces. Tsunade. The Konoha princess, already gaining fame as the strongest medical ninja and the most powerful female shinobi in the world. Though her expression appeared calm, Tsunade was seething with rage. She knew all too well that if they had arrived any later, her younger brother would have died from Sand Village poison. At this moment, she charged forward at full speed, leaving the other Konoha ninja far behind her. Hayashi's eyes met Tsunade's. No words were exchanged, but both immediately understood each other. Hayashi did not stop. He continued running straight toward the Konoha camp. The intense battle had drained a significant portion of his chakra, and remaining on the battlefield would only slow things down. His objective had already been achieved. Minato and the others were safe. The sand ninja pursuing him came to an abrupt halt upon seeing Tsunade. What did we do to provoke her? The same thought surfaced in the minds of every sand ninja present. None of them had forgotten the scene not long ago when Tsunade and Orochimaru had stormed the sand village base. At that time, Tsunade had seemed almost immortal, regenerating from every injury no matter how severe. Even Elder Chiyo had been unable to stop her. Facing such a monster again was unthinkable. Slowly, the sand ninja began to retreat. Tsunade showed no intention of letting them go. Burning with fury, she charged forward alone, while the supporting Konoha ninja followed closely behind her. Having left the battlefield, Hayashi continued on until the main Konoha base finally came into view. After checking in with the ninja guarding the entrance, he passed through the gates and headed straight toward the medical area. He nearly collided with Kato-dan as the man stepped out of a tent. Huh? Hayashi, what are you doing here? Kato-dan looked exhausted, dark circles visible beneath his eyes. I came to see Nawaki, Hayashi replied. Dan-san, what about you? I heard Nawaki was injured and rushed over as soon as I could, Kato-dan said with a gentle smile. Hayashi raised an eyebrow slightly. How is he now? The medical ninja are already performing surgery. It should be fine, otherwise Tsunade would still be here. Hayashi nodded in relief. All right then. I'm heading back to rest. I've been on missions all day and I'm completely worn out. After saying goodbye, Kato-dan slowly walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Hayashi let out a quiet sigh. The man's lonely posture seemed to spell out his fate with every step. _____. Happy New Month. Chapter 252, True Love. 1,239 words. As the grandson of the first Hokage and Mito Uzumaki, Nawaki did not inherit any bloodline limits, yet his recovery ability was exceptional. By the time Uchiha Hayashi arrived at the hospital tent, Nawaki was already out of danger. However, due to the anesthesia, he had yet to regain consciousness. After sending Minato and Mikoto back to rest, Hayashi also sought treatment from a medical ninja. After all, he himself had sustained several minor injuries during the battle. As a result, early the next morning, while he was still asleep on a hospital bed, an ANBU operative arrived and informed him that the commanders wished to see him. That meant Orochimaru and Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, were you looking for me? Stepping into the central command tent, Hayashi saw Tsunade seated at the main position, with Orochimaru sitting quietly to the side. Orochimaru looked as calm as ever, but Tsunade clearly had just returned from the battlefield. The bloodstains on her clothes had not fully dried, and the lingering killing intent around her had yet to fade. Only her face appeared noticeably pale. Sit down first, Tsunade said without lifting her head, her eyes fixed on the scroll in her hands. What's going on? Hayashi asked quietly as he took a seat beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced cautiously at Tsunade, then shook his head slightly. It's just that time of the month. Don't worry. Despite his words, Hayashi could tell that Orochimaru sounded far less confident than usual. If it was truly nothing, he should have said it openly. The constant eye signals were not very convincing. After a while, Tsunade pressed a hand to her forehead, still holding the scroll, her expression showing clear fatigue. Are you all right? Orochimaru asked, leaning forward slightly. I'm fine, Tsunade replied. You released too much chakra from the strength of 100 seal at once, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. Even for you, that puts a heavy burden on your chakra pathways. You should rest. I'll handle things here. I know, Tsunade replied, nodding, though she still did not move. Nawaki's injury had clearly shaken her. Orochimaru did not continue pressing the matter. Although his persuasion skills were impressive, they were usually reserved for recruiting talented children. In situations like this, all he could do was observe quietly. After all, not everyone could solve problems with words alone. The casualty report from last night has been compiled, Tsunade continued. We lost a total of 58 shinobi of Chunin rank and above. That includes 43 Chunin, 9 special Jounin, and 6 Jounin. The number hung heavily in the air. Tsunade continued, unaware of Hayashi's brief pause. The losses are too high. Under normal circumstances, a small-scale clash with Tsunagakure forces should not have resulted in even half of this. But Tsunagakure's losses were greater, Orochimaru added calmly. Yes, Tsunade replied. Based on the bodies left on the battlefield, Tsunagakure lost over 70 ninja. Around 40 were Chunin, and at least 30 were elite Jounin, special Jounin, or full Jounin. Because they retrieved some key bodies, we can't determine the exact number. This is only an estimate. 60 of them were confirmed kills by the Konoha rescue team. As for the rest, we examined Hayashi's battle area and found 10 additional bodies. 10? Orochimaru repeated, unsurprised. Yes, Hayashi said calmly, nodding once. Tsunade had not summoned him to discuss strategy. This was clearly about confirming battle contributions for records and post-war arrangements. What about the enemy ranks? Orochimaru asked. Tsunade sealed a sheet of densely written paper into a scroll and handed it to a slug waiting beside her. The details will be recorded in your mission file, she said. If there are urgent assignments, someone will notify you. With that, she lowered her head again and returned to reviewing reports. Hayashi stood and prepared to leave. Hayashi, Tsunade said suddenly. Thank you for saving Nawaki. Hayashi smiled slightly, lifted the tent flap, and stepped outside. The weather outside was pleasant. A gentle breeze passed through the camp, rustling leaves and carrying a refreshing coolness. Nawaki should be awake by now. With that thought, Hayashi headed toward the medical area. Conditions in the frontline medical tents were far worse than in the command area, but given the circumstances, that was only to be expected. As he approached the tent, Nawaki's voice drifted out. Ah, that hurts. Don't use so much force. Be gentle. Hayashi froze. Something felt off. He paused and listened more carefully. Minato, use your hand to rub it for me. This is bad. I definitely heard something I shouldn't have. Hayashi immediately pushed open the tent and walked inside. The scene was far more innocent than he expected. Nawaki was half reclined on the bed while Minato carefully changed his bandages. Because the Sand Village poison had spread throughout Nawaki's body, the medical ninja had used the chakra scalpel and extraction techniques to cleanse his blood. He barely had the strength to sit up on his own. If Minato had not been there, this task would likely have fallen to Hayashi. Hayashi, you're back, Minato said. Yeah, carry on, Hayashi replied. Minato nodded, then tilted his head. Why is your face so red? It's nothing, Hayashi replied awkwardly. The weather outside is a bit hot. He walked over and sat beside Nawaki's bed. How are you feeling? I'm fine, Nawaki said. The medical ninja said I should be able to get out of bed in a few days. Good. Thanks for yesterday. No need to say that between us, Hayashi replied, then suddenly stiffened. What are you doing? Nawaki had taken off the necklace hanging around his neck. Cold sweat immediately formed on Hayashi's forehead. He had heard Mikoto mention Nawaki's strange obsession with fate and destiny. Jokes aside, could a normal person really withstand that necklace? In the original history, Nawaki had not lived long. If he kept wearing it, even Shursui might never have been born. That would be disastrous in more ways than one. Why are you so nervous? Nawaki asked. I'm not dead, so I'm definitely not giving it to you. He carefully wiped the pendant. I told you it's a good luck charm, but you never believed me. See, I survived. Hayashi said nothing. Don't look at it like that, Nawaki continued. This thing is worth a lot of money. It's only a few decades old, Hayashi replied. It's not some ancient artifact. How valuable could it be? Nawaki lowered his voice and leaned closer. After my grandfather passed away, a mysterious merchant once offered my grandmother 300 million ryo for it. Hayashi mentally calculated how many lifetimes of missions that would take. His gaze toward the pendant immediately changed. Minato, having finished the bandaging, asked. Are there really people that rich in the shinobi world? Yes, Nawaki replied. Some families that survived since the Warring States period have wealth like that. I asked my grandmother about it, but she avoided the question. That's impossible, Hayashi said. That's what I thought, Nawaki continued. So I figured it must have been a love rival. My grandfather was the god of shinobi after all. Plenty of people must have admired him. Nawaki smiled confidently, as if he had uncovered the truth of the world. Spending that much money on a useless pendant, he said. That has to be true love. Definitely true love, Minato echoed seriously. Chapter 253, The Girl Who Ran to the Hokage. 1123 words. Uncle, I'm heading out. Nono wiped down the shelves, hung her apron neatly in place, then tilted her head slightly as she spoke. Wait a moment. Might Dai, who had been inspecting his weapons, stopped what he was doing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of money. Here, this is your pay for this month. Why is there so much? Nono froze, instinctively pulling her hand back instead of taking it. She had lived in Konoha for nearly a year and knew the prices well. All she did was come after school to clean shelves and help sell items. This amount was far more than reasonable. Just take it. Dai laughed and firmly placed the money into her hand. The war in the land of rivers is getting worse, business has been booming lately. The shop earned more, so your pay went up too. You work hard every day, don't feel awkward about it. He looked energetic and spirited, nothing like how dispirited he had seemed months ago. Although Dai had never run a shop before, years of training meant he was deeply familiar with weapons and equipment. After months of trial and error, business had steadily improved. Hee, thank you, uncle. Nono stuck out her tongue and carefully tucked the money into her pocket. Then I'll head out? Go on. Just as she turned to leave, Dai suddenly slapped his forehead as if remembering something. He quickly went behind the counter. I almost forgot. He handed her a neatly wrapped bundle of clothes. This is the newest model I bought just for you. The fabric is soft, breathable, and stretches well. That way, you won't have to worry about tearing your clothes when you exercise in the future. Nono stared at Dai's gleaming smile, thick eyebrows, and shining teeth, then accepted the green bodysuit with trembling hands. The image of herself wearing it to school immediately flashed through her mind, making her shudder. Uncle Dai was kind in every way, except for this strange obsession. Discount weapons with free bodysuits, was he trying to scare customers away on purpose? Leaving the shop, Nono walked toward the Senju clan grounds while silently wondering how she could possibly dispose of the outfit. She had already promised Kushina to go eat barbecue together that evening. After passing several streets, the crowds thinned noticeably. With the war ongoing, there were fewer people in Konoha, and the Senju compound felt especially quiet. She's not here yet? Carrying the clothes, Nono waited at the gate for a while. Bang, bang, bang. Kushina, are you home? Receiving no answer, she jumped lightly and flipped over the wall into the courtyard. Walking straight to Kushina's small house, she found the door open, yet the inside was completely empty. Kushina? Where are you? Panic surged through her as she called out loudly. She always came at this time, and if anything unusual came up, Kushina would tell her beforehand. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. If Kushina ever goes missing, contact me using the summoning snake, then inform the third Hokage. Those were Hayashi's words before he left. Heart racing, Nonoyu rushed to the large tree in the yard and lifted the stone resting at its base. Kushina is missing. Go notify Hayashi immediately. She spoke urgently to the black-striped snake curled beneath the stone. The snake hissed softly, then vanished in a puff of smoke. And also, the third Hokage. Not even caring about the clothes in her arms anymore, Nonoyu sprinted toward the Hokage building. Inside his office, the third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, his expression heavy with concern. Because of the intense pressure on the front lines, the Ninja Academy had begun compressing its 6-year program into 3. Mass-producing genin like this was no different from destroying the future, but after 3 years of war, there was no other choice. As he flipped through documents, noise suddenly erupted outside. What's going on? Moments later, a chunin wearing a light green flak jacket entered. A Ninja Academy student attempted to force her way into the Hokage building and was stopped by the guards. The third Hokage's eyelid twitched. If Academy students were strong enough to storm the Hokage building, Konoha would not need to fight a war at all. They could conquer the 5 great nations directly. These guards always managed to make trouble out of nothing. Did she explain why? She said one of her friends is missing. Then tell her to report it to the Konoha military police force. I did, but she refused and insisted on seeing you, the chunin replied hesitantly. What else did she say? She claimed the missing person is your illegitimate daughter. Cough, cough. The third Hokage nearly choked on his smoke. Nonsense. He was about to scold her, but a certain rumor suddenly came to mind. Years ago, someone in the academy had spread a ridiculous story claiming Kushina was his illegitimate daughter, which had even earned him a beating from Bawako. His expression changed instantly. Bring her in, now. Yes. The chunin cast him a strange look, as if realizing something, then turned and left. Soon after, Nono entered the office alone. Nervous and anxious, she blurted out, Hokage-sama, Kushina is gone. I can't find her anywhere. The third Hokage nodded and gestured for her to sit. He retrieved a transparent crystal ball from beneath the desk. Activating the telescope technique, he searched. Kushina's image did not appear. There were only 3 explanations. Either the target had blocked the technique, the target was dead, or the target was no longer inside Konoha. Kushina lacked the ability to block such a jutsu. That left only one possibility. She had been abducted and taken out of the village. But how was that possible? With Danzo's route overseeing internal security, Umbu guarding Kushina, and Konoha's barrier in place, who could have done this? Were Danzo and the Umbu completely incompetent? Someone. Hokage-sama. An Umbu shinobi wearing a fox mask knelt immediately. 3 orders, the third Hokage said coldly. First, seal all village gates at once. Second, locate the Umbu assigned to protect Kushina. Third, notify the acting commander of the military police force, Shimura Danzo, and tell him to come here immediately. The Umbu did not leave. Instead, he hesitated and looked up. What is it? Elder Danzo, left for the daimyo's residence early this morning. Bang. The corner of the desk was shattered by the third Hokage's strike. Very well. Then he does not need to return. Suppressing his anger, he continued, notify Hyuga Tenku, Inazuka Iwa, and Aburame Shiryun. Tell them to come see me immediately. Yes. Chapter 254, Kidnapping Kushina. 1257 words. When Kushina Uzumaki woke up, she found herself slung over the shoulder of a shinobi, her body swaying violently as they moved at high speed through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. The relentless jolting was the main reason she regained consciousness so quickly. The other reason was her Uzumaki bloodline, combined with the powerful vitality granted by being a Jinchuriki. She struggled instinctively, only to realize that her chakra had been completely sealed. A thick rope was tightly bound around her body, restricting her movement. Even with her usual carefree nature, Kushina immediately understood the situation. She had been kidnapped. Wah, I do not want to die. At that moment, Kushina deeply regretted ever getting so absorbed in manga. She had been reading so intently that she never noticed the danger approaching, until a single palm strike knocked her unconscious. After that, everything went black, and now she was here. She had to leave behind some kind of clue. Otherwise, she might truly disappear without a trace. But with her chakra sealed, ninjutsu was completely out of the question. What do I do? What do I do? Her thoughts raced at incredible speed. Then, an idea struck her. While the shinobi carrying her was focused on moving forward, Kushina quietly plucked a strand of her long red hair and let it fall to the ground. Many of Konoha's tracking shinobi were extremely sensitive to scent. Leaving behind hair was one of the most effective ways to mark a trail after capture, something clearly stated in the academy textbooks. Given their speed, she was not worried about the enemy noticing such a small action. Ha 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 ha, you are really something. An irritating voice echoed in her mind. It is several days of non-stop travel from here to the land of lightning. By the time you arrive, you will have pulled out most of your hair. Inside her consciousness, Kurama lounged against the bars of his cage, laughing openly. What are you saying, you stupid fox? Kushina planted her hands on her hips, furious. I will be rescued soon. Very soon. Once you reach the land of lightning, it will not be up to you anymore. Kurama's laughter grew louder. Kushina bristled, like a startled cat. Land of lightning? How do you know we are going there? Kurama grinned, sharp teeth exposed. While you were unconscious, I listened to them talk. They said they are taking you back to Kumogakure. Kushina grabbed the bars of the cage, her lips trembling. I do not want to go to Kumogakure. I want to go back to Konoha. Stop shouting. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come save you. Kurama did not hold back. I have been sick of Konoha for a long time. Now that I finally have a chance to leave, why would I want to go back? Kumogakure is much more interesting. I might even get to see Gyuki again. Kushina slumped in defeat. If only I had a more reliable tailed beast. Meanwhile, deep within the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, a dark-skinned, powerfully built middle-aged shinobi stood with his arms crossed. Lightning-shaped scars marked his chest, and the kanji for lightning was tattooed prominently on his right shoulder. He stared sharply at the young man standing before him. Wrong. His voice was stern. The lightning release chakra mode requires circulating lightning release chakra throughout the entire body at once. Where is your shape transformation? Focus and try again. Yes. The young man nodded forcefully and began gathering chakra again. As the son of the third Reikage, he rarely had opportunities for direct guidance. His father was constantly burdened with village affairs, so he treasured every moment of training. After repeatedly exhausting his chakra, the third Reikage finally raised a hand to stop him. By then, the young man could barely stand. He accepted the water handed to him, took several deep gulps, and sat down on the ground to recover. Father, did something happen? He looked concerned. From the beginning of the session, his father had seemed distracted. That alone was unusual. As the strongest shinobi in Kumogakure, the third Reikage almost never showed such hesitation. It is nothing, the third Reikage replied after a pause. You already know about the Jinchuriki plan. I am simply uneasy. This was classified information, not meant for outsiders. However, the person before him was his son. If nothing went wrong, he would become the fourth Reikage in the future. There was no reason to hide it from him. More importantly, the third Reikage wanted his son to understand these matters early. He was strong enough to fight the Eight Tails head-on, but strength alone was never enough. The second Reikage had been powerful as well, yet he still died in an ambush. That lesson had never left him. What is the problem? The young man asked. Did the plan fail? There is no such thing as absolute certainty. The third Raikage's voice was low. Infiltrating another village to abduct a Jinchuriki was inherently dangerous. However, what unsettled him was not failure. It was how smoothly everything had gone. The plan was simple. A spy hidden within Konoha abducted the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But that raised a crucial question. How difficult should it be to kidnap a heavily protected shinobi from Konoha, the strongest village? The answer was obvious. It should be extremely difficult. Yet it had happened with absurd ease, as if one had simply gone to the market and returned home. Only a fool would believe there was no hidden issue. Kumogakure had only recently lost control of the Eight Tails, and immediately afterward, news surfaced that an Uzumaki clan member had appeared in Konoha. Who would not be tempted by such information? Since Mito Uzumaki became the first Jinchuriki, every major village had attempted to replicate Konoha's success. The results were clear. In Kumogakure alone, the Eight Tails had gone on multiple rampages. Meanwhile, Konoha had never suffered such disasters. The Uzumaki clan possessed an innate ability to suppress tailed beasts. That fact alone made Kushina invaluable. Yet temptation did not blind the third Raikage. Identifying the target, subduing her, extracting her from Konoha, and doing so without alerting the village's defenses was far too perfect. Even he would not plan an operation that clean. Could this be a trap set by the Hokage? He dismissed the idea almost immediately. The benefits were insufficient. At best, Konoha would gain justification to declare war on Kumogakure. But Konoha was already locked in fierce combat with Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers. Unless the third Hokage had lost his mind, he would never open another front. That left only internal conflict. Konoha's security was currently overseen by Root. Was it possible for Kumogakure shinobi to bypass both Anbu and Root without triggering an alarm? Impossible. The only reasonable explanation was that someone inside Konoha had deliberately allowed this to happen. Someone like Shimura Danzo. Yet even Danzo would never willingly hand over Konoha's future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to another village. Which meant only one thing. Along the route to the Land of Lightning, Root shinobi were almost certainly lying in wait. The third Raikage lifted his gaze to the clouds drifting above. So you want to use me, he thought coldly. Then be prepared to be bitten in return. ________. Want to support or read ahead? I got to. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/zphear. Send Power Stones too, thanks. Chapter 255, The Raikage's Plan. 1,297 words. After listening to the third Raikage, the young man fell silent, his gaze fixed on the canyon stretching out before him. The Cloud Lightning Gorge was named for the perpetual lightning that crackled through the region. The phenomenon was localized, but a direct strike would leave a shinobi paralyzed for a long time. Because of that danger, very few people ever came here. For reasons he could not clearly explain, this place suited him. Perhaps it reflected his nature. He favored clarity and directness, believing that the simpler something was, the more reliable it became. Unable to keep his thoughts to himself any longer, he finally spoke. Father, the Eight Tails is the most important asset of our village. Are you truly willing to let someone from another village become its Jinchuriki? For reasons he could not explain, he felt an instinctive resistance toward that Uzumaki girl. The thought refused to leave his mind. If she became the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he would lose the partner most important to him. The third Raikage placed a firm hand on his son's head. My child, you must understand something, he said calmly. The value of a tailed beast lies in its overwhelming destructive power. Once it appears on the battlefield, it can change the tide of war instantly. He paused briefly before continuing. But if that power cannot be controlled, then it is nothing more than an illusion. Worse, it becomes a disaster that can turn on its own village. Is that what you want? The young man could not answer. This time, when the Eight Tails went berserk, countless shinobi had died. His cousin, Fukai, who served as the Jinchuriki, was among them. If this continued, who would be next? The third Raikage spoke again. That Uzumaki girl may be a risk, but we have no alternatives. There are no other Uzumaki left that we can find in this shinobi world. And, he added, his voice rising slightly with excitement, while she herself is unstable, her child will not be. Her child? That is right, the third Raikage said firmly. As long as an Uzumaki exists in our village, I believe that within a few generations, Kumogakure will give birth to a new clan, the Uzumaki clan. The third Raikage straightened, his eyes shining. In truth, even without the Eight Tails incident, he would have brought her back eventually. The Uzumaki clan was simply too valuable. She might be the last surviving Uzumaki in the entire shinobi world aside from Uzumaki Mido. If nurtured properly, the future would hold both the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki under Kumogakure's control. The village's security would be unmatched. Compared to the Uzumaki clan, the third Raikage had once coveted the Hyuga clan even more. The Byakugan might not rival the Sharingan in raw combat, but in terms of strategic value, it surpassed it by an enormous margin. Why was Konoha always able to maintain such an overwhelming advantage? Talent played a role, but more often than not, it was the support of powerful clans. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan's rigid main and branch family system made that dream impossible. More than once, the third Raikage had sighed inwardly, wishing he could abduct the Hyuga clan's princess as well. Such covert actions damaged the village's reputation, but what choice did he have? Kumogakure simply had too few shinobi with bloodline limits. Even when one appeared by chance, it was rarely stable enough to be passed down through a family. In contrast, Konoha and Kirigakure held the majority of the shinobi world's bloodline limit clans. Others struggled to obtain even one, while those two villages seemed almost adept at wiping out entire bloodlines for sport. From a certain perspective, Kumogakure could be considered a protector of heritage, and the third Raikage was its most dedicated guardian. Watching his father grow increasingly animated, the young man could only curl his lips helplessly. He was not entirely convinced by the idea of building a clan over several generations. After all, Samui still had not married. Why? Was it not because she was considered unattractive? In Kumogakure, pale skin was hardly popular. These days, if you were not a brown-skinned beauty, finding a partner was no easy task. More importantly, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki traditionally bore the name B. The young man did not want that title to belong to a kunoichi from another village. Father, he said after a moment, what if the mission fails? Fails? The third Raikage shook his head calmly. If it fails, then we will select a candidate from the new generation. The third Raikage spoke with ease, but far away in Konoha, the third Hokage was anything but relaxed. Standing by the window and looking out at the Hokage rock, he felt a chill run through him despite the sunlight. The Nine Tails was Konoha's most important strategic deterrent. If it was not recovered, the consequences would be devastating. With public opinion turning against him, resignation would only be a matter of time. Some would say Danzo was responsible for village security. But the shinobi assigned to protect Kushina were Umbu, not Root. Root had been explicitly excluded from her protection by the third Hokage himself. Danzo might bear some responsibility for allowing a spy to exist, but if Kushina was not recovered, the primary blame would fall squarely on the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this, Danzo's words from years ago echoed in his mind, spoken before Uzumaki Mido's grave. If anything happens to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you will bear full responsibility. He never expected those words to feel so heavy now. Hokage-sama, the search team has reported in. Proceed. 4 Umbu corpses have been discovered outside the forest surrounding Konoha. Based on the trail, the enemy appears to have moved toward the Land of Water. The Land of Water. Kirigakure? The third Hokage frowned. Kirigakure had shown no interest in joining the current war. Would they provoke Konoha now of all times? And if they truly kidnapped Kushina, why leave behind such obvious clues? Was another village attempting to frame Kirigakure, or had Kirigakure decided to move against the current? His head throbbed. The Land of Fire was vast, and Konoha simply did not have enough manpower for a full-scale pursuit. They needed to narrow it down. Any other information? The reporting shinobi hesitated before continuing. A significant number of root shinobi have been sighted moving toward the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage stiffened. If Danzo had orchestrated this deliberately, then Root's movements were extremely telling. Could it be Kumogakure? They had just lost the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and were in desperate need of a replacement. The third Raikage had also abruptly ceased hostilities with Iwagakure, a suspicious move if he intended to shift focus toward Konoha. That theory only held, however, if Kumogakure did not yet know that Uzumaki Mito had passed away. Once it became known that Kushina was the new Jinchuriki, any village could be responsible. Kirigakure, Iwagakure, or Kumogakure. After a long moment of thought, the third Hokage finally issued his orders. First, have Hyuga Tenku lead the reconnaissance unit toward the Land of Water. Second, notify our forces stationed in the Land of Rivers and have a portion of them investigate in the direction of the Land of Earth. As for the Land of Lightning, he left it unspoken. If Danzo truly intended to act, then Root could handle that front. If Danzo managed to bring Kushina back, the third Hokage would accept the result, no matter the cost. ________. Want to support or read ahead? I got to. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/zphyear. Send Power Stones too, thanks. Chapter 256, Tracking Kurama. 1,125 words. A massive black ninja hound sprinted through the endless forest, Hayashi riding astride its back with a map in hand, carefully confirming their position. The forest around them felt deep and boundless. To the left lay the border of the Land of Grass, while to the right, the darkness marked the direction of Konohagakure. In truth, even before the third Hokage officially issued his orders, Hayashi had already taken the initiative and requested permission to carry out the rescue mission. He did not yet know who had abducted Kushina, but based on the snakes he had deployed around the outer forest of Konoha, the enemy's movement was unmistakable. Their direction pointed toward the Land of Grass. Compared to Konohagakure, Sunagakure was much closer to the Land of Grass. That alone was reason enough for him to approach Tsunade and volunteer for the task. However, there was a glaring problem. He could not possibly cover the entire border between the Land of Fire and Konoha with surveillance snakes. His information network only extended to the perimeter of the village itself. At the moment, he had nothing more than a general direction. The area ahead was vast, far too large to sweep thoroughly without deploying a full reconnaissance unit. Yet the war against Sunagakure was raging at full intensity. Where would he find the spare manpower for a large-scale pursuit? Da-da-da. The black hound's paws struck the ground rhythmically, the sound echoing through the empty mountain paths. The temperature seemed to drop slightly as moisture thickened the air, the scent of greenery becoming more pronounced. Rain? Hayashi frowned and glanced up at the thin clouds slowly creeping across the crescent moon. Rain would severely weaken Dabai's tracking ability. Stop. The ninja hound skidded to a halt, dirt scattering as Hayashi leapt down from its back. You can go back. I'll handle the rest on my own. The hound hesitated briefly, then dissolved into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. He had borrowed the ninja dog from Sakumo purely for transportation. Sustained high-speed movement consumed too much chakra, so it was better to let the hound deliver him close to the area before withdrawing. More importantly, what came next could not be witnessed. SSSSSS. With the hound gone, Dabai poked its head out from Hayashi's sleeve and spat out a sticky scroll. Hurry up and take it. The snake coiled loosely around Hayashi's neck, its golden vertical pupils glinting faintly. What, disgusted by my saliva? Dabai hissed. And no, Hayashi replied stiffly, forcing a polite smile. At that moment, he finally understood why Orochimaru never bothered wiping his hands. Sometimes, there simply was no choice. Release. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Shikaku's arrogant voice echoed as chakra surged from the scroll. Hey, brat, what did you smear on me? It's sticky everywhere. Haha, nothing important, Hayashi replied calmly. The air here is humid. Don't worry about it. With Hayashi's chakra reserves currently limited, Shikaku manifested at only a small size, roughly no larger than a child's plush toy. Still smug, still loud, but undeniably less imposing. So this is Konoha? Looks even more desolate than Sunagakure. This isn't Konoha, Hayashi corrected. It's just a forest in the land of fire. I need your help finding someone. Help you? Shikaku scoffed. That's not part of my contract. You wanted to see the 9 tails, didn't you? Hayashi replied evenly. That's who I want you to locate. Shikaku froze, eyes widening. What? Did that mangy fox break free too? No. It's still sealed inside its Jinchuriki. I'm keeping my promise to take you to it. Shikaku stared at him for a moment, disbelief written all over his face. In the end, curiosity won out. Tailed beasts can sense each other, he muttered. Fine. I'll look. He plunged one purple-marked arm into the earth, chakra spreading outward. The signal's weak, Shikaku said after a moment. About 30 kilometers east. For locating tailed beasts, Shikaku was more reliable than any reconnaissance unit. Thanks. Hayashi grabbed the raccoon by the scruff and slung him over his shoulder before sprinting eastward. Hold on, Shikaku complained, bouncing slightly. Once we cross into the land of grass, Konoha ninja won't be able to pursue them anymore. Stay alert, a middle-aged ninja said quietly as he led his squad forward. Once we reach the land of grass, we're in safer territory. After hours of high-speed movement, fatigue had dulled everyone's vigilance, but now was not the time to relax. Captain, one of the younger ninja asked, unable to hold back. Why aren't we heading straight to the land of lightning? Why detour through the land of grass? The captain's expression remained calm. The man who helped us infiltrate Konoha agreed to assist, but his real intentions are unknown. If he turns on us en route to the land of lightning, we be walking into a trap. He continued coldly. Our village has forces stationed near the land of grass. Once we reach them, we'll be safe. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth. The other 3 ninja sensed it at the same time. Their hands moved instinctively, kunai sliding into their palms. Looks like we need to deal with a few mice before we leave, the captain said, a cold smile forming as killing intent spilled outward. Lightning chakra surged into his shuriken as he spun and hurled it forward, hand seals flashing rapidly. Lightning release, shuriken shadow clone technique. Explosive lightning chakra multiplied the shuriken mid-flight, turning the forest ahead into a storm of crackling blades. No tree could withstand such an assault. Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Hayashi leapt down from above, narrowly avoiding the barrage. Just one kid, one of the younger ninja sneered. Has he lost his mind, trying to stop us alone? Hayashi sighed quietly. It seemed his reputation had yet to spread beyond the land of wind. Any Sunagakure ninja would know better than to underestimate him. Speed, power, precise tactics, overwhelming offense, and above all, enemies who underestimated him. Those who had faced Konoha's lightning flash understood that lesson well. Since his opponents were so confident, Hayashi decided to open with his strongest illusion. The Sharingan was most lethal in one-on-one combat, but against multiple opponents, he needed a wide-area technique. Genjutsu, Falling Sakura. Soft pink petals drifted through the air, beautiful and deadly, enveloping all 4 enemies at once. They were Jonin. Even so, breaking free from Hayashi's genjutsu would take several seconds. To ordinary people, a few seconds meant nothing. To a shinobi, it was the distance between life and death. More than enough time to end the battle. ______. Power stones please? Chapter 257, Closing the Net. 1,281 words. As Hayashi's strength continued to grow, his genjutsu became increasingly refined and oppressive. Before the enemies could properly react, all four of them had already fallen under his control in an instant. That was how it should have ended. In less than a second, Hayashi had already closed the distance, charging straight toward the Cloud Ninja who carried Kushina on his back. Crack! One of the cherry blossom petals drifting through the air suddenly shattered like fragile glass. Hayashi's expression shifted. Recalling how he had been detected before he even revealed himself earlier, realization struck him immediately. The enemy had a sensory-type ninja. Such shinobi could fight while deliberately cutting off their vision, preventing visual-based genjutsu from fully taking effect. Sure enough, in the very next moment, without opening his eyes, the Cloud Ninja hurled 3 kunai with precision, all aimed straight for Hayashi's chest. Hayashi ducked cleanly beneath them. At the same time, the opponent completed his hand seals at astonishing speed. A violently erupting ring of lightning burst outward, forcing Hayashi back. "Be careful," the man shouted. "This kid is no ordinary ninja." Using the brief opening he created, he also helped his subordinates break free from the genjutsu. Suddenly, another Cloud Ninja appeared behind Hayashi. "Die!" the man roared, gripping a kunai with both hands and thrusting forward with killing intent. Before the blade could reach him, a sharp blue bolt of lightning pierced straight through the attacker's chest. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Hayashi impaled the ninja behind him, then pressed the lightning downward and flung the lifeless body away with a sharp motion. "You're not from some minor village, are you?" Hayashi mocked calmly. "You're falling a little too easily." When it came to verbal sparring, he had never feared anyone. Lightning release, false darkness. A bolt of lightning shot toward him. Hayashi's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing directly in front of the ninja who had just unleashed the technique. Earth release, exploding fist. The Cloud Ninja to the side rapidly formed hand seals. Massive chunks of rock enveloped his arm like a giant gauntlet as he threw a powerful punch. Hayashi leapt upward just in time. The ground below exploded outward in all directions with a deafening boom, sending debris flying. Before the man could follow up, Hayashi, still airborne, snapped his wrist. Several black snakes shot forward, coiling tightly around the ninja's neck. Their fangs sank in effortlessly, injecting neurotoxin directly into his bloodstream. The use of poison was something Hayashi had learned during his encounters with sand shinobi. The battlefield was brutal, but it was also an excellent teacher, especially when it came to efficient killing. In only a few seconds, 2 Cloud Ninja had already fallen. The pressure on the remaining 2 instantly doubled. "How terrifying," one of them muttered, swallowing hard as he stared at the boy calmly taking lives. "What do we do, Captain?" "Fall back," the middle-aged ninja ordered grimly. "Create distance and suppress him with ninjutsu." As he spoke, he hurled shuriken and kunai in quick succession. Several kunai tied with explosive tags were driven into the ground, detonating one after another to restrict Hayashi's movement. Explosions echoed through the forest. When the smoke cleared, a large crater surrounded Hayashi, yet he remained standing exactly where he was. A thin layer of water slowly dispersed in front of him as he lowered his hands. "It's been a while since I used water release," Hayashi remarked lightly. "At least my control hasn't completely dulled." At the moment the explosive tags detonated, he had used the water screen technique to form a defensive barrier, blocking the shockwaves entirely. However, when he looked up again, only one enemy remained. The middle-aged captain, carrying Kushina, was already gone. "So you were abandoned," Hayashi said softly, brushing dust from his cloak as he turned toward the last Cloud Ninja. "That must hurt." "I was prepared to sacrifice myself for the village," the man shouted. "Is that so?" Hayashi shook his head. "Then your sacrifice will be meaningless. Don't worry though, I'll send your captain down to keep you company soon. Don't underestimate me." The ninja rapidly formed hand seals. Thick earthen spears erupted from the ground, each as thick as an arm, hovering menacingly in front of him. "Go!" 5 earth spears shot forward simultaneously. Judging from their power, Hayashi knew his water release defense would not withstand their penetrating force. Instead, he clenched his right fist and slammed it into the ground. A massive boulder flipped upward. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he sent it spinning forward. Boom! A violent crash echoed as dust and debris filled the space between them. In the next instant, Hayashi vanished, slipping into the shadows cast by the surrounding trees. A dozen seconds later, he emerged calmly from the forest, one hand hanging loosely at his side. In that hand was a sealing scroll, inside it the severed head of the enemy. So it really was the Cloud Village. Elsewhere in the forest, the Cloud Ninja carrying Kushina leapt desperately from branch to branch. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and carrying an extra burden made matters worse. There was no way he could endure another full battle. His only option was to hide and wait for a chance to escape the Land of Fire. If that failed... He glanced at Kushina on his back, a flicker of cold resolve passing through his eyes. Having made up his mind, he stopped forcibly stimulating his body with chakra and began searching for a suitable hiding place. "What are you looking for, uncle?" Hayashi's voice sounded behind him, calm and close, like death itself catching up. The Cloud Ninja froze. "That's impossible," he shouted, spinning around in disbelief. "You're just a kid. How could you be this fast?" "Who told you I was a kid?" Hayashi interrupted lightly. "I'm actually an old monster." He tilted his head slightly. "Seeing you reminds me of the first Cloud Ninja I ever fought, the first Raikage." The Cloud Ninja's expression stiffened. Why did that line sound so familiar? Far away, in the land of hot water, Kakuzu suddenly sneezed while soaking in a hot spring. "TCH," he muttered irritably. "I hate catching colds. Medical bills cost money." Back in the forest, the Cloud Ninja felt a crushing sense of helplessness. He could not win in battle, nor in words. Clinging to unrealistic hope, he reached for another set of explosive tags. "Oh." Hayashi chuckled. "That trick again?" He snapped his fingers. "Who allowed you to run?" The Cloud Ninja's eyes widened in horror as his chakra suddenly spiraled out of control. His flow became chaotic, completely unresponsive. With unstable chakra, he lost his footing and fell straight from the tree. "Don't come any closer." Panicking, the Cloud Ninja pulled out a kunai and pressed it against Kushina's neck. "A hostage?" Hayashi said with amusement. "Take another look at what you're holding." The man glanced down and screamed. In his hands was not a child, but a pale white snake, its cold eyes locked onto him. "Hayashi, what's wrong with him?" Kushina's voice sounded nearby. Hayashi crouched in front of the unconscious Cloud Ninja and replied casually, "Just a genjutsu. He's probably having some pleasant dreams." He stood up and looked toward Kushina, who was bound and slowly wriggling toward him from a short distance away. The sight was so ridiculous that Hayashi could not help but laugh. __________. Want to support or read ahead? I got to. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/zphyear. Send Power Stones too, thanks. Chapter 258, Danzo's Plan. 1,209 words. Compared to the Land of Rivers, the Land of Fire is far more comfortable. Hayashi sat beside the bonfire, scooped up a handful of soil, crushed it between his fingers, brought it to his nose, then let the fine grains slip away. Outside the cave, rain tapped steadily against the ground. In the blurred night scenery, only the emerald green pine trees stood clearly, towering through the mist like untouched mountain peaks. Kushina said nothing. She simply watched Hayashi with a soft smile, subtly shifting her position closer to him. It had been almost a year since she had last seen him. The familiarity was there, but so was a faint sense of shyness. "Are you hurt?" Hayashi asked casually, glancing at her. He had noticed her small movements long ago. No, Kushina shook her head honestly. During the entire kidnapping, she had not been injured at all. She had even slept for a while and was now full of energy. Hayashi nodded, then turned the duck roasting over the fire. Under the high heat, the fat sizzled, releasing a rich, tempting aroma. Hayashi, weren't you supposed to be on the battlefield? How did you end up here? Kushina asked, swallowing unconsciously as her eyes locked onto the food. I told Nono that if anything happened to you, she should notify me immediately, Hayashi replied. That way, I could get here in time. Hee, thank you. Kushina stuck out her tongue, her tone full of relief. I was really worried about what would happen if I got captured. Luckily, you came. Then, not even half a second later, her expression flipped completely, fierce and indignant. Uncle Third Hokage even said he sent people to protect me. He didn't even know I was kidnapped. That big liar. Hayashi did not immediately respond. Every time he saw Kushina, he could clearly sense shinobi hidden nearby, watching over her in secret. It made no sense for the Third Hokage to suddenly remove that protection. More importantly, Danzo was in charge of village security. There was no way he would fail to notice the movements of the Cloud Village. Danzo. Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought about it. Aside from the Third Hokage and Udatain Koharu, he had little personal interaction with his father's former teammates. His understanding of them mostly came from memories of the future, which were unreliable at best. People changed. Take Orochimaru, for example. No one looking at him now would imagine the path he would take later. At present, he was still a proper and composed shinobi. In short, if this really was Danzo's doing, then the roots of that dark organization had rotted far earlier than anyone realized. Hayashi, let me tell you something, Kushina suddenly said excitedly. A 3-color dango shop just opened on Konoha's commercial street. It's really good. Nono and I have gone there a lot. On opening day, I ate 58 skewers and won a permanent 30% discount. We should go together next time. With you gone, the village has been so boring. She kept talking without pause. Hayashi did not interrupt, simply listening. At some point, Kushina realized that he had closed his eyes. She stopped abruptly. Hayashi opened them again and rubbed his face. Why did you stop? You fell asleep, Kushina said, clearly annoyed. Even if I'm asleep, I can still hear you, Hayashi replied calmly. Oh, fine. She huffed. Then you keep sleeping, and I'll keep talking. Do you know your weapon shop is doing really well now? I wanted to take some pocket money from it, but teacher Nishimura refused. He said I only get pocket money if I work. Hayashi laughed softly. There's nothing I can do about that. The shop's already been handed over to teacher Nishimura and Uncle Dai. But there should still be some money in the wallet in my hut. You can take it and use it. Talking with Kushina was always easy for Hayashi. He never needed to think carefully about his words. He could simply speak freely. A while later, the roast duck was finally ready. He tore off a leg and handed it to her. Here. Thank you, Kushina said quietly. She pressed a hand to her stomach, which was already growling, then began eating without restraint. She had not eaten since dusk and was genuinely starving. Hayashi, she asked suddenly, will you take me back to the village tomorrow? There was clear anticipation in her voice. Hayashi shook his head. I can't return to Konoha for now. Oh. Kushina's shoulders drooped slightly in disappointment. But, Hayashi continued, I'll take you directly to the Land of Rivers headquarters. Someone there will escort you safely back to Konoha. That's great. Kushina waved the duck leg happily. Her mood instantly soared. To her, this had not felt like a kidnapping at all, but more like an outing. If given the chance, she might even be willing to experience it again. Hayashi leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, and glanced at her youthful face. He shook his head unconsciously. Time felt unbearably slow. After an entire year, Kushina still had not grown up at all. Far away in Konoha, Kushina was not the only one in a good mood. The third Hokage was as well. Even so, he had no intention of letting the matter end quietly. He was tolerant by nature, but that did not mean his bottom line could be crossed. Kushina and the 9 tails were that bottom line. His gaze swept across the room, and the jonin present straightened instantly. It was already 2 in the morning, yet no one dared to show even a hint of fatigue. Especially Danzo, who had just rushed back through wind and rain. Everyone here knows what happened tonight, the third Hokage said coldly. A shocking kidnapping incident occurred right inside the village. So tell me, his voice rose, what were the guard teams, the barrier squads, the Umbu, and Root doing? The enemy entered the village freely. Can anyone explain this to me? Next time, should it be me, the Hokage, who gets kidnapped? Under the harsh reprimand, Danzo shifted uneasily in his seat, the chair beneath him letting out a faint creak. His original plan had been simple. Lure the third Raikage into sending someone to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Then Root would intercept them, retrieve Kushina, and take full credit. If successful, the third Hokage would bear full responsibility for the incident, while Danzo would emerge as the hero. Years of war had already exhausted the villagers. With a little guidance of public opinion, even if he could not force the third Hokage to step down, he could still cause him immense trouble. That alone would give Danzo a massive advantage in the next Hokage election. But everything depended on one premise. Root had to retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet until now, Danzo had received no report from his subordinates. Looking at Hiruzen's Sarutobi's expression, did that mean Kushina had already been rescued? Or worse, did Hiruzen believe she was beyond saving and was preparing to strike first, forcing all blame onto him? No. This absolutely would not do. Chapter 259, The Price of Responsibility. 1,447 words. Danzo was waiting. He was waiting for the moment to turn everything around. As long as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had not been rescued, he still had a chance. However, the third Hokage raised his hand, signaling Utatane Koharu, seated beside him, to announce the decision. A bad premonition surged in Danzo's chest. In the past, orders of this magnitude were always discussed among the 4 of them together. This time, he had not even been notified in advance. Koharu glanced at Danzo, let out a quiet sigh, then slowly opened the document in her hands. Following the final decision of the third Hokage and the Council of Elders, she read, the following orders are issued. First, the captains of the 3rd and 5th Umbu squads are dismissed and temporarily replaced by their vice-captains. Second, Shimura Danzo is removed from his position as acting captain of the Konoha Military Police Force. Third, Shimura Danzo is removed from his position as leader of Root. The position will be temporarily assumed by Hamura Mitokado. Bang! Danzo slammed his hands onto the table and stood up abruptly, his face dark with fury as he stared at the third Hokage. What? The third Hokage said calmly as he also rose to his feet, his pressure immediately filling the room. You disagree? The safety of Kushina Uzumaki was not my responsibility, Danzo snapped. Why are you pushing all the blame onto me? Then what about the village's internal security? The third Hokage shot back. The enemy infiltrated Konoha and left safely. Shouldn't you, as captain of the military police force, bear full responsibility? I was at the daimyo's residence at the time. Then are all of your subordinates useless? Danzo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I admit I bear responsibility for oversight. But what about you, Hokage-sama? Your responsibility for failing to retrieve Kushina Uzumaki is far greater than mine. The moment those words left his mouth, the heads of the major clans seated below stirred. Scenes like this were not unheard of in Konoha's history. When the third Hokage had first taken office, young and lacking authority, many clan leaders had openly questioned him. However, such confrontations had not occurred in many years. The third Hokage's patience finally seemed to reach its limit. I do bear responsibility, he said quietly. However, Kushina has already been safely recovered by the shinobi I dispatched. You need not concern yourself with that. Danzo's pupils shrank. Recovered? When had this happened? Why had Root received no report at all? Useless trash. They deserved to rot for the rest of their lives. I have also already written to the daimyo, the third Hokage continued, acknowledging my failures and requesting my removal from the position of Hokage. He refused. Seeing the faintly self-mocking expression on the third Hokage's face, Danzo cursed inwardly. Of course he refused. They were in the middle of a war. Removing the Hokage now was impossible. Humph. With no other choice, Danzo sat back down. Just when everyone thought the matter had ended, the third Hokage remained standing. He slowly scanned the room, his voice heavy with restrained emotion. There are 6 Umbu captains. I have dismissed 2. Elder Danzo holds 3 key positions. I have removed him from 2. Look at them. Each one is in their prime. Each one is a pillar of the village. Each one is someone I value deeply. They failed in their duties, and my heart aches for it. The second Hokage entrusted this village to me, yet it has come to this. I am ashamed before Konoha, ashamed before the villagers, ashamed before my subordinates. For a moment, I even wished I could dismiss myself. His gaze then turned sharp. And you, clan heads. You sit here speaking righteously, but are you truly clean? I know very well that some of you are more derelict in your duties than those just punished. I advise you to bring your hidden problems into the open, air them out, and deal with them properly. The conference room fell completely silent. At that moment, the presence of the ninja hero was undeniable. The third Hokage clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the Hokage rock beneath the night sky. When I first became Hokage, I believed the village's greatest enemies were the 4 great nations. After the war, I thought it was the allied shinobi forces. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Hanzo became a threat. After Rain was dealt with, Tsunagakure became a life-and-death enemy. But now, I finally understand. Konoha's greatest danger does not lie outside the village, but within it. It lies in Umbu, in root, and within the clans themselves. If one part rots, the village weakens. If all of you fail, other villages will seize the opportunity and leave us with no place to stand. He paused. Think about it. How many years has it been since the Warring States period? Forgotten. Yet the statue of Uchiha Madara still stands in the Valley of the End, staring at you every single day. The third Hokage glanced at the wall clock. The hands pointed to 3 in the morning. His voice softened, carrying exhaustion. I have not closed my eyes for 20 hours. There is much I want to say, but words must end somewhere. After much thought, there is only one thing I can say to all of you. Take care of yourselves. With that, he waved his hand, dismissing the meeting. For a moment, no one dared to move. Then, almost instinctively, many eyes turned toward Danzo. As if waiting for him to leave first. Damn it. Why did no one look at him like this back when the Hokage position was being decided? Left with no choice, Danzo stiffly rose and walked out. Once the first person departed, the rest followed quickly, using body flicker techniques to leave one after another. Soon, only the third Hokage and the 2 senior advisors remained. Hiruzen, Koharu asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied. "Just a bit stirred up. I've held those words in my heart for many years. It felt necessary to finally say them." Koharu sighed. She had always been the most rational among them, yet even she had to admit that Hiruzen's words were relieving. If the clans had not restrained them back then, perhaps the Uzumaki clan would not have been destroyed, and the chain of tragedies that followed might never have occurred. Kagami might not have died either. After a brief silence, Koharu asked, "Was it truly the Cloud Village?" "Yes," the third Hokage replied. Hayashi used the Sharingan to confirm the enemy's identity before killing them. Detailed information should arrive from the frontline headquarters tomorrow. In that case, Kushina's status likely cannot be concealed any longer. If it cannot be hidden, then so be it, he said calmly. Those who should know already do. Those who should not will not learn of it in the future. Then what about the Cloud Village? Hamura Mitokado asked, adjusting his glasses. Are we declaring war? The third Hokage shook his head. I want to fight as well, but a 2-front war would cripple the village. The third Raikage has already halted his conflict with Inoki and is waiting for us to make the first move. Kushina is safe. For now, we let this matter rest. There will be other opportunities. Hamura nodded, though inwardly he could not help thinking that he had heard such words many times before. Hiruzen, Koharu asked again, what about Kushina? The third Hokage glanced at her, slightly surprised by her concern. Let her remain at the front-line headquarters for now, he answered. Once village affairs stabilize, I will send someone to escort her back. At least she will not be kidnapped there again. That's true, Koharu said, then looked at Hamura. The village's security will temporarily fall to you. Do not allow this to happen again. Hamura gave a bitter smile. Although Hiruzen seemed furious, it would not be long before Danzo returned, and Root would eventually be handed back to him. How much control did he truly have? Still, he wisely said nothing about it. Of the once united four, Danzo might have already walked too far away to return. Had Danzo changed? Or had the world changed? Perhaps neither. It was simply that no feeling could last forever. _______. Milestones. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. _______. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/zphear. Chapter 260, Dreams of Peace. 956 words. Kushina was eventually brought back to Konoha by the ANBU. The battlefield had been relentless, and the command headquarters could spare no ninjas to protect her during the rescue. With her return, the impact of her kidnapping gradually faded, and no one spoke of the hidden cloud village again, as if the incident had never occurred. The third Tsuchikage was undeniably cunning and calculating. Though he was far away in the hidden stone village, he had discerned Hiruzen's Sarutobi's intentions before anyone else. Since Konoha had no plans for immediate action, once the third Raikage realized this, he continued his assaults on the land of Earth. Inoki seized the opportunity to dispatch troops, ostensibly joining Konoha against the hidden cloud forces. This intimidation caused the cloud forces to retreat, abandoning large territories they had previously occupied. By the time the third Raikage responded, the two villages were already engaged in battle again, but the hidden cloud village no longer held the same advantage. The clashes between Konoha and the hidden sand escalated relentlessly. In August, the third Kazekage personally attacked Konoha's supply lines, creating severe food shortages on the front. By September, Chiyo introduced a new poison, inflicting devastating casualties and halting Konoha's advance. Tsunade quickly decoded the toxin, however, and over the following 2 months, the battlefield became a cycle of poisoning and antidote, a test of skill as much as strength. This only enhanced Tsunade's reputation as a medical prodigy. Despite her pride, she remained modest. There's no such thing as genius. I just spend the time others spend eating ramen on antidotes. Of course, the full version included her humor. Ha ha ha, don't call me the #1 female ninja in the ninja world. Humility is important. By the way, have you ever seen the Land of Rivers at 4 in the morning? Though she joked, the truth was that Tsunade spent her meals dismantling Chiyo's poisons, and her medical ninjutsu grew increasingly effective against hidden sand toxins. By the end of Konoha Year 31, the battlefield had changed, ordinary hidden sand ninjas had dwindled, and elite puppeteers were now the backbone of their forces. Konoha adapted. 10 elite jonin formed the core of specialized teams designed to eliminate these puppeteers, while the remaining ninjas were divided between reinforcements and defensive positions. Hayashi took a place among the teams. Despite his youth, he was already familiar with many of his comrades, ninja he had saved on previous missions or who had fought alongside him. Orochimaru's foresight minimized instability within the group. 2 months later, Hayashi returned to Konoha's camp, bloodied and exhausted. On the last leg of their journey, his 20-man team had been ambushed by over 40 hidden sand ninja. After nearly 2 days of fierce combat, 10 of his comrades had fallen, but they had annihilated the enemy. From that point, Hayashi's name resonated across the Konoha forces, rivaling even the legendary White Fang. Medical ninjas quickly treated him and the survivors. 2 days later, most of those who had completed their missions, including Tsunade and Orochimaru, returned. Yet, a week later, Tsukumo Hatake arrived, wounded, declaring, "Mission failed." His words cast a shadow over the operation. Tsukumo's mission had been exceptionally dangerous. Success might have ended the war sooner. Even the White Fang, undefeated until now, had stumbled. Orochimaru patted him on the shoulder. "Don't take it to heart. Everyone has a first time. Send the injured to the medical area." Despite their efforts, a pressing question haunted every Konoha ninja: when would the war end? What was the true path to peace? Swish. Nagato pushed open the door, dressed in his training suit. Only Jiraiya was inside, slouched over a low table, slurping hot ramen. Books lay scattered across the tatami mats. "Teacher." Nagato greeted casually, sitting down. "What's wrong?" Jiraiya asked, drawing noodles into his mouth. "Do you have a moment?" "I was just thinking about writing a book," Jiraiya replied, frowning. "But I can't think of a good story." "Let's eat first, then we can talk." They ate quickly, and Nagato finally asked, "About what you said before, teacher, regarding the hatred in this world." Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. "I've been thinking about it too." "Any ideas?" "Peace. I haven't found the path yet." Nagato looked at him seriously. "But one day, I will break this curse. If peace exists, I will hold it tightly in my hands. More important than methods is the power of belief." Jiraiya fell silent, then nodded slowly. "That's a good thought. It might be true." Suddenly, he brightened. "I've got it." "What is it, teacher?" Nagato asked. "It seems I can write a great book, thanks to you. But the protagonist's name, that's a secret. You'll know when it's written." Jiraiya smiled smugly, drinking the last of his soup. By the end of June, the transplanted wisteria trellis beside the hut bloomed, a month later than usual, as if waiting for something. Bright purple flowers glistened under the rain, droplets falling gently from the petals, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. "Next, I leave it to you." Jiraiya addressed his 3 disciples, standing in the rain. "Don't cry, Yahiko. You'll be seen as weak." From Konoha's year 30 to the present, they had lived together for 2 years. Parting was difficult, even for Jiraiya. "Here, teacher Jiraiya." Konan handed him a bouquet of folded paper flowers. "I will take good care of it. Konan, you will grow into a beauty. When you are older, let's meet again." Jiraiya turned and left, his words carrying weight. "This country is poor, and the future will bring pain. But, you will have to rely on your own strength to change it. You have all grown up." "Right, Nagato." Chapter 261, Reunion. 1007 words. Hayashi didn't know exactly when the Second Shinobi World War would end, but as September arrived, the tension at the base had become almost unbearable. It wasn't only the battle situation, years of war had pushed every ninja's nerves to the brink. From Hayashi's perspective, Tsunagakure was near exhaustion. Their previous major offensive had been sustained only by sacrificing countless lives. Yet Konoha still had ninjas who hadn't been deployed, while the sand forces were rapidly running out of manpower. Surrender seemed the logical choice, but the sand ninjas stubbornly persisted. Did the third Kazekage truly believe there was a chance to turn the tide? It was another Jonin meeting, the 8th that month. When Hayashi entered the large tent, many ninjas were already seated. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar Jonin, he quietly sat down, waiting to hear what Orochimaru would say. Then, Hayashi froze. A familiar figure caught his eye, someone he hadn't seen in years. It was Jiraiya. For a moment, Hayashi felt both dazed and emotional. They hadn't met in 2 years, yet Jiraiya's presence was as commanding as ever. His face, marked with faint war paint, carried a sense of justice, pride in his expression without arrogance. His slightly flushed cheeks radiated warmth, and his eyes sparkled with joy, hinting at countless untold stories. Subtly raised eyebrows concealed the weight of his experience and fame. Truly, he was the legendary Jiraiya. Hayashi couldn't help but think inwardly. Only someone like Jiraiya could shamelessly peek at Tsunade's waves and make it seem almost honorable. His level was entirely different from those who only dared to glance from the corner of their eyes. Indeed, Jiraiya did not betray his title of the perverted sage. Meanwhile, Tsunade's clenched fist hinted she was not in the best mood, ready to explode at any moment. But Jiraiya, unfazed, maintained his unwavering ninja way of never giving up, no matter the circumstance. This was likely why he could train someone like Naruto. Orochimaru, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the tension between his friends, a faint smile lingering on his face. "Everyone, the village has sent reinforcements," Orochimaru began. He cleared his throat. To make up for lost manpower, Jiraiya is leading the team this time. Hearing his name, Jiraiya rose politely and greeted the assembled ninjas. Though everyone knew of his strength, in terms of prestige and battlefield contributions, he still trailed behind Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even Hayashi. Smiles were polite, but inwardly, many wondered. "I've been risking my life on the battlefield, and you've been gone for 2 years. Why show up now?" It was an awkward position, but Jiraiya had no choice. He needed a difficult mission to integrate himself, preferably one that brought him close to death without letting him perish. Hayashi intended to advise him after the meeting, suggesting a direct assault on the 3rd Kazekage or a solo raid on the sand base might be fitting. "Ahem, that's all for the additional matters, let's get down to business," Orochimaru continued, sensing the tense energy and quickly redirecting the discussion. "After the last battle, we lost nearly 50 jonin, excluding the injured not yet tallied. We currently have about 100 usable jonin. Chunin numbers are slightly higher, just over 200. Intelligence from surveillance ninjas outside indicates Sunagakure has roughly the same numbers. Squad allocations remain as before, original jonin squads will continue unless members are missing. The list of squad leaders is here, ninjas without a team can collect a copy later." The remainder of the meeting was spent exchanging critical intelligence. Orochimaru focused on particularly difficult information, discussing strategy in detail. After half a day, the Jonin meeting concluded. As Hayashi left the tent toward the resting area, a voice called from behind. "Hey kid, wait up." Turning, Hayashi saw Jiraiya approaching, limping slightly, his face bearing a palm-shaped mark, looking surprisingly battered. How had he been beaten in just a few minutes? Hayashi wondered. "Long time no see," Jiraiya greeted casually, his long white hair swaying in the wind, a calm smile on his face. "Uncle, long time no see," Hayashi replied. Jiraiya circled him twice, then made a soft tsk of admiration. "Only 2 years since we last met, and you're already a jonin. Even in the land of rain, I heard about your progress. How terrifying is your talent?" Thanks to Nagato, Hayashi had already mastered 5 chakra natures in just 2 years, living up to the title of the legendary child of prophecy. "Uncle, are you going to see Minato?" Hayashi asked. "Yes, my beloved disciple," Jiraiya nodded. "Though we've communicated, we haven't met in 2 years. Thank you for taking care of him." "Haha, don't mention it. Minato and I are good friends," Hayashi said. "Oh, by the way, uncle, were you just beaten by Lady Tsunade?" he asked innocently. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, trying to salvage his dignity. "That Orochimaru actually taught you to be such a ninja lacking common sense. Do you think Tsunade could beat me? If not for her charm, I would have beaten her ages ago." His bravado masked his frustration. Nawaki's letter had made clear Tsunade's complete devotion, leaving Jiraiya stunned to reality. Walking toward the training grounds, they talked. Minato would typically be training there, a shining example of how talent coupled with hard work leads to success, a trait Hayashi deeply admired. "Oh, right," Hayashi said suddenly. "Uncle, I heard from Sakumo that you're writing a new novel." "Yes," Jiraiya said smugly. "The tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi." It will definitely change the ninja world. Hayashi nodded eagerly. How much have you written? Is it nearly finished? Jiraiya's face reddened as he held up 4 fingers. 40,000 characters? Hayashi asked, incredulous. Jiraiya shook his head. No, for characters, he said with a sly grin. Underscore. Milestones. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Underscore. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 262, Marching Towards the Battlefield. 707 words. After a night's rest, Hayashi packed his mission gear early in the morning and headed toward the base gate. Morning, old man, he called, seeing Jiraiya emerge from Minato's tent. It wasn't unusual for Jiraiya to stay overnight with his beloved disciple, especially after 2 years apart. Otherwise, what could 2 grown men be doing? Morning, brat, Jiraiya yawned, looking listless as though he hadn't slept well. Hayashi hesitated. You didn't do anything weird last night, did you? Jiraiya pouted. I was just adjusting to the time difference. Hayashi was speechless. It was only a 4 or 5 hour journey from here to the Land of Rain. Adjusting to the time difference, my foot. Clearly, Jiraiya was just too used to comfort. Ah, the Land of Rain is still comfortable, Jiraiya added, glancing disdainfully at the chaotic base. The aroma of breakfast drifted faintly through the air. Hayashi looked at Jiraiya with admiration. Few people could enter such a serene, almost dreamlike state while walking and talking. But wake up, Jiraiya-san. Hayashi worried silently. Could this mission really go smoothly? By the time they reached the main gate, Tsukumo Hatake was already waiting, his short sword strapped to his back. Though both men had white hair, Tsukumo's tied-up ponytail gave him a striking, composed appearance. Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a man who could stand toe-to-toe with him. Morning, Tsukumo-senpai, Hayashi greeted. Tsukumo nodded and patted his shoulder. This time, I'm counting on you. With our lineup, we could probably attack Sunagakure ourselves. No need for me, Hayashi joked, though he wasn't exaggerating. Orochimaru, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and Hayashi. With these 4 at the forefront, was there any mission they couldn't accomplish? All except Jiraiya had already achieved great feats in the Land of Rivers, earning unique titles and commanding respect. As long as they worked together, they were virtually unstoppable. Hayashi could only imagine the mission's true challenge would be facing the 3rd Kazekage. While the Kazekage was powerful, against this team, he was just a paper tiger. Magnetic release or not, if Hayashi faced him one-on-one, Orochimaru would have to kneel, pleading for his life. In the next few minutes, more leaf ninjas arrived, totaling nearly 200. I believe everyone understands the mission's key points, Orochimaru said, clearing his throat. I won't belabor the details here. This battle will determine the war's outcome. Afterward, the 3rd Hokage-sama will not neglect those who fought for Konoha. Since preparations are complete, let's depart. Orochimaru led the way out of the camp gate, followed by Tsukumo, Jiraiya, Hayashi, and the teams of elite jonin. The 200-strong contingent marched toward the main battlefield with measured purpose. If we encounter combat, follow the strategy we've trained for, Orochimaru advised Hayashi as they moved. Hayashi's genjutsu skills were unmatched in boosting team combat power. Enemies below elite jonin had no defense against his unpredictable illusions. Even those near Kage level could be disrupted for a few critical seconds, enough for speed-type ninjas to eliminate them. Tsukumo's expression showed quiet agreement. Only Jiraiya had never fought alongside Hayashi, relying on information from Orochimaru and Minato's accounts. Hayashi welcomed the support role. It was neither mentally nor physically demanding. Crossing the desert swiftly, they caught the sand ninjas off guard. The leaf forces had not stayed to recuperate, advancing boldly instead. By the time Sand Intelligence learned of their movement, the leaf contingent had already covered 2/3 of the distance. If they reached the core battlefield before sand reinforcements could arrive, the terrain would favor Leaf. Even a hesitant retreat might allow them to push directly into the sand base. Area of effect ninjutsu alone could secure victory. The sand ninjas quickly attempted to organize a defense, but their numbers were insufficient to withstand the Leaf forces. Upon receiving the news, the third Kazekage personally rushed to the battlefield. His presence could stabilize the front lines temporarily, buying time for reinforcements. In this war, one that could decide Tsunagekyu's fate, he dared to dream of turning the tide. It wasn't arrogance, there were simply no Leaf powerhouses of his level he could identify. And he was unaware of Jiraiya's presence, or perhaps, even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Who is Jiraiya? Chapter 263, Clash with the Kazekage. 844 words. As the sun rose, the sky glowed a translucent orange-red, like thin glass. A gentle breeze stirred, and dew rolled down the rocks like tiny beads. Orochimaru led the way at the front, signaling the unit behind him not to slow down. At the same time, he increased his pace, pushing the soil beneath him with precision. They were nearing the core battlefield. Speed was crucial. The faster they moved, the more momentum and surprise they would carry. In just a few minutes, Hayashi caught sight of the main battlefield. The ground, soaked in years of combat, had turned a dark, blood-red hue. Not far away, Konoha and sand ninjas clashed in brutal skirmishes. Protected in the middle of the formation, Hayashi immediately deployed genjutsu without a word, even before Orochimaru could signal. A sharp, snapping sound rang out like a zither string infused with chakra. The sand ninjas froze mid-motion, their bodies stiffening under Hayashi's illusions. Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake surged forward simultaneously, striking swiftly and decisively, leaving no chance for counterattack or escape. The Konoha captain leading the front wiped blood from his face and looked ready to thank them, but Orochimaru waved him off. No time for formalities. Are there any seriously injured? One squad has 2 casualties, but I'm unsure about the others, the captain replied. Send them back to the camp for treatment. We will handle the core battlefield. Most of the combatants had been fighting through the night or scouting for extended periods. Having exhausted ninjas follow them would have been unwise. In the next minutes, several enemy squads fell under Hayashi's genjutsu. With the illusions coordinating the battlefield, defeating them was as simple as slicing through fruit. Even Jiraiya, normally confident, stood dumbfounded. So this is genjutsu in action? He thought, astonished. He had always assumed genjutsu required hand signs, like any other jutsu. Yet Hayashi's illusions were executed without a single hand movement. Through fingers, sound, or subtle sensory cues, he could manipulate perception with near-perfect precision. Though slightly weaker than full-strength Sharingan illusions, they were far harder to resist because no one could predict when or how the attack would strike. In Jiraiya's eyes, this bordered on a bloodline limit. Even the legendary perverted sage felt disheartened. His own grand plans of returning alone to save Konoha and end the great ninja war seemed quaint compared to what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's team continued forward. Only Hayashi had spent notable chakra, the others had barely broken a sweat. The Konoha ninjas, expecting to lend backup, realized they had overestimated the challenge. The battlefield had become a one-sided slaughter. Even the lowest-level sand ninja fell into stupor under the genjutsu, giving Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Jiraiya the opportunity to strike with lethal precision. Strong chakra ahead, a reconnaissance ninja warned. Orochimaru signaled the group to pause. What is it? Jiraiya asked. The main event is here, Orochimaru replied, his expression turning serious. Through his Sharingan, Hayashi could make out a lone figure approaching, a blue cloak and the unmistakable Kazekage hat. The teams behind should bypass this area from the flank, Orochimaru ordered. His plan was clear, Hayashi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsukumo would hold the Kazekage, while the other units dealt with the remaining sand troops. As they advanced, a voice carried on the wind, should I perhaps praise your courage? The third Kazekage stood suspended in mid-air, hands clasped, robes billowing unnaturally as a thin layer of iron sand supported him. Is there no one left in the sand-hidden village? Must you resolve every battle yourself? Orochimaru chuckled. Of course, I can't compare to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He stays holed up in the village. Safe, perhaps, but such a shame. My disciples will die here today. Hayashi couldn't help but admire the Kazekage's presence. Even without battle, his aura commanded respect. 4 against 1. The odds are just right, the Kazekage added. I won't call you cowards. I am the third Kazekage. With a single, fluid motion, he completed a series of hand signs. Magnet release, sandstorm torrent. A tremor surged through the earth. Iron sand hidden beneath the desert floor shot upward like a living wave, targeting the Konoha ninjas farther ahead rather than Orochimaru's immediate group. The torrent stretched over a kilometer without diminishing in power. The Kazekage's mocking smile seemed to invite attack. Orochimaru, though tempted, knew the priority was protecting the bypassing units. He bit his finger and formed a summoning seal. The ground trembled as he slammed his hand down. Summoning technique, Rashomon. The metallic sound of chains and bells rang out as a massive blue gate erupted from the earth. The oncoming sand torrent crashed against it, iron against iron. The third Kazekage shook his head in disdain. A single Rashomon? He remembered their previous encounter. That gate had blocked him because he hadn't unleashed his full power. This time, the barrier barely held as the torrent surged relentlessly, a testament to Orochimaru's calculated preparation. _______. Become a patron right now to get access to exclusive chapters in advance. Patreon.com/ZPHyear. Chapter 264, Swallowing the Kazekage. 608 words. The rumored Rashomon, said to separate life and death, held for only 3 seconds before being overwhelmed by the relentless torrent of iron sand. Yet Orochimaru remained calm. If the barrier failed, they had teammates ready to cover. As expected, Jiraiya leaped forward, planting both hands on the ground. Toad mouth binding technique. With a surge of chakra, a red, sack-like wall erupted from underground, writhing like a living creature. The iron sand collided with it and was swallowed, absorbed as effortlessly as a clay ox sinking into the sea. Jiraiya grinned smugly. The stomach and intestines of the toads from Mount Myaboku were renowned for their defensive and trapping capabilities. They could handle even a torrent of iron sand. Could it burst? Not a chance. While smaller than the mighty slug sage, the toad's digestive system was impressively vast. Ordinary intestines might measure 6 or 7 meters, these were far larger. Jiraiya's confidence was absolute. In his view, no ninja alive could hope to destroy the toad wall. Good defense, Orochimaru praised, stepping back. Even he could manage to block the Kazekage's iron sand if necessary. But there was no need. Rashomon and the toad wall worked together in tandem. The heavier the barrier, the more chakra consumed, but as a team, they could rotate pressure without exhausting any one member. Jiraiya nodded at the praise, pride evident in his smile. Opportunities to show off were rare, why waste one? As long as you give me enough chakra, he boasted, I could even swallow Shikaku. Orochimaru blinked. Among them, everyone except Jiraiya had fought tailed beasts, some multiple times, including Hayashi. And yet Jiraiya spoke of them as casually as if they were ordinary animals. Orochimaru concluded that Jiraiya must have lost his mind during his time in the Rain Village, either he had grown remarkably powerful or recklessly foolish. Once the iron sand was absorbed, Jiraiya dispersed the toad wall. The third Kazekage floated above, untouchable for now. Fire release, Hozenka Tsumobini. Hayashi, though an Uchiha, rarely relied on fire release. Still, he was proficient, and now he launched multiple fire-imbued shuriken, each with head-sized flames attached, scattering across the air toward the Kazekage. Being airborne limited the Kazekage's mobility, and adding shuriken to fire made the attack's trajectory unpredictable. He waved a hand, and another layer of iron sand rose, shielding him with dense, flowing barriers. The flames collided with the sand with a tearing sound, the heat forcing some of the iron to fall. Sakumo drew his white light chakra saber, swinging 3 times into the air. Electricity arced along the blades, extending them 5 to 6 meters instantly. Clang! The chakra blades met iron sand with a piercing, metallic screech. A skilled swordsman, the third Kazekage remarked, descending to the ground. Airborne granted safety but limited his taijutsu and speed. He realized that repeated iron sand attacks alone would not overcome this coordinated team. After all, magnet release could not compare to the Tsuchikage's dust release, a Kekii Toda capable of annihilating anything. Though both were elemental releases, dust release was far superior. As the Kazekage landed, Orochimaru and Sakumo charged without hesitation, while Hayashi fell into the support role they had planned. With Hayashi's genjutsu ready, Orochimaru and Sakumo could breach even the Kazekage's thick iron sand defenses. Jiraiya remained at range, prepared to harass and rotate with the front line as needed. The 4 of them moved in perfect coordination, each prepared for a rotating battle rhythm. By now, Tsunade and Shikaku should have already deployed the full Konoha force. As long as the Kazekage could be contained, victory in this war would be within reach. Chapter 265, Pinning the Kazekage. 679 words. Watching his attacks barely make a dent, Orochimaru fought while pondering his next move. What could he do? The worst battles weren't when you couldn't land a blow, they were when your opponent refused to take any damage at all. It was like poking a vat with a toothpick, or a worm exploring the ocean, frantic effort yielding nothing. A strange thought flickered across Orochimaru's mind. Why did he suddenly think of Jiraiya? Deja vu, perhaps. No matter, the third Kazekage seized the moment, hurling a spear straight at him. Bang, 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 bang. For shuriken flew in perfect arcs, striking the spear's tail and altering its trajectory. Still, the spear's speed was overwhelming. Though deflected, it left a deep gash across Orochimaru's cheek, blood flowing instantly. The Kazekage shook his head in regret. The blow hadn't crippled Orochimaru as intended. He had hoped to force a defensive reaction and expose an opening, yet Hayashi had already predicted it with his Sharingan. Such refined shuriken jutsu, truly a testament to the Uchiha clan. The Kazekage's thoughts darkened. Of the 4, the one he most feared was Hayashi. To fight at this age was terrifying, imagining his potential was unsettling. Yet Hayashi refused to advance, sticking to the backline like a cautious strategist. An assist? Inconceivable. Whoever heard of a support ninja merely observing while others took the brunt? Still, the Kazekage maintained his composure. In a battle like this, the youth's loss of control could already determine half the outcome. Orochimaru's pride was stung, though he was uninjured. At 22, seasoned in combat, he hated being caught off guard. Hey Orochimaru, you going to sit there or join in? Swap me in if you're tired, I've been waiting. Jiraiya's voice carried lazily, as if teasing a girl instead of the Kazekage. Orochimaru blinked, his tension melting. He smiled, straightening his posture. No problem, leave it to me. Hayashi muttered under his breath, even sedatives aren't this effective. Jiraiya is Orochimaru's personal catalyst. Nearby, Sakumo gritted his teeth. Fresh wounds streaked his body, blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm bleeding and you two are flirting? Free men like Sakumo rarely cursed, but frustration loosened his tongue. The iron sand shield continued to chip away at him. Every strike drained strength, yet this shield responded instinctively, like an extension of the Kazekage's body. After several exchanges, fresh cuts marred Sakumo's body. He made a calculated choice, trade injury for opportunity. He deliberately exposed an opening, letting the Kazekage's iron weapon pierce his arm, then trapped him. Recognizing the cue, Hayashi sprang into action. A chakra-infused kunai hissed through the air, followed immediately by a Chidori sharp spear that drilled deep into the Kazekage's arm. Hayashi aimed not to kill, but to immobilize. Iron sand swarmed around the Kazekage, guarding vital points while leaving just enough of his arm exposed to strike. The kunai punched through the sand before losing momentum, then the Chidori slipped perfectly through the tiny gap. Without waiting for results, Hayashi dispersed his lightning release and retreated alongside Tsukumo. Iron spears rained down, blasting the surrounding desert as if freshly tilled. "Fall back slightly," Orochimaru commanded, surging forward with Jiraiya. His gaze was sharper now, calculating and cold. His hands formed the summoning seal, and a colossal python burst forth from his sleeve. Its jaws gaped toward the Kazekage, inside glinting a pure white longsword. Iron spears bombarded the serpent, but its massive form ignored the blows, rising high and opening wide toward the Kazekage. From its mouth erupted countless Kusanagi shadow clones, moving with speed rivaling the Kazekage's iron shuriken storm. Each attack was bright and devastating, capable of blinding in daylight. The Kazekage attempted a body flicker, only to find his ankles bound by threads of white hair. Steel-strong strands dug into his skin, the sudden pain blurring his senses. In the next heartbeat, the Kusanagi swordstorm descended, raining down like meteors, replicating the ferocity he had once unleashed on the Konoha ninjas. _________. Unlock exclusive early access. Become a patron today and enjoy chapters before anyone else. Support the story and join the journey. Patreon.com/ZPH here. Chapter 266, Breaking the Iron Sand. 821 words. Under Orochimaru's all-encompassing sword technique, the group finally managed to pressure the third Kazekage. "Did we get him?" Jiraiya, who had contributed a crucial control technique, asked casually. Hayashi clenched his fists. Didn't Jiraiya know that such words often implied the fight wasn't over? Even he had thought the same just moments ago. But even a fool would know it wasn't over yet. The third Kazekage, famed as one of the strongest, didn't rise to power by receiving compliments. Protected by the iron sand shield, even a precise Kusanagi sword strike could only do limited damage. Furthermore, the shield itself could attack, while the numerous Kusanagi swords were mere shadow clones. The spectacle was grand, but its real damage was restrained. As the smoke cleared, a solid black iron sand sphere remained in the center of the crater. Gradually, it merged back into the surrounding flood, revealing the third Kazekage, injured but far from defeated. He wiped the blood from his hand, his expression fierce. For a Kage to be suppressed by 4 juniors was humiliating. Facing the third Hokage in the future would be unbearable. "You will all die." With a roar, the iron sand shield shattered, and countless sharp fragments erupted, separating Orochimaru and Tsukumo. Completing a rapid series of hand seals, the Kazekage launched one iron sand spear after another from the black flood on the ground. Vibrating at high speed, each measured over 3 meters. Iron sand gathering assault. Orochimaru pulled the Kusanagi sword from the python's mouth, bracing against the attack. Ordinary weapons would not endure. The vibrating iron sand clashed against the tip, producing sparks and grinding sounds. The legendary sword, however, held firm, inching forward slowly but steadily. Tsukumo's white light chakra saber radiated brilliantly, slicing the iron sand spears with precision. The third Kazekage knew these efforts were insufficient but succeeded in isolating the pair for a moment. He couldn't defeat both, but perhaps he could handle one. He advanced toward Orochimaru, launching ninjutsu with reckless abandon. A well-aimed side kick struck Orochimaru's ribs, sending him flying. Cough, cough. Orochimaru spat blood, relieved that his body modifications prevented serious injury. A heavy thud came from the ground. Jiraiya had summoned Mount Myaboku's toad, Gamabunta. In the chaos of battle, such summons might seem extravagant, but Jiraiya had a plan. "Hayashi, can you put the third Kazekage under genjutsu? I have a way to destroy the iron sand." Hayashi, surprised, quickly assessed the situation. The third Kazekage's movements were relentless. Continuing without a strategy would be futile. "Let's risk it," Hayashi said through gritted teeth. He immediately formed a shadow clone. The clone grabbed the main body's arm, flinging him into the air. At the apex of his ascent, Hayashi flipped backward 1.5 times, spinning 360 degrees, releasing 8 kunai toward the ground. The iron sand intercepted the kunai. The third Kazekage kicked Sakumo aside, turning just in time to see Hayashi descending. Their eyes met. The genjutsu struck instantly, demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. 4 iron sand spears flew in, sealing the Kazekage's space midair. Chidori stream. The third Kazekage countered, but Hayashi's genjutsu finally took hold. After a long battle, this success was crucial. It can only last a few seconds, Hayashi warned Jiraiya. The Sharingan-specific genjutsu tracked the Kazekage's limbs as if driven by wedges, powerful yet fleeting. It couldn't compare to Itachi's Mangekyo-level techniques. A few seconds wasn't enough to kill the third Kazekage. The iron sand shield continued to operate autonomously, forming a massive defense. Even Sakumo's most powerful techniques might struggle to breach it. "You two get out of here," Jiraiya shouted, forming hand seals. Sakumo immediately used body flicker technique to retreat. Hayashi, falling through the air, formed a wind release seal to distance himself. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Flames fused with Gamabunta's oil and Jiraiya's fire chakra, roaring toward the Kazekage. Simultaneously, the shadow clone activated, wind release, great breakthrough. This mixed ninjutsu was equivalent to several jonin working together. Under the wind's enhancement, the flames approached S-rank magnitude. Hayashi, a natural Uchiha fire user, had never seen fire release of this scale. The third Kazekage awoke mid-flame, unable to dodge. Magnet release, iron sand defense. Iron sand rushed to protect him, forming an airtight triangular barrier. The fire raged, but even water would struggle to penetrate this compact shield. For nearly 2 minutes, the flames burned the iron sand, melting the defense gradually. Finally, the near S-rank ninjutsu ended. But the battle wasn't over. Gamabunta expelled 4 massive water release attacks, dousing the iron sand heated by the flames. Steam and cracking sounds filled the air, the iron sand was fracturing. If the shield failed, the third Kazekage's strength as a Kage would be severely compromised. Jiraiya's plan had worked, using 2 extreme elemental techniques to weaken the iron sand. Hayashi could only admire his foresight. Truly a genius, he muttered silently. Chapter 267, Victory over the Iron Sand. 740 words. As the steam from the scorched battlefield dissipated, the third Kazekage emerged from the thick haze. He had no time to dodge, only able to defend hastily. Though not directly struck by fire or water release, the searing steam had already caused severe burns. His sharp, chiseled face was marred, and even his exposed arms bore painful scorch marks. It was reminiscent of Pakura's vapor demonic murder, yet the irony was clear. The most damage had not come from the fierce strikes of Sakumo or Orochimaru's lethal attacks, but from Jiraiya, observing from the sidelines, manipulating the battlefield with his combined ninjutsu. The Kazekage's face twisted with rage. "I'll kill you all." Magnet release, iron sand world technique. With immense chakra, the third Kazekage summoned the iron sand, violently gathering it from the surrounding ground and launching some skyward. His ultimate move displayed overwhelming power and momentum, a devastating finisher saved for the right moment. Why hadn't he used it earlier? No one begins a battle with their ultimate, just like no one plays their trump card at the start of a card game. The move consumed vast amounts of chakra, and he had underestimated these 4 opponents initially. He had hoped for a quick quadra kill, planning to return and crush the rest later. But reality was harsher than ideals. His teammates were still standing, and his health was already low. Reluctantly, he unleashed his trump card. Yet his opponents didn't wait. Sakumo, wielding white light chakra saber, and Orochimaru attacked immediately. Hayashi, observing from the side, snapped his fingers and sent a genjutsu toward the Kazekage. Normally, it would have been ineffective, but Jiraiya's fire release had broken the iron sand layer over his ears, allowing the genjutsu to reach him. 1 second, Hayashi reminded Jiraiya, drawing kunai in each hand. This genjutsu wasn't Sharingan-based, so its duration was much shorter. Sakumo and Orochimaru reached the Kazekage. Within that single second, Orochimaru slashed at his shoulder while Sakumo stabbed at his chest. Without the iron sand shield, the Kazekage's defense was ordinary, one precise strike could be lethal. Hayashi noted the hesitation. Why weren't Orochimaru and Sakumo aiming for vital points? Then it clicked, a living Kazekage had more value than a dead one. Jiraiya explained with a grin, only the living can create the greatest impact. Indeed, in this ninja world, it wasn't about taking life, but gaining advantage. A captured third Kazekage held immense strategic and monetary value. Seeing the Kazekage struggle to open his eyes, Orochimaru quickly formed several seals, slamming his palm on the Kazekage's forehead and striking the back of his neck. Within moments, the third Kazekage slipped into a complete coma. Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll from his ninja tool bag, unrolled sturdy hemp ropes, and expertly bound the unconscious Kazekage, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Just a small chakra sealing trick, he remarked when Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Hayashi could only be impressed. Success in even this abduction required incredible skill. Let's head to the main battlefield. Jiraiya, signal the Jonin captains, we've won here. All right. Jiraiya said, grinning smugly. He had contributed the most and clearly relished the credit, imagining Tsunade impressed enough to consider him romantically. Orochimaru's patience waned. Jiraiya, hurry up. Just a moment. I'm naming our child first. Sakumo sighed and summoned 2 eagles. Small ninja beast summons were standard for commanders. The eagles cried loudly as they soared above, their shrill calls carrying far across the battlefield. Orochimaru and Hayashi, carrying the third Kazekage, advanced to the final battlefield. The eagles' cries served as a clear signal of victory for the Leaf Shinobi. The Sand Shinobi could not decipher it, but every Jonin from Konoha understood, the strongest Kazekage had fallen. Even the most confident felt the weight of relief. The 4-year war that began in the Land of Rain seemed on the verge of ending. Atop a massive slug, Tsunade's voice rang out, amplified by chakra. Leaf Shinobi. The third Kazekage has fallen. We have won this war. The village is behind you, your families await, what are you waiting for? Let our enemies hear our roar, witness our strength, and feel the will of fire in our hearts. Shinobi, fight for the leaf. Charge. Her voice surged across the battlefield. Countless ninjas raised their heads, pride swelling in their chests as they watched the bloodied woman who had led from the front. Everyone, charge. Eliminate these enemies. Charge. Chapter 268, The Fall of the Sand Resistance. 709 words. From a certain perspective, Orochimaru and the Kazekage were destined to cross paths. The third Kazekage he now held in his grasp, and the fourth Kazekage he would later face, these encounters were fated. If Hayashi and Tsunade were called puppet destroyers, it was not an exaggeration to call Orochimaru the Kazekage Terminator. Hayashi even had a fleeting, somewhat mischievous thought, when Orochimaru came to rescue the 5 Kage and saw Gaara lying on the ground, was he suppressing some restless excitement? Shaking off the distraction, he focused on the battlefield ahead. Before advancing to the main fighting grounds, Orochimaru summoned Manda. Though temperamental and demanding, Manda's immense size and combat power gave their group undeniable superiority. Standing atop the giant snake, the combined weight and presence of the team caused almost all ninja below to hesitate, even Tsunade, who had been bolstering morale just moments before. Orochimaru's calm, hoarse voice cut through the tension. Ninja of Konoha, Konoha has won this war. His tone lacked triumph, the battlefield was soaked in blood, and victory felt muted amidst so many deaths. Orochimaru then turned to the Sand Ninja, who were frozen in disbelief, and raised the third Kazekage high above his head, holding him like a discarded tool. Before anyone could react, a sharp female voice rang out, slicing through the battlefield's uneasy silence. Konoha White Fang. From the sand ranks, Chiyo leaped forward, ignoring the captured Kazekage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hayashi alike. Her target was clear, Sakumo Hatake, wielding his short blade. all else, the third Kazekage, the ongoing war, her own safety, was irrelevant. She sought only revenge for her fallen son and daughter-in-law. From Konoha's perspective, Tsukumo's actions had been heroic. But Chiyo's attack on him created instant tension. Within seconds, the Konoha ninja formed hand seals, launching coordinated jutsu toward her. As the era's strongest puppeteer, Chiyo remained composed. From her sleeve, she produced a blue sealing scroll, and when the white smoke cleared, 10 puppets emerged. White secret technique, collection of 10 puppets. Chiyo's precise finger movements caused the puppets to generate suction, forming a tornado-like barrier that absorbed incoming attacks. The windfire combined jutsu, executed by over 20 jonin, was partially neutralized as it approached the puppets. Even as 3 puppets began showing signs of strain, Chiyo maintained control, continuously channeling chakra to stabilize them. Hayashi noticed Tsukumo already rushing toward her. Jiraiya had been right, life and death were secondary in this battle. Capturing Chiyo alive held immense strategic value, enough to outweigh her combat threat. Any means could be justified to benefit the village. Most sand ninja chose not to fight, even those in puppeteer squads directly under Chiyo. The only one still resisting was Chiyo herself, fighting not for the Kazekage but for her lost family. Tsukumo's arrival was decisive. He effortlessly dodged attacks and, with a single precise strike, knocked Chiyo unconscious, ending the immediate threat. Orochimaru, calm and commanding, addressed the remaining sand ninja as he casually deposited the third Kazekage onto Manda's back. Ninja of the Sand Village, you now face 2 paths. You may continue fighting, but no mercy will be shown. Or you may surrender unconditionally. Those who surrender will be allowed to leave the battlefield unharmed and return to your village safely. Silence fell. Almost everyone waited for Orochimaru's second offer. The battlefield, once evenly matched, was now overwhelmingly dominated by Konoha. The capture of the Kazekage and Chiyo tipped the scales entirely. Orochimaru did not force prisoners of war to Konoha, nor did he kill indiscriminately. Such actions could provoke retaliation and unnecessary casualties. In wars like these, pragmatism always prevailed over vengeance. Finally, a timid Sand Chunin raised his hand. I surrender. I don't want to fight anymore. All right, Orochimaru replied. You may go. Oh really? The Chunin bowed quickly and fled. Once one ninja surrendered, the rest followed swiftly. Within minutes, all sand forces chose surrender, leaving only Konoha ninja and the unconscious third Kazekage and Chiyo on the field. The war that had raged across the land of rain for years had effectively ended, leaving the Konoha forces in complete control. ________. Unlock exclusive early access. Become a patron today and enjoy chapters before anyone else. Support the story and join the journey. Patreon.com/ZPH here. Chapter 269, Journey Back to Konoha. 904 words. 3 days had passed since the end of the war, and the Konoha army finally began its journey back home. Unlike the campaign in the Land of Rain, which had occurred more than a decade after the first Great Ninja War and was hampered by inexperience, this time the troops moved efficiently. Everyone knew the routine: pack quickly, bring what was necessary, and prepare for the long march. The most troublesome items were not personal belongings, but supplies for thousands of ninjas. And then there were the bodies of those Konoha shinobi who had fallen in battle. Many were unrecognizable, mangled beyond repair, but as long as their attire bore the mark of Konoha, they were to be returned to the village and laid to rest beneath the memorial stone. These were the true heroes of the war. Beyond providing generous consolation funds to their families, Konoha could do little more. As dusk settled, Hayashi sat alone in a supply cart. He tried to read the ninja scroll in his hands but found himself unable to concentrate. Resting his cheek on his hand, he gazed out the window at the desolate, war-torn fields. He imagined how this land might look under crops, fertile and full of life. Even in its current devastation, the land of rivers at sunset felt strangely peaceful. Without the clash of kunai or the roar of explosions, the silence was almost comforting. Peace is truly good, he murmured. Da-da-da. Footsteps approached behind him. Hayashi did not turn, he could tell who it was just by the rhythm. Hayashi, I brought you dinner, Himeji said, her voice hesitant. Although she had been addressing him by name for some time, the familiarity still made her uncomfortable. That was why she typically referred to Minato and Tsunade as Namikaze-kun and Senju-kun. Didn't we already eat? Hayashi glanced at her. She wore a purple, form-fitting ninja outfit instead of her jonin vest, complemented by black tube socks. She looked striking. You probably didn't eat enough, Himeji said, forcing an excuse as she handed him the bowl. Hayashi sighed but accepted it, leaning against the cart window as he began to eat. Himeji followed, sitting beside him. Hayashi, what were you looking at just now? Just the land. It feels unfamiliar, somehow. Yes. Without the war, it does look different. Indeed. The fighting is over, and this place should finally have peace. War always left a shadow. So many comrades had died here, and memories of them were hard to shake. Hayashi shifted the topic gently. Have your two older brothers returned to the village? Himeji's gaze dropped to the ground. Yes. The clan brought them back a few months ago. My father, his condition is worsening. Hayashi nodded. He had seen Hyuga Tenku unleash a powerful jutsu during the battle in the Land of Rain, but he had not anticipated the consequences would be so severe. Few knew the full truth, as it concerned the Byakugan and the clan head. Hayashi patted her shoulder. The fact that she confided in him spoke volumes of her trust. It's all right. When we get back, let Tsunade-sensei take a look. She should have a solution. Himeji nodded silently. Hayashi asked another question. What are your plans after returning to the village? Rest for a while, or join a team for missions? Himeji shook her head, giving nothing away. Hayashi exhaled. Socially withdrawn? Emotionless? It seemed both applied here. You're the captain, you decide. Or, do you want to stay on my team? Okay. Then it's settled. I'll inform the third Hokage when we return. Himeji smiled, a rare and genuine expression. With that matter settled, Hayashi pushed the bowl aside. He wasn't hungry but had forced himself to eat a few bites. Standing, he handed the bowl back to Himeji and stepped outside for a walk, allowing digestion to ease his discomfort. Night had fallen, and the troops camped in the open plain. The mood was markedly different from the previous days. Returning to the village brought a sense of relief and joy. Turning a corner, Hayashi noticed Jiraiya squatting beside a bush, his face flushed and his posture awkward. Minato called out cheerfully upon seeing him. Hayashi, you're here. Hayashi waved and approached, observing the scene with mild amusement. Minato was teaching Jiraiya a ninja technique, a rare reversal. Normally, Jiraiya was the teacher, but now, having returned, he was learning from his disciple. He felt the stares of everyone around, particularly Tsunade, and even a bit of embarrassment. You brat, what are you laughing at? Jiraiya scowled at Hayashi. Uncle, didn't you say you could learn it in a day? 3 days have passed, and you haven't even completed the first step. Hayashi couldn't help but laugh. Jiraiya had first seen Minato perform the Rasengan without hand seals and wanted to learn it desperately, shamelessly requesting guidance. Hayashi had agreed. Yet now, 3 days later, progress was minimal. Jiraiya prayed to the Sage of Six Paths, vowing he would never again peek into women's baths or frequent red light districts if he mastered the jutsu. In his excitement, his trained golden hand slipped, bursting the water ball and splashing liquid all over his face. He muttered, "Eat shit, you." The night air carried the faint echoes of laughter and frustration, the calm after the storm of war bringing a rare moment of levity. Chapter 270, A Silent Strain. 921 words. Eat that, Rasengan. Jiraiya angrily hurled the water balloon to the ground and stomped on it twice, as though it were his worst enemy. That feels good, he muttered, flicking his white hair back as he strolled toward the tent with a sideways gait. From the posture and pace, it was obvious where he was headed. Orochimaru's tent, most likely looking for physical comfort and stimulation. Minato stood alone behind the bushes, hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, watching with a wry, helpless smile. "Ha, that's just like my teacher," Minato said. "Hayashi, don't mind him. He'll be back sooner or later." Hayashi just blinked quietly. In his mind, the sound of Jiraiya's outburst was like the world's most fragrant smell, something impossible to escape. Hayashi's voice continued, "By the way, how's your Rasengan training going?" Minato lifted his hands in exasperation, "Still the same. I can only use it awkwardly. I have to make a shadow clone first, and I just don't have enough chakra yet." In this world, what restrains a genius isn't talent, it's chakra capacity. No matter how gifted someone is, without a large chakra reserve, a jutsu is worthless. That's why Naruto's ability to use multi-shadow clone jutsu early on was unheard of. He had an immense chakra pool. Minato understood Rasengan thoroughly and could use it, but he could barely muster it effectively in combat. "It's okay," Hayashi said, patting Minato's shoulder. "Practice more. One day you won't even need shadow clones to form it. In 2 years, our bodies will go through rapid growth and our chakra will increase significantly." A sudden chirping, sharp and electrical, broke the moment. "Chidori," Hayashi murmured. Of course he recognized the sound. The technique creates a high-pitched noise, a hallmark of lightning-natured chakra concentrated in a hand. "That should be Mikoto," Minato guessed. "Yeah. Let's go check." They followed the sound and soon spotted Mikoto under a heavy boulder. Her hand crackled with fading electricity, tiny arcs still jumping sporadically in the air. Minato watched Hayashi approach with concern. "Were you guys training hard while I was away?" Minato replied, "Well, there weren't many missions at the base, so the 3 of us mostly rested. I usually practice Rasengan in the mornings until noon. My chakra runs out and if I push too much, my hand feels beaten up." Hayashi nodded. A ranked ninjutsu always carries risk. That's why only Jonin-level shinobi are qualified to train it. High-level techniques push the body and chakra to their limits. Then Hayashi turned toward Mikoto, his expression serious. "Mikoto," he called softly. Mikoto forced a smile as he approached. "Hayashi. I did it. I actually formed the Chidori for the first time." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. "Then let me see your right hand." She extended her arm obediently, rolling up her sleeve. Under the cloth, layers of bandaging appeared. Hayashi carefully unwound the bandages. Underneath, her forearm was fair and slender, but the veins bulged unnaturally like thick cords under her skin. The meridians were in bad shape. Anyone familiar with chakra flow could tell, this was damage caused by overexertion and improper training. Even Minato, whose chakra reserve was limited, could feel the toll from a morning of Rasengan practice. Electric chakra, lightning nature, was one of the harshest on the body, burning through physical tissues when pushed too hard without proper conditioning. Hayashi exhaled. "Does it hurt?" She nodded, tears glistening. "Yes. I saw a medical ninja, but they said only Tsunade-sama can treat this properly. At the time, she was at the front lines with the Alliance, leading troops, so I planned to talk to her after I came back." Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tsunade didn't have hemophobia. Otherwise, they'd need to heal Tsunade before healing Mikoto, and that would make things far worse. Mikoto blinked, tears slipping. "I'm sorry, Hayashi. This is all my fault. I pushed myself because I didn't want to be weak." Hayashi lifted her chin gently. "Mikoto, listen, this isn't your fault." She blinked up at him, voice breaking, "But I couldn't keep up with you. I thought if I trained enough, maybe I wouldn't be a burden." Minato watched Hayashi's face soften, his eyes sincere. "I'm sorry too," Hayashi said quietly, "for always being ahead. You all train at your own pace. Strength doesn't mean harming yourself." Mikoto sniffed, expression trembling. She was gentle by nature, but the pressure to grow stronger, to stand beside someone she cared for, pushed her beyond what her body could handle. "I just want to protect, not be protected," she whispered. Hayashi lifted her arm and wrapped it in fresh bandages. "I understand. But protectors can't be broken. You train smart, not reckless. That's the real strength." Minato, watching, felt something flutter in his chest, a strange pang of emotion, awkward and unfamiliar. "Should we take you to see Tsunade-san now?" Hayashi asked softly. Mikoto nodded, eyes shining with gratitude. Minato turned away, heart pounding. "Why did I even come over here? I'm just caught off guard, that's all." A gust of wind blew, making his hair sway. "Hayashi always knows exactly what to say," Minato murmured to himself. _______________________ Drop reviews so this book can reach others. Bonus chapters if we reach a certain milestone. Unlock exclusive early access. Become a patron today and enjoy chapters before anyone else. Support the story and join the journey. Patreon.com/ZPH here. Chapter 271, Tsunade's Rebuke. 1,480 words. When I found Tsunade, she was giving Uchiha Hayashi a harsh scolding. In her tone, medicine was not something to be taken casually, and ninja techniques were certainly not something to be practiced without official oversight. Though I always felt something was off in that sentence. Wait a second, I thought. I wasn't the one practicing recklessly, so why was I being scolded? Uchiha Hayashi really wanted to retort, but after glancing at Nawaki's miserable state, he kept silent. If two of the three youngsters were pushing themselves to the limit, why would Nawaki be the exception? Unlike Minato and Mikoto, Nawaki's immense stamina and nearly endless chakra meant he could learn more techniques and push further. That was why he had sought out Tsunade early in the morning. "Train me hard. If I, Senju Nawaki, even frown, then I am not a man." But only 3 days later, he regretted his own bravado. Maybe being a boy wasn't such a bad thing after all. But obviously, Tsunade had no interest in indulging him. As the future pillar of the Senju clan, did he think he could coast along and survive? More importantly, Tsunade was planning to finish all pending matters after the war and take a much-needed break, perhaps even travel with no fixed destination. Improving her younger brother's strength quickly was part of that plan. Not wanting to train was fine. Tsunade claimed she had 100 ways to make Nawaki obedient, and she had casually slipped medicine into his meals. According to her, it would not kill him. And even if something happened, Tsunade was completely confident she could heal him. A medical sage could do whatever she wanted. My foolish brother. If you want freedom, then feel resentment, feel anger. Live a difficult, dishonored existence. Train, 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 always training, just to become stronger. Then one day, when you have enough strength, you can continue to act recklessly. Uchiha Hayashi had already learned Tsunade's brand of ruthlessness, so for his own safety, he ignored Nawaki's pleading expression and allowed him to drown in the sea of despair. "Teacher Tsunade, you should train Nawaki like this." "I fully support you spiritually," Hayashi said with a serious face. It would have been cruel to kick someone when they were down, but he still felt obligated to spit twice symbolically to express his political stance. "By the way," Hayashi continued, "how long will it take for Mikoto's hand to heal?" Tsunade glanced at him, then sneered. "Even if it heals, what good is that? If she continues to train like this, there will be issues sooner or later. Instead of that, she might as well give up being a ninja." "Nanny." Nawaki's voice cracked out automatically at Tsunade's words. "Quiet," Tsunade snapped without looking at him. In truth, Tsunade was not attacking Mikoto personally, otherwise she would not have sent her away earlier for medical treatment. Her criticism was directed at Uchiha Hayashi's conduct. As a team captain, teaching dangerous jutsu so irresponsibly reflected terribly on him. Tsunade also wasn't particularly fond of Mikoto. Compared to Mikoto, she had always preferred Kushina. Hayashi regretted it for a moment. Maybe he should have taken Mikoto to Orochimaru instead. Though Snake Uncle lacked a medical degree, He had years of clinical experience and especially in modifying the human body. There was no condition complicated enough that he couldn't handle. More importantly, compared to Kushina, Orochimaru liked Mikoto more. After all, she was one of his disciples. In short, two of the legendary Sannin were already in serious disagreement on this matter. All right, get back, Tsunade snorted coldly and waved dismissively, as though swatting a bothersome insect. We're still on the march, so there are no conditions for delicate procedures right now. Treat her after returning to the village, and be careful not to cause secondary damage. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Hayashi turned and walked away without looking back. Honestly, merely listening to Nawaki's wailing was intense enough. If he stayed longer, Tsunade might just force more medicine into him. That night passed quietly, and the army resumed its march toward the Land of Fire. For several days in a row, there were no problems. Orochimaru led the front of the formation. As one of the most powerful combatants present, he was responsible for anticipating sudden danger. Tsukumo stayed at the very end, guarding the rear. Uchiha Hayashi's position was in the middle to rear as well, so if any situation arose he could sprint quickly where needed. Most importantly, the third Kazekage and Iwakura were guarded by Jiraiya and Tsunade, respectively. If Sand Ninja attempted a stealth attack, neither hostage could be lost. That precaution proved necessary. 2 days later, the Sand Ninja who had been missing for so long launched an ambush along their path. From the Sand Village perspective, this war was already lost. But what did that matter? They had lost before. If they allowed the other side to capture their Kazekage without a fight, then it would truly be the greatest joke across all ninja nations. Since they could not win in open combat, they resorted to surprise attacks. And if stealth failed, then they were willing to sacrifice everything, even their own lives. These Sand Ninja clearly did not intend to return alive. As expendable tools used by desperation, even the most basic humanity had been stripped from them. In such a situation, the most logical move would be to stab the Kazekage in his sealed cage with a kunai and end everything. Otherwise, he was like a flame endlessly drawing insects to a fire. But that was impossible. Not just because capturing the Kazekage had taken enormous effort, but even the ransom alone would allow Konoha to amass incredible wealth. Thankfully, there were not many Sand Ninja, and under Konoha's defense they caused no serious damage in the end. Is there anything wrong? Tsukumo asked after the skirmish, waving dust off his armor as he approached. Probably not, Uchiha Hayashi said, still studying the seal that protected the cage. I see no sign of the sealing weakening. Thanks to scrolls created by Mito over the past 2 years, Hayashi's sealing technique was just about adequate. However, this indirectly showed how little natural talent he had in that area. Even with the system's stat points and extra effort, he was only barely equal to Minato's proficiency, and that said a lot about the gap between them. To be safe, should we call teacher Orochimaru to take a look? Hayashi asked. All right. Wait here for a moment, Tsukumo replied, heading to fetch him. Although Tsukumo was a powerful shinobi, his understanding of sealing was only basic. For something involving complex theory, having an expert was more reliable. After a short time, Orochimaru arrived alone. Tsukumo did not return with him. Without excessive words, Orochimaru walked up to the third Kazekage's sealed cage. The Kazekage lay motionless, playing dead, but Orochimaru knew he was awake and merely feigning unconsciousness. The Kazekage, despite his formidable will, had no intention of speaking with Orochimaru, whose beliefs had been profoundly shaped by the will of fire. After inspecting the sealing formulas on the iron cage and checking the suppression seals on the Kazekage's body, Orochimaru did not make any modifications. With a grin, he left the area with Uchiha Hayashi. As Konoha's most valuable prisoner of war in history, the third Kazekage was treated with extraordinary care. Not only was the cage sealed with formulas personally drawn by Orochimaru, but in addition to conventional cuffs and shackles, special curse seals were applied to suppress his chakra and restrict his movement. Tsunade had also force-fed him a lot of her homemade candies. Thus, during this time, the Kazekage had been compelled into a state of forced sleep. The reason he woke up just now was simply due to the repeated explosions from the sand ninja's assault being too loud and too close. "Teacher, how is the seal?" Hayashi asked while walking, unable to hide his concern. "The third Kazekage truly is the strongest," Orochimaru said calmly. "He can still find ways to adapt under these conditions." "Then? Everything is under control." "Okay." Since Orochimaru said so, Uchiha Hayashi did not ask further. Orochimaru would share what was necessary without being questioned. By the way, Orochimaru suddenly asked, golden snake-like pupils blinking as he looked around, "Where is Jiraiya?" "I do not see him." It was clearly Jiraiya's duty to guard the third Kazekage, yet there was no sign of him. During the battle just now, Uchiha Hayashi said with slight embarrassment, Jiraiya-sama suddenly used the Rasengan and went to see Teacher Tsunade. Orochimaru stood frozen, as though his thoughts had frozen in an ice cavern. For him, paradise was not ahead, but surely hell was behind. Chapter 272, Chunin rank? 1,351 words. As they drew closer to the land of fire, there were no further signs of Sand Ninja. Uchiha Hayashi gradually loosened the tension in his body, leaning back on the grain transport cart while soaking up the warm sun. Occasionally, when he grew bored, he offered Minato pointers on minor issues regarding the theoretical aspects of chakra nature transformation. Because her right arm was injured, Mikoto could not perform techniques with it, so she sat quietly to the side, listening as Hayashi explained the relevant theory. Although Hayashi had not yet explained the principles behind Chidori to Mikoto, anyone could figure out that making Chidori envelop the arm or even the entire body would require a deep understanding of chakra nature transformation. Nawaki, on the other hand, was sprawled out on the cart, half asleep and looking like a useless dog. At the thought of having to see Tsunade again that evening, he felt like he would rather just disappear. Himeji sat quietly nearby with a scroll open, reading about the gentle fist. After spending time around her, Hayashi had noticed she was not as extreme as when she was younger. Her temper was stable, and she responded politely whenever someone spoke to her. Living like this for too long could be tiring. Hayashi stood up to stretch his body, scanning the surrounding scenery. A small smile crossed his face. "We are about to enter the border of the land of fire," he said. "Huh?" Nawaki did a quick kip up and stood on his tiptoes to peer ahead, but the horizon still looked like empty plains. He turned his head and asked, "How do you know? Does that Sharingan thing have reconnaissance functions too?" Hayashi shook his head. The terrain of the land of rivers consists mostly of desert and scattered hills. Now, the foliage around here has clearly increased, and the air feels far more humid. That tells me we are nearly at the border of the land of fire. These were elective geography courses about the nations taught at the Ninja Academy, Hayashi continued. "Don't you ever listen in class?" I was busy studying taijutsu and ninjutsu back then," Nawaki said awkwardly. "How could I have time for that?" Theory classes had always been his weakness. If not for his excellent performance in practical classes, he would have definitely ranked last. Minato nodded in agreement. "Same here. My theory grades were actually great, but at the time I dedicated every spare moment to catching up to Hayashi in training. I had no interest in those boring elective courses." Hayashi looked at him without words. In the manga, Minato was portrayed as an obedient and excellent child, but over the years he had clearly been led astray by Nawaki, who was like a walking source of mischief. Surely he was a bad influence. Hayashi was about to lie down again when a thought struck him. His expression turned mysterious. "In the past," he said, "this knowledge was useless, but now it's quite valuable." "Oh? How so?" The others perked up. "Based on your achievements, you should have enough merit to apply for the Chunin rank, right?" "Yes." Nawaki nodded, but then added strangely, "The problem is that the base here has suddenly stopped accepting Chunin evaluations. I don't know if we have to return to Konoha to get confirmed." "I asked my sister," he continued, "but she just laughed and refused to say. She told me I would find out when we got back." As Konoha's resident know-it-all, Nawaki was understandably puzzled. Could it be? Minato already had a guess. Hayashi grinned and patted Minato's shoulder. Exactly. The village closed the exams on purpose. Now that the war is over, Konoha is the victorious nation and should enjoy the fruits of victory. Aside from reparations from other villages, the most important thing now is a Chunin exams to show Konoha's strength to everyone who might hire shinobi. It will be the kind of large-scale Chunin exams held jointly by several villages. As far as Chunin exams were concerned, they were occasions for major nations to observe each other's strength. After 3 years of war, the various villages already had a general understanding of one another's power. But understanding was not enough. They had to let wealthy recruiters see the strength for themselves. Konoha was powerful, one village defeating 2 of the 5 great nations, but no one knew how much strength it had left. To put it simply, this was the time to show the village's strength and secure more missions. More missions meant the post-war economy would recover faster, and Konoha would secure a more favorable position in future conflicts. After all, the number of missions was limited. Just as a village had more opportunities, others would have fewer, slowing their recovery. Moreover, a large Chunin exams would attract a huge influx of visitors to Konoha, boosting the village's long-stagnant economy. In many ways it was akin to the Olympics from Hayashi's past life. Many nations fought for the honor of hosting because it brought money and economic revitalization. As for why some places failed to profit while others succeeded, well, who could say? Even a powerful nation like Konoha could not simply sit back and reap the benefits without effort. In short, for the sake of this exam, the village had to suspend all ninja promotions. These Chunin-to-be who had just returned from battle were among the most experienced and capable, perfect candidates to showcase Konoha's strength. Those who weren't outstanding had mostly fallen on the battlefield. "Oh no," Nawaki suddenly said, looking distressed, "my theory classes weren't very good." Hayashi chuckled quietly but did not comment further. The theoretical exam was originally designed to test a ninja's reconnaissance and analytical skills. Some questions were so difficult that even many genin could not answer them, let alone Nawaki. But Hayashi would not spoil the secret. That was something even jonin would never willingly reveal to a genin. "Hayashi, is there a study guide? Could you highlight the key points for me?" Nawaki asked hopefully, shaking Hayashi by the shoulder. Hayashi smiled and asked in return, "Do you know what is even larger than the ninja world?" Nawaki shook his head, confusion on his face. "The scope of the exam." Silence followed. Perhaps because the air was now saturated with Nawaki's sorrow, the sky began to darken as they approached the land of fire. Thick rain fell unabated. The sound of wheels pounding the ground blended with the patter of droplets hitting puddles, creating a chaotic rhythm, like an orchestra with no conductor. Inside his sealed cage, the third Kazekage felt a single drop of rain trickle down and licked it off his lips by instinct. He observed that the sealing formulas on his cage showed no sign of weakening. The rain did nothing but beat on the surface before falling away. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes to study the Konoha ninja who guarded him. At the same time, he slowly moved his hand, which could now shift slightly, and touched the intricate sealing marks. Using the smallest fraction of his remaining chakra, he analyzed the seals bit by bit. As a Kage, he knew a little about everything. Additionally, Shikaku's chakra had once granted him the power of magnet release. That affinity naturally gave him a deep understanding of certain sealing techniques. "Let the rain fall harder," he murmured to himself. The third Kazekage sat silently in the customized cage, praying that the downpour would continue. Once they reached Konoha, any chance of escape would disappear. But as long as the rain slowed their pace, there was hope. With enough delay, he might complete his plan to break free, his own version of ninja redemption. A powerful ninja redeems himself, while a great ninja saves others. The third Kazekage no longer aspired to be a great ninja. Right now, he only wanted strength. ____________. Read chapters in advance, become a supporter tulip. And join the journey. Patreon.com/zphyear. Countless chapters await you. Wilted flower, check comment. Chapter 273, Jiraiya's heart. 1,241 words. Jiraiya was heartbroken. However, Uchiha Hayashi felt that this description wasn't entirely accurate. After all, how could someone who had never truly been in love be described as heartbroken? At most, it could be called a failed attempt at courtship, undoubtedly crushed in a cesspool of embarrassment. But Jiraiya insisted that he and Tsunade had been in love for an hour before parting ways amicably. According to eyewitness Nawaki, this story was exaggerated by at least 60 times. A man only becomes stronger after being rejected. A man who cannot laugh it off is simply lacking strength of character, Jiraiya declared as he stood gazing at the setting sun's golden hues, offering the most profound realization of his life. Furthermore, happiness is not something a man should chase. His eyes brimmed with emotion, deep like the ocean, leaving Orochimaru, standing quietly beside him, momentarily stunned. Then, in the next moment, Jiraiya burst out laughing. Ahaha, I've decided. I'm going to write this in my next novel. Jiraiya, who had just sounded so philosophical, instantly became frivolous. Big brother Jiraiya, are you really okay? Nawaki asked guiltily. After all, he was the one who had encouraged Jiraiya to confess, only for the attempt to fail repeatedly. It's not your fault, it's all your sister's fault, Jiraiya said as he patted Nawaki on the head. I knew Tsunade was shameless, but I didn't expect her to be this shameless. She promised to be in a relationship with me, but barely an hour passed before she dumped me. Jiraiya's voice trembled with resentment. In his excitement, he had not even managed to hold her hand before his first love ended abruptly. I was so foolish, truly. I could have done so much. Uchiha Hayashi wanted to tease Jiraiya, but under that fierce gaze, he obediently remained quiet. What's wrong, you stinky brat? Do you have something to say? Jiraiya snapped, eyes narrowed as though he was moments from throwing a tag-exploding seal at him. Hayashi glanced at Orochimaru for support, but Orochimaru was suppressing a smile, evidently still delighted by Jiraiya's romantic misfortune. With no outside help, Hayashi could only bite the bullet. No, I was just thinking of a clever way to help you win back teacher Tsunade, he explained. What, such a clever idea, why didn't you say so sooner? Jiraiya's mood brightened as he snatched Hayashi's hand with excitement, as though he had not just been lamenting about men needing to be strong. You just take a cup and walk up to teacher Tsunade and smash it on the ground. See if that intimidates her. If it does, then it's fixed and you two are back together. And if it doesn't? Then kneel on the broken glass and it's done. She will definitely. Is he trying to trick me again? Jiraiya looked at Hayashi with suspicion. A memory surfaced. Years ago this brat had tricked him into a situation where Tsunade had broken 3 of his ribs. In short, just listen to me, I'm right. Hayashi glanced at Minato and Nawaki. Look, everyone around you is single. What do they know? They blush just from talking to girls. That does make sense, Jiraiya said as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right, I'll try it tomorrow. Having found his method, Jiraiya sprinted off excitedly toward his tent. Tonight, I'll sleep well. When Uchiha Hayashi woke up at 5 in the morning, he stepped out of the carriage and patted Minato on the shoulder. Minato, go back to sleep. I'll wake you when the troops move. Although there were thousands of ninja around them, the group was still exposed in the wilderness. Precautions were necessary. Fortunately, Hayashi's group had 5 people, so by taking turns standing watch, they could still rest reasonably. By the way, what are you doing? Hayashi asked, noticing Minato preparing his ninja bag. Nothing much, just packing bandages for teacher Jiraiya. I have a feeling he'll need them today. Minato spoke with a hint of a jinx in his voice. Hayashi smiled and shook his head. Minato, do you have common sense? What good are bandages? What you need most is glue to make a memorial portrait stick properly. Minato just blinked. Ha 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 ha, all right, go back to sleep. We are almost crossing the border into the land of fire, so it will be busy today. There should be Konoha's escort waiting, so there should be no problems, right? Minato asked. I'm not completely sure. Teacher Orochimaru hasn't told me anything specific, but be prepared for battle, Hayashi replied. Understood, Minato nodded and headed back toward the carriage. After a quick look around and seeing nothing unusual, Hayashi walked to the carriage where Mikoto and Himeji were sleeping. Lifting the curtain gently, he saw both girls still asleep, but their jackets had been kicked off. They don't even sleep properly, he murmured, picking up the clothes to cover them. Suddenly, Himeji, ever vigilant, opened her eyes. Don't misunderstand, Hayashi said awkwardly, raising his hands to indicate he had done nothing inappropriate. Himeji didn't speak. She simply closed her eyes and went back to sleep. After a moment, hearing no further movement, she opened her eyes again. Through the gap in the curtain, she could see the distant figure of the young man. After looking at Mikoto and touching her slightly flushed face, Himeji lay down again. Whether she could fall asleep again, who could say? At 7 o'clock, the entire army began moving again. Everyone knew they would return to the Land of Fire today. There might be a small-scale battle, Hayashi warned. Stay alert. I may not be able to watch over you personally. Minato and Nawaki, the safety of the squad is in your hands. We are almost at the Land of Fire border, and there is still a possibility of battle? Nawaki asked doubtfully. Yes, there is still one unresolved problem, Hayashi said. Regarding the issue of the third Kazekage, Hayashi had only been given hints by Orochimaru. He could not be sure of the details. Therefore, he could only give his teammates a heads up. When this large ninja army, returning from the Land of Rivers battlefield, successfully crossed the border and entered the Land of Fire, the entire troop erupted with cheers. However, Orochimaru, leading at the front, showed no joy. By this time, he had already received news from the reconnaissance ninja up ahead. Konoha's escort team had arrived. According to tradition, when a victorious army returned to the village, an escort was sent not because the army needed protection, but because these forces represented the authority of the Hokage, personally welcoming the returning warriors and honoring their achievements. What stood out this time was the number and variety of ninja present. Aside from an ANBU contingent, a large portion of the escort was made up of ninja from the Uchiha clan. Of course, they were not the only ones there, as several smaller clans eager for recognition had also mobilized. They arrived quickly, Orochimaru murmured with a hint of meaning in his voice. These escorts were here to ensure the third Kazekage's smooth return to the village. After all, bringing back the greatest prize of this war was a significant achievement. So many flies, he muttered. Unlike Orochimaru, Jiraiya did not speak. He simply cast a complicated gaze over the surrounding escort ninja, his expression unreadable. Chapter 274, The Kazekage's Escape. 1,573 words. If you were to ask who was the most embarrassed right now, the answer would undoubtedly be Uchiha Hayashi and Mikoto. Not only did they have to endure the strange looks from the surrounding ninja, they also had to witness the Uchiha clan ninja acting in such a foolish way that it made them wish they could melt into the ground. At this moment, Hayashi felt especially aware of the bright red scarf on his chest, and the fan strapped to his back seemed even more vibrant in everyone's eyes. He felt somewhat relieved that he was wearing his Jounin vest as cover, otherwise, he might have used earth release to bury himself underground. Still, Hayashi was not entirely happy. Nawaki, do I have flowers on my face? He asked nervously. Nawaki clicked his tongue and said, no, but I have a question for you. Is the person at the very front the right hand of your clan head, Uchiha Yama? My eyesight is not very good. Could you help me confirm? He pointed toward the ninja at the front speaking with Orochimaru, emphasizing the word Uchiha. Hayashi was stunned. He is not my lackey, how would I know? And you shorty, stop staring at me so much. Hey, you even dared to jump up and hit my knee, Nawaki said, his face turning red as he explained to the others around him. Don't listen to his nonsense, I am only 1 centimeter shorter than him, he protested. While the two of them were arguing, the ninja at the front had already begun the formal reception. Congratulations, Orochimaru-sama, congratulations, Jiraiya-san, said the ninja wearing an ANBU fox mask. He bowed and continued in a formal tone. By order of the Hokage-sama, we ANBU and the remaining ninja from the village are here as the reception unit at the border of the Land of Fire. Of course, we are also responsible for the safety of the prisoners brought back from the Land of Wind. Orochimaru sneered silently. With thousands of ninja present, was this really necessary? Could they not guard the third Kazekage? If these escorts truly wanted to be responsible, they should have come from the Land of Rivers. Now, within the Land of Fire, they were doing ceremonial work instead. Their conduct was too pretentious. Where is the third Hokage-sama's handwritten order with his stamp? Orochimaru asked calmly. Here, the ANBU replied. Of course they came prepared, they were eager to get their piece of recognition. Soon, the leading ANBU produced a letter of appointment stamped with the Hokage's official seal. Orochimaru glanced at it. The third Hokage had already explained the composition of the reception unit during their previous intelligence exchange. As previously mentioned, Mito Katamatsu, who had been promoted to leader, could not control Root. In truth, the third Hokage was only putting on a show. It was not long before Danzo's removed authority was restored again. At the same time, the Uchiha clan, who had been blocking trade between Tsunagakure and merchants at the daimyo's mansion, was also back in action. No matter how powerful a tiger is when raised in a cage, its ferocity diminishes. That phrase applied well to the Uchiha clan. It was regrettable that they had not gained much advantage from the Sand Ninja campaign. Thus, Uchiha Yama, eager for influence, set his sights on this reception mission, or rather, he came to obtain his portion of glory under Danzo's suggestion. Though it may sound ironic, there was now a sort of honeymoon period between Danzo and the Uchiha clan. This was shown when Uchiha Yama temporarily handed over control of the police force to Danzo. However, alliances never last forever. As long as there were benefits to be had, even Danzo would occasionally help the Uchiha clan. In the end, everyone simply gained what they needed. With all that said, are you truly the Hokage's direct ANBU, and not some miscellaneous unit? Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice, as if he were joking. The ANBU are under the unified jurisdiction of the Hokage-sama. How could there be any other group? You must be jesting, the leading ANBU said, tone light but confident. There was nothing technically wrong with that explanation. Root was also nominally part of the ANBU. What surprised Orochimaru was how the Root members could now fake a smile so convincingly. While the two were speaking, the Jounin nearby had already understood what was happening. It was nothing more than some ninja clans in the village who were unwilling to be left out, wanting to grab a spoonful of the rewards of victory. Although these feelings of indignation were strong, they were still ninja of the same village and held the Hokage's written order, so they could not act against it. Moreover, internal conflict like this was a matter for the upper echelons of Konoha. As tools of the village, the frontline ninja were not qualified to care about such politics. Even so, this attitude of engaging in internal squabbles before even returning to the village truly disheartened those ninja who had fought for their lives on the battlefield. The problem was that this kind of unsavory matter was being shoved aside by the leading ANBU. After all, Konoha's ANBU answered directly to the Hokage-sama. Only those who understood the ANBU deeply were aware of Root's existence. But that did not prevent other ninja from glaring at the ANBU, including the Uchiha clan ninja. So the prisoners, including the third Kazekage, will be under our responsibility, someone asked. Yes, the ANBU confirmed. Orochimaru merely chuckled and agreed readily. We are all Konoha ninja, after all. Let us be considerate of each other, he said. That is correct. It is truly wonderful that Orochimaru-sama is so reasonable. In that case, let us not delay. The border of the Land of Fire is not truly safe. We will probably need 5 more days to reach Konoha, so let us proceed quickly. Originally the ANBU had prepared to be difficult, but they did not expect it to be this simple. It was almost like trying to refuse a membership from a hair salon, unexpectedly easy. At this time, Jiraiya, standing behind, remained silent. He now understood why Orochimaru had devised this plan. From his perspective, He certainly did not want his good friend to do anything that would harm the village's ninja, but before that, the larger premise was that he, Jiraiya, was also a student of the third Hokage. Konoha's upper ranks were already divided into factions. At the top was the third Hokage, but below him were root within the ANBU, the Konoha Elder Council, and various ninja clans, large and small. Otherwise, why would people say that dealing with others is more exhausting than fighting battles? Konoha's greatest enemies were not outside the village but within. The other four great nations were insignificant in comparison. Jiraiya could voice objections, but he could not stop it. As Orochimaru said, even the third Hokage had tacitly approved the plan. What else could he do? Persuade these ninja to return? He was not naive enough to believe that would work. He just felt tired. Suddenly Jiraiya found himself missing his life in the land of rain. Perhaps it was time for a spontaneous journey. While Jiraiya wavered between staying and leaving, the leading ANBU ordered most of the Uchiha ninja and ANBU to gather around the Kazekage's cage, while a few others were posted near Wakura. As the unit began to advance, the root ninja at the forefront felt relieved. As long as they were part of the team, they would receive their share of merit, even if it was small. That was enough for their root leader to gain advantage in future dealings with the Hokage. As for the Uchiha clan, they may have gained benefits, but they were sure to be resented by more ninja. After all, they were without masks. Who could say whether this gain was worth the loss? As their pace increased, 2 days later the entire unit was less than half a day from Konoha. Just as everyone began looking forward to seeing the village again, the cage engraved with intricate sealing jutsu formulas emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glow. The light was so weak that even the Uchiha ninja closest to it did not notice. Immediately after, the special scroll sealing the lock quietly lifted at one corner. It had taken nearly 4 days in total. The third Kazekage, imprisoned in the cage, had used his only movable right hand to painstakingly draw counter-sealing jutsu formulas little by little. He was now on the verge of completing his salvation, about to successfully break free. The moment the seal was broken, the third Kazekage felt exhilaration. The small amount of chakra he had retained began to surge again. After waiting quietly for a while, that fuzzy sensation finally dissipated. Now he felt good once more, except for his still somewhat low chakra, there was no difference from before. So what should he do next? Should he forgive the Konoha ninja like a kindly old father? The third Kazekage shook his head. Forgiveness was impossible. His great blade felt thirsty for blood. _____. Throw your stones my way, loudly crying face. You can also get early access to chapters on my Patreon. Backhand index pointing right, patreon.com/zphear. Chapter 275, The Kazekage's Fury. 1,481 words. Magnet release, the greatest legacy the second Kazekage had left to Tsunagakure, was perfectly inherited by the third Kazekage. This unique ability was the reason he had once suppressed countless shinobi and risen to the rank of Kazekage. As the second-generation so-called Magnet Master, he had never worried about lacking weapons. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he extended a sliver of his chakra toward the cage. Iron filings quietly detached and burrowed beneath the damp soil underneath the transport wheels. It would be troublesome, but it was his only choice. When he was captured, all the iron sand concealed on his person had been confiscated. Without magnet release, he was reduced to the strength of a solid elite jonin. In his current constrained state, escape would have been impossible without something extraordinary. Fortunately, he still had time. With this thought, he focused more chakra, extracting iron sand from the cage itself and sending it into the earth. If he probed deep enough, he could find enough minerals, and typical soil often contained tiny traces of iron. Soon, the iron sand beneath him responded faintly. About 200 meters underground there was enough iron for him to work with. The only limitation now was how much chakra he had left, barely at a jonin's level. This was far less than his peak condition, but after several days of starvation, that was all he could muster. SSS. Dabai, who had been hiding on Hayashi to escape the heat, crawled out at this moment and hissed twice. If battle breaks out soon, quickly take your team members away from the food transport area. Do not engage in the fight, regroup with Tsukumo at the very rear of the convoy. This message came from Orochimaru, who had instructed him to deliver it. Was it time to act? Hayashi looked toward the third Kazekage, seeing nothing unusual at first. About 20 minutes later, a low rumble erupted from the Kazekage's cage at the center of the convoy. All the Konoha ninja turned toward the source in shock as iron sand surged upward like a massive serpent and violently struck the nearest ANBU squad. Retreat! Before anyone fully processed the attack, Hayashi had already begun issuing commands, falling back toward the end of the line. With the information Orochimaru had passed beforehand and the explosion they had just witnessed, Hayashi had already guessed the essence of Orochimaru's plan. Only, this was bold beyond imagination. Since shinobi of the same village were prohibited from private combat or being ordered to kill one another by mission, Orochimaru was simply using the third Kazekage's escape attempt as leverage. Even if the plan failed, the responsibility for poor supervision would fall on those guarding him. After all, they had been handed the prisoner intact. Now that this had happened, who could deny responsibility? And more importantly, why had there been no issues during all the previous days of guarding him? Prepare for battle. We cannot allow the Kazekage to escape. At the explosion's sound, Orochimaru immediately issued orders to the Uchiha and route captains beside him, acting in his role as field commander. Damn it! How could this happen? The captain leading the Uchiha forces shouted angrily. Orochimaru did not even look at him. The route captain on the side waved his hand and said, "Understood, Orochimaru-sama." There was neither joy nor anger in his tone. Although puzzled, he knew this was not the time to shift blame. To be blunt, if the third Kazekage truly escaped, he would have to commit seppuku to atone. Their top priority now was to take down the third Kazekage cleanly and decisively. Only then might there still be a chance to recover from this mess. Otherwise, not even Danzo would protect him. He refused to believe that the third Kazekage, locked up for days on end, had any remaining combat power, especially surrounded by so many elite shinobi. Bad luck did not exist. Still, just to be cautious, he requested reinforcement. The route and Uchiha alone are not enough. Orochimaru-sama. No problem. I will assemble the Jonin immediately. You secure the Kazekage's position, Orochimaru said plainly, turning and walking away without looking back. He did not know how long it would take to gather them. With so many ninja spread throughout the convoy, even a summoned reinforcements might not arrive instantly. To ensure the safety of his subordinates, Orochimaru needed to gather them personally. As for whether the third Kazekage could truly escape, Jiraiya had surely set up perimeter barrier ninjutsu. If the so-called cooked goose could still fly away under these circumstances, then there was no point in being a commander and he might as well go home and raise livestock. In any case, let these fools wear themselves out. Using the Kazekage's strength to cut down shinobi outside the Hokage's faction and then punishing the responsible parties, that was the battle strategy Orochimaru had established after multiple exchanges with the third Hokage. Insidious? Orochimaru did not deny it. But in the end, it was because these people were too greedy. Had they not reached out their hands, none of this would have occurred. Looking at the situation objectively, his teacher had always been more formidable. Since the third Hokage had conceded to Danzo and the Uchiha clan this time, the other side must have paid some price as well. And the result was undeniable. After the third Hokage took control of everything, he did not have to share military merit used in the negotiations. More importantly, he maintained his image of being just and strong. Orochimaru had to admit, experience sharpened the mind. This world favored those with cunning. Compared to such subtle scheming, Tsukumo was straightforward. Seeing the Kazekage break free, as Konoha's highest direct combat force, he had every reason to engage. At this moment, Hayashi, who had retreated to the rear, tugged Orochimaru's sleeve. As White Fan looked on with confusion, Hayashi shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to act. Orochimaru had used Snake Tribe summons to send information to Hayashi to prevent Tsukumo from rushing out and slaying the Kazekage in a few swift strikes. If that happened, the entire strategic setup would collapse. After all, Konoha did not have a tradition of treating prisoners of war with honor. The Kazekage had gone days without food, and Tsunade had been mixing what she called medicinal candies into his water supply. Tsukumo already knew the third Kazekage's combat style intimately. Coupled with the fact the Kazekage was weakened, if he broke through the Iron Sand defense, he might truly be beheaded in moments. Then Jiraiya would wind up writing a novel titled Slaying the Kazekage while the wine was warm, and Hayashi could already picture the ridicule. To prevent that, Hayashi successfully persuaded Tsukumo to stand down. Meanwhile, without the suppression of several major combatants, the third Kazekage surprised everyone with astonishing power as he fought off the siege of Anbu and Uchiha Jonin. His Iron Sand shield was like a turtle shell. Whether attacked with ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or weapons, no assault could easily penetrate it. Though his chakra was at merely a Jonin's level now, he still maintained the upper hand in this chaotic siege. Did they think that just because my strength had weakened, any random shinobi could harass me? Not a chance. If he were not focused on escaping, he would have already cut down countless Anbu and Uchiha ninjas. But now he had noticed something troublesome as soon as the battle began, and had to seek an opening to break the encirclement. Every direction he looked, there were too many ninja, it made him uneasy. The third Kazekage sighed. Were he at his peak, he would have already loudly declared, "You are surrounded," while charging headlong into them. With that thought, he locked eyes with the charging ninja, his glare sharp as if it could rip them apart by hand. At that moment, a massive surge of iron sand burst from the ground behind him, forming chains that pinned several attackers in place. The shockwave ripped through the ranks. Uchiha and Root captains shouted orders as the battlefield erupted with chaos. Hayashi reflexively directed his squad, hold formation and pin him down. Focus on reducing his mobility, then we strike. The Uchiha Jonin responded immediately, deploying fire jutsu to restrict the Kazekage's vision while Root Ninja laid down suppressive techniques. Despite his weakened chakra, the Kazekage's control over Iron Sand was astonishing. He was no longer a prisoner, he was a force of destruction. Hayashi's heart thumped as he observed the battlefield. This was not merely an escape attempt, it was a full-blown breakout. If this continued, casualties would rise rapidly. Hayashi activated his Sharingan and focused, preparing for the next exchange. Chapter 276, Unlikely Hero. 1,351 words. If anyone was most regretful right now, it was undoubtedly the Root team leader. He had originally thought this mission would be simple, without risk and minimal effort. At worst, he would receive some dirty looks, but he could endure that. Therefore, among the personnel he brought, only a handful were special Jonin and Jonin. Besides himself being an elite Jonin, there were no exceptionally powerful shinobi. The leader of the Uchiha clan had the same attitude. So they had arrived at such an awkward situation. The third Kazekage, alone, was withstanding the assault of more than 20 Konoha ninja, still fighting with color and sound, not falling even a bit. This was an embarrassing situation. Watching another one of his subordinates fall, the Root captain felt his heart bleed. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and kill the third Kazekage himself, but in the next second he restrained himself and subtly took a few steps back. Wait a minute, what about promised support? Why haven't I seen any of it yet? If Orochimaru knew his thoughts, he would likely laugh at him for being naive. Support was never going to arrive. Instead of supporting the front line, he could only quietly sit back, holding a small stool like a spectator just trying to survive. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the third Kazekage began to sense something was wrong. None of the four major shinobi forces who had initially captured him were nearby, only what he considered weaker ninja remained. Even without vision, he could tell something was off. So after allowing a few Uchiha shinobi he dismissed as trash to close in, he formed hand seals in an instant. No matter how little chakra he had left, he vowed to slay these shinobi first. Since this was clearly a trap, he would take a few with him as cannon fodder, paying them back for the fallen Sunagakure ninja. With that vengeful thought, he activated his strongest technique. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Method. The ground below him erupted in response. Countless iron fragments and shuriken-like spikes shot into the sky, pulling up vast amounts of iron sand. The sand coalesced into a towering dark cloud. Soon, iron sand needles shot outward like a rain of steel blossoms, covering all of the Konoha ninja nearby. Earth Release, Unified Earth Wall. Prepared in advance, Orochimaru shouted, and the Konoha ninja hurriedly combined their chakra to form a massive earth release barrier. Though uneven in quality, it could at least block part of the Kazekage's Iron Sand World method assault. But the Root and Uchiha ninja who were encircling the Kazekage were already suffering. Just as they tried to retreat and organize a defense, the swirling iron sand on the ground wrapped tightly around their feet, restraining them. Serpent's Lair. At that moment, Orochimaru finally released his own ninjutsu. As the smoke cleared, countless snakes slithered from beneath the earth, covering the trapped ninja and shielding them from the piercing iron sand. Orochimaru had been observing quietly, intending to teach his enemies a lesson. Now that the plan was in motion and casualties had mounted, he could not simply watch the reinforcements be wiped out. Killing with someone else's blade was one thing. Standing by while they died without aid was another. But, stepping in meant arguments with Danzo, and Orochimaru did not want to lose face. He believed Danzo would understand his intention, that it was better to have some casualties avoided rather than letting the entire escort annihilate itself. Duty and personal relations aside, they still needed future cooperation. For about 10 more seconds, the iron sand assault continued, eventually fading like rain slowing after a storm. Behind the earth release wall, Uchiha Hayashi once again received information from Orochimaru via the snake summon link. Without hesitation, he patted Sakumo's shoulder and then, with lightning-fast speed like a bolt of thunder curling around his legs, he charged toward the third Kazekage right after the release of his ultimate technique. Could this be the end? The dreadful momentum of the Iron Sand World method still weighed heavily on the hearts of the remaining Konoha ninja. As they stepped out from behind the earth release barrier, they were stunned to see Uchiha Hayashi and Hatake Sakumo clinging to the Kazekage's body. One pressed from the front, one from behind, though their posture was awkward, they had indeed restrained the Kazekage. Thanks to the earlier fighting, the third Kazekage, having just used his strongest move, was low on chakra. Hayashi's illusion technique subdued him instantly. Without it, capturing him would have been far more difficult. Not a vital point, Hayashi murmured, brushing blood off a kunai and smiling faintly at Sakumo. Same here, Sakumo said, a rare smile appearing. He withdrew the white light sword and pressed it back into the Kazekage's torso. Maybe it wasn't right in that exact moment, or maybe it was the accumulation of everything before, but Hayashi thought to himself that with Tsunade present, he certainly would not let the third Kazekage die. Look over there. Is that Uchiha Hayashi? Seems like Kagame's descendant. The surviving Uchiha clansman stared uncertainly at the young man wearing the Jonin vest. Was this truly the famed genius of their clan? If it weren't for the Uchiha Haori he bore, few would believe it. The third Kazekage was a formidable shinobi. So many ninja could not defeat him, yet he had been subdued by just one person? Sakumo? Did you all miss something obvious? Even though the village's information hadn't fully reached those stationed away from battle, these clan members had heard of Konoha's Lightning Flash, Hayashi's nickname, thanks to announcements at the village gates. They still hesitated at first, but after witnessing Hayashi's strength, their last doubts melted into ecstasy. If such a genius existed in their clan, then surely even the 5th and 6th Hokage would vie for him. Of course, this was just the ordinary ninja's thought. Not many elite jonin had been brought on this duty. Most were special jonin of mediocre strength, respected for status but not among the clan's top fighters. Uchiha Han, a senior member, watched with solemn eyes. He was the one who had once sought out Uchiha Hayashi and brought him to the clan leader. He did not expect that 6 or 7 years would pass so quickly, and that the boy once easily crushed by stronger ninja had grown into this level of power. The clan leader sent him here not only to carry out the assignment but also to observe whether Hayashi's strength was truly as exaggerated as the village rumors claimed. Now that he had seen it, he was utterly shocked. Hayashi certainly heard the whispers behind him. He had been intentionally avoiding the clansmen, but now he had to step forward and greet them. After giving a nod to Sakumo, he walked back through the crowd. "Senior Han, long time no see." "Well, it really has been a while," Uchiha Han said, his smile strained but sincere. "You are a jonin now. Please don't call me senior." Han smiled at him. "How could I do that? A senior remains a senior, even if I become a jonin," Hayashi replied respectfully. Han chuckled. "Anyway, many of you are injured, so I won't keep you. I will head back first." "All right, take care," Han said as Hayashi nodded toward the nearby clansmen. They didn't crowd around him, partly out of awe of Han's authority and partly out of respect for Hayashi's strength. Respecting the strong was an eternal truth, especially in the Uchiha clan. "Wow, he's so polite and powerful." As expected of the youth of the Uchiha clan. Even with that calm personality. "Yes. By the way, my son was his classmate." "Really? But I thought your son was 16. Is it bad to stay in the 4th grade for 4 years? _____. You can get early access to chapters on my Patreon. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 277, Lessons of Life. 1074 words. When Hayashi found Orochimaru, he was in the process of resealing the unconscious third Kazekage in an iron cage. It was akin to handling a dangerous beast. Seeing the once invincible Kazekage reduced to such a state, Hayashi could not help but sigh with a mixture of awe and melancholy. In this world of ninja, who did not fight with all they had to survive? Ordinary people lived their lives quietly, while the mighty lived differently. But in the midst of war and death, no one was exempt. Even the Sage of Six Paths would have been no exception. Hayashi's concern, however, lay more with those he cherished. Only when they were safe did he even consider others. Yet this order could not be reversed. While not an egoist, Hayashi was certainly not a saint. Were he asked to sacrifice his family like Minato had, he would not have been able to comply. Nor would he allow a catastrophe akin to the Nine-Tails attack to occur. "What's the matter? Trouble with your clan members?" Orochimaru, seated on the ground and redrawing the seal, looked up calmly. Years of observation had taught him the subtleties of his disciples' emotions. "No, it's just seeing the third Kazekage like this, it stirs something inside me." Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully. "Normal. You're still young. At my age, you learn to feel nothing." "Why?" Hayashi asked, puzzled. "Numbness," came the reply. Hayashi was silent, digesting the word. "Does it scare you?" Orochimaru asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6. Anyone who has taken lives for 16 years becomes numb," Hayashi admitted quietly, staring at his pale hands. After a moment, he managed another question. "Why did you graduate so early?" "I thought the Academy's history said graduation happened at 8. Now it's 10, Orochimaru explained. "Check the genin on the battlefield this year." "How many are 10? Hayashi nodded, recalling the first great ninja war. Orochimaru, pausing his sealwork, leaned back and stared at the sky. During that war, Konoha lacked capable ninja. The first great ninja war was far harsher than what we're facing now. He recalled the chaos vividly. Konoha faced threats both inside and out. After the first Hokage's passing, the great nation stirred for war. Then the second Hokage was ambushed and fell a few years later. Konoha nearly collapsed. The third Hokage, too young to manage the clans, especially the Uchiha, bore a heavy burden. Orochimaru's eyes studied Hayashi intently. "The Academy's history books are censored. You learn a sanitized version. For instance, the third Hokage did not assume his position immediately after the second's death, but years later. He rose, looking at the sun. The second Hokage's death and the ensuing chaos affected me profoundly. I realized then, even the strongest can fall, even Konoha, leader of the great nations, could crumble. I asked 2 questions: why do people fight, and why do they die? Orochimaru said quietly, gazing at the clouds above. Years later, I understood, conflict stems from desire, and life is fleeting. The body's existence is impermanent. Once the seal on the third Kazekage was complete, Hayashi and Orochimaru stood, walking toward the main group. Passing a rest area, they encountered Tsukumo. After exchanging greetings, they continued onward. Tsukumo is a truly noble ninja, Orochimaru murmured. He hadn't informed Tsukumo of this plan. Otherwise, Hayashi would not have been told to restrain him from intervening earlier. From exchanging information with the third Hokage to releasing the Kazekage, Orochimaru maintained meticulous control, knowing precisely what he could and should do. He understood Konoha's darkness, yet still harbored light within his heart. For now, at least. This insight alone had made the third Hokage consider Orochimaru worthy of succeeding him as fourth Hokage, surpassing even Jiraiya and Tsukumo in judgment. Yet intelligence carries a risk. The sharper the mind, the more perilous the obsession. As Hayashi pondered, Orochimaru suddenly asked, "That friend of yours? Minato Namikaze? Jiraiya's reckless disciple?" Hayashi blinked. While Jiraiya was foolish, Minato was far from it. One must not confuse teacher and student. He also studies sealing jutsu, yes? Some parts of this cage remain unsealed. Perhaps he can examine it next time. Orochimaru's voice carried a subtle note of unspoken compensation for Jiraiya. All right, I'll ask him to come, Hayashi said with a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? Orochimaru asked, intrigued. Nothing. I just think Orochimaru-sensei is truly good. That is the first time I've heard anyone say that, Orochimaru replied with a small shake of his head. Hayashi smiled quietly, saying nothing. At a junction, they parted ways, heading to their respective rest areas. All right, Minato, Hayashi heard Jiraiya's cheerful voice from afar. You should be happy, I succeeded. This time, I will win over Tsunade. Hayashi paused, stunned by the sudden announcement. Minato, Jiraiya, Mikoto, and Himeji turned as footsteps approached. Jiraiya hurried over with boundless excitement. Careful, careful, I'll help you, don't fall. He steadied Hayashi by the shoulder. Am I injured? Hayashi asked cautiously. No, no. Anyone wanting to hurt you would have to get through me first, Jiraiya said, pride in his voice. Uncle, why so protective? Hayashi asked. I took your advice, grabbed a cup, and smashed it in front of Tsunade, Jiraiya boasted. She agreed? Not exactly. Then why so proud? She invited me to travel with her. Jiraiya grinned lecherously like a playful uncle. She wants to visit Tanzaku quarters first. It's supposed to be fun. I haven't been there either, Hayashi remarked. You'll remember it soon, Jiraiya replied, daydreaming already. By the way, any tips for impressing girls, he asked. Bring plenty of money. Withdraw your savings. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. A small amount won't satisfy Tsunade. She spends like no one else. Hayashi shook his head. Even the Senju clan's fortune could hardly match her. Jiraiya's motivations became clear. Gambling debts and adult novels explained everything. When do we leave? Hayashi asked. Jiraiya shook his head. Not decided yet. First, mundane matters must be handled. This journey might last years. I'd rather stay outside than in a village filled with darkness. And Orochimaru? Hayashi asked. Who cares? I have Tsunade. Let him worry about his own affairs, Jiraiya laughed. The distant chirping of cicadas filled the forest. Birds prepared for night, while the lingering sunset painted the returning Konoha army in hues of gold and violet. Chapter 278, An Unexpected Morning Visitor. 838 words. Early morning, in a secluded little courtyard of Konoha, Kushina stood beneath a large tree, tense and tiptoeing to peek through the window of the house. Her initial inspection yielded nothing. Clearly, the house's owner had plenty of experience with inquisitive girls like her. Yet Kushina refused to give up. She had sacrificed her lion today and was determined not to loiter aimlessly outside. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her hair and adjusted the hem of her skirt. Then she approached the door, mentally preparing herself. All right, be gentle, gentle. Knock knock knock, 3 crisp raps joined the morning birdsong. Seconds passed with no answer, prompting her to knock harder. A minute later, still nothing. Seeing the street empty, she hurried to a potted plant, dug aside the soil, and retrieved a small key. Grinning triumphantly, she unlocked the door and tiptoed inside. The interior was immaculate. It was hard to believe it had been empty for years. Kushina felt a spark of pride. After all, she had cleaned it herself. Even her own room had never been this tidy. Satisfied, she headed toward the bedroom. The moment she opened the door, her loudest scream of the day erupted. Aya! 2 people in bed, of course not. 12-year-old Hayashi lacked the necessary equipment, even if his imagination tried to fill in the gaps. Any seasoned observer knows, without understanding signals, codes, or the subtle nuances of ninja behavior, one is no true veteran. Hayashi considered himself an experienced prodigy, but those who spammed nonsense online lacked real-life combat experience. His own record remained untouched. So when Kushina's soprano-like scream reached him, he was utterly bewildered. Enemy attack. Nawaki, Minato, get up. He instinctively leapt for his weapon, making Kushina shriek even louder. A few seconds later, the reality set in. This was Konoha, no enemies, no danger, and no clothes. A cool morning breeze reminded him he had slept in the nude. Last night had been too warm. Moonlight streamed through the window, but no second pair of shoes stood beside his bed. Realizing the situation, he yanked the blanket over himself. Okay, Kushina, stop yelling, he said, urgency in his voice. He had to prevent the Umbu from arriving. He certainly did not want to be taken in as a flasher on his first day back. Peeking through her fingers to confirm he was covered, Kushina finally quieted, though her cheeks glowed a deep red. Morning, Hayashi greeted awkwardly. Humph, Kushina replied, yanking the curtains open and letting sunlight flood the room. Ah, lovely weather today, she said. The glare made Hayashi squint as he studied her. Off-duty, she wasn't in ninja gear, a white knit cardigan over a pink camisole, paired with a light pleated skirt. Clearly, she had dressed up. She looked far prettier than the bedraggled girl he had known a year ago, he mused. Startled by his own thought, he shook his head. A pure soul like mine, judging by looks? No, Nawaki and Jiraiya had surely corrupted him. Attempting to banish the thought, he focused back on her. Yet the little fox misread him. Seeing a naked, flustered boy, her cheeks flared scarlet. 10 minutes later, Hayashi emerged from the bathroom, washed and dressed. So, why the early visit, he asked, standing in the living room. He had nowhere to sit. The room was spotless. Not a piece of furniture remained in its previous place. The once crowded lounge now echoed emptily. Returning yesterday, Hayashi had nearly reported a burglary to the military police force. His old pearwood table was gone. Sorry, Hayashi, I got carried away cleaning and broke it, Kushina admitted, sticking her tongue out. She'd have to apologize to Mikoto later too. No big deal. I wanted a new set anyway, Hayashi said breezily, though inwardly bleeding. The table had been an antique. Anyway, why so early, Kushina, he asked again. After yesterday's unit return and memorial at the stone, he had been swamped and too exhausted to notice her knocking. Now it came back faintly in his memory. Didn't we agree to meet at 8? If it's 8, why did you come at 7? Well, Kushina squirmed. She couldn't admit she had been awake since 6. How was I supposed to know you sleep in the nude? Hayashi blushed in return. Wait, how did you get in? The tables had turned. None of your business. Little fox mode activated. She had secretly copied half a dozen spare keys. She marched into the bedroom, rummaged in the nightstand, and produced a book from a hidden compartment. Keep asking and I'll read this with Makoto. A Konoha history cover, it couldn't be. Wait. That's not for girls. Hand it over. Why this book? Its contents were potent enough to hook even Minato. How had she found it? Not even the Umbu knew. This was Kushina's ultimate red chili pepper move. The nickname never lies. Facing her determination, Hayashi surrendered. Fine, I'm coming with you right now. _____. You can get early access to chapters on my Patreon. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 279, A Morning in the Uchiha Commercial Street. 862 words. Because the new furniture hadn't arrived yet, there was no way to prepare breakfast, so early in the morning, Hayashi took Kushina toward the Uchiha clan's commercial street. Yes, the Uchiha clan's commercial street. As one of the two major clans that had helped found Konoha, the Uchiha naturally occupied a sizable area in the village center. Moreover, they had established a complete commercial system within their territory. This system covered everything from food, clothing, daily necessities, and housing to weapons, rarely needing to rely on the village itself. The Uchiha also retained some mineral resources. Most of these had been handed over during the village's founding, but a portion remained under clan control. Why were the Uchiha's ninjas often stronger than civilians or smaller families' ninjas? Power played a role, but money was also crucial. No matter the situation, having money meant influence. In the ninja world, wealth determined options. Elite jonin? A personal guard? Even protection from the Hokage? Money could buy it. Otherwise, how could someone like Kato hire Zabuza, a rogue ninja? Simple, one knife and the problem would be solved. But these days, even Akatsuki respected contracts. Killing or theft for personal gain was rare. Speaking of Akatsuki, who were they doing all that money for? They didn't buy high-tech equipment, nor did they have someone who could consume enormous resources in a single meal. That question remained a digression. In short, the Uchiha clan resembled a village within a village. They were largely self-sufficient, and most jonin rarely took students from outside, selling their services directly into the police force when needed. Few outsiders could challenge this system. Small villages might attempt ethnic autonomy or local governance, and occasional Uchiha independence sentiments appeared. Even if Hayashi were Hokage, he couldn't overlook it. From his perspective, the Uchiha clan would inevitably need reform to survive. Yet walking through the commercial street with Kushina, he found himself uncomfortably enjoying the scene. Wherever he went, villagers greeted him warmly. Various Uchiha ants selling vegetables pressed produce and eggs into his hands. A slightly plump ant even tried to hand him a watermelon. This was excessive. Some gestures were clearly leftover ninja training habits, throwing objects with precision. He pulled Kushina along, eager to avoid becoming the subject of a smashed by a watermelon tale. After finally evading a dozen enthusiastic villagers, the two paused, slightly out of breath. Hayashi, your popularity has grown since school, Kushina remarked, straightening her clothes with a smile. She had seen some of this before, but the fanfare here dwarfed any attention at the Ninja Academy. From ordinary Uchiha clansmen, she heard pride and detailed knowledge of his achievements, from the moment he awakened his Sharingan to defeating notable opponents. Even with the village's publicity, it was impressive. Hayashi reflected for a moment. It was likely due to a group of Uchiha ninjas who had witnessed his feats firsthand. The first time he achieved a major accomplishment in the Land of Rain, his clan's recognition had been muted. Few believed in his strength. This time, those returning from the battlefield had first-hand proof, naturally eager to brag. 3 years ago, his contributions had gone largely unnoticed, partially because of limited publicity and short-lived reports. But as Hayashi continued achieving, and with deliberate village coverage, even previously isolated Uchiha clansmen couldn't ignore his reputation. Under the current patriarch, Uchiha Yama, the clan had seen limited achievements in the daimyo mansion conflict against Sunagakure, with hints of heavy losses. While unspoken, ordinary clansmen were critical of the patriarch's performance. On one side, a 12-year-old prodigy terrifying enemy ninjas across 2 battlefields, on the other, a long-serving patriarch with few tangible successes. Normal people would naturally see where hope lay. Of course, this opinion came from middle and lower-level ninjas and ordinary clansmen. They had no real authority. To put it bluntly, they were like weeds clinging to the strong, keyboard warriors of the real world. Still, Hayashi's existence stirred waves in the stagnant waters of the Uchiha clan. As Hayashi guided Kushina through the street, she was wide-eyed with curiosity. The Uchiha clan was self-contained, so outsiders rarely shopped here. Living on the outskirts, Kushina had visited the commercial street only a few times. Yet she was still overwhelmed, especially by the curious gazes of the clansmen. Passing a cupcake stall, Kushina suddenly grew cautious. "What is it?" Hayashi asked, puzzled. "That stall, the cupcake seller," she whispered, pointing. 2 years ago, I came here with Nono to shop. I asked for a small portion, but he cut far too much," she explained, gesturing. She had wanted a piece roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, but the vendor offered a portion the size of a basketball. At first, we agreed on 1 or 2 slices. But he demanded 500 taels and said the cake would spoil if not purchased. He even threatened to call the police force. Kushina's expression darkened. "Wow," Hayashi muttered. The Uchiha were not only protective of their territory but also enforced strict rules on transactions. He wondered whether the vendor had the typical gruff accent of the clan, an enduring mystery. Chapter 280, The Clan's Doubts. 1191 words. Uchiha Yama, dressed in a black trench coat, sat upright in his study. Even in his early 40s, streaks of white already showed in his hair, and the spark he once had seemed diminished compared to a few years ago. As head of Konoha's foremost clan, he should have seemed in command, but the past 2 years had been far from smooth, one problem after another. "You saw it with your own eyes?" Yama asked, lifting his teacup and blowing on the tea leaves. "Yes, everything I reported is true." At that moment, I was less than 500 meters from the 3rd Kazakage, Uchiha-han responded earnestly. Yama nodded slowly, considering the information, then asked, "What did Hayashi do today?" "He was strolling through the clan grounds with a child from the Uzumaki family." Yama let out a faint smile. "He's quite at ease." "Were the clan members welcoming?" "Yes." Uchiha-han stood abruptly and added, "On our way back, I ordered the monitoring shinobi not to spread any details about what happened. I don't know who leaked it, but I'll investigate as soon as I return." Yama shook his head and smiled. "No investigation is necessary. The more you ban it, the more it will spread. It's better to guide the narrative than try to suppress it. Our strength comes from the support of our clan members. Why couldn't Madara recruit a single clan member back then? Why was I able to become clan head even without being the strongest? It was all because the clan stood with me. Sir, I fear that. Afraid his merit will grow too great and his stature among the clan will overshadow us?" Yama didn't respond aloud, but his silence said enough. "It doesn't matter. How strong was Kagami back then? Didn't he still fall?" Though Yama's voice was calm, regret tugged at him beneath the surface. Years ago, he had used his influence to place Hayashi on Orochimaru's team, a strategic move intended to keep a close eye on the future Hokage candidate. Even if it didn't work, having Kagami's orphan status in Orochimaru's faction could be useful. He even planned to engineer Hayashi's transfer into Umbu as a double agent. The 3rd Hokage would never refuse such a proposal. He never expected the 4th Shinobi World War to break out just days later. What stunned him even more was how a 10-year-old like Hayashi, barely out of the academy, could rise to Jonin in only a few months. Yama did not believe in sudden power spikes. In his mind, Hayashi had hidden his strength the whole time, deceiving the academy, the 3rd Hokage, and even him. But the situation had long passed anything he could control. The battlefield was beyond his reach, and even if he sent shinobi to eliminate him, who could guarantee success? Hayashi had even subdued the one-tailed beast, Shikaku. Yama exhaled slowly. Withdraw the clan members assigned to monitor him. Someone with his strength would have long since detected them. Yes, but are we just going to let him continue like this? Uchiha-han asked, bowing slightly. At 12, with this level of strength, who knows if he could become the next Madara? We still need to restrain him, Yama replied. Now that the war is over and he's a jonin, according to clan rules, reassign him back to the police force after some time. Mikoto as well. What about the third Hokage's position? Han asked. I'll speak with him myself, Yama said with a sneer. I want to ask the third Hokage if the police force isn't part of Konoha's administrative system. Han fell silent. Let's first see if Hayashi can still be of use. If he can, then everyone benefits. I can offer him any post in the clan except for clan head. Yama rose and looked out the window. If he can't be useful, then he'll end up like Kagami. I don't believe that, no matter how gifted he is, a Sharingan with just 3 tomo can withstand a Mangekyo Sharingan. Han watched the clan head's back, unsettled. Could it be that you have already awakened? At any time I wish, Yama cut in, voice firm. There was no point in continuing this conversation, especially not everyone could handle such heavy burdens. By the way, how is Fugaku progressing? Yama asked. The young clan leader trains diligently. With his current skill, he's nearly qualified to apply for jonin, Han answered. To most shinobi, a 17-year-old jonin was a prodigy. In a large clan like theirs, Fugaku's growth was commendable, yet next to an 11-year-old jonin like Hayashi, he seemed average at best. Yama frowned. Why didn't the strongest bloodline pass down? Is talent something that skips generations? How is he using his Sharingan now? He's already very adept, Han replied. Yama nodded with mild relief. Speaking of which, the most valuable outcome from our visit to the daimyo's mansion was Fugaku's Sharingan. It was only 1 tomo before, but now it has reached 2. Not just him, added Han. Many clan members who hadn't awakened their Sharingan have now done so. The clan doesn't understand your efforts, Han went on. They don't see the sacrifices. Could they have awakened without fighting and dying? Even the fiercest tiger in a cage without claws is just a pet, Yama murmured, staring out the window, wishing others could see what he saw. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital. After a long day of mischief and concern, Hayashi still brought Mikoto back to her hospital room. Although she hadn't used any ninjutsu in the recent battle and her right arm was well protected, he couldn't shake the worry. If something truly went wrong, it would only get worse, better to heal her quickly. Stepping into the room made Hayashi unexpectedly emotional. The familiar space, the familiar scent, so far only he, Kushina, and Mikoto had stayed here. Who would be next? He cast a sidelong glance at Minato and Nawaki, who stood nearby energetically discussing redecorating the room, oblivious to the danger lingering around them. The hospital staff said they can only stabilize her chakra pathways for now, Hayashi explained. They're not sure they can fully heal her. I plan to go find Tsunade-sensei tomorrow. Compared to the hospital mednines, Hayashi trusted Tsunade's medical skills far more. If Tsunade couldn't help, then he would prepare to take Mikoto to Orochimaru. After all, Snake Uncle's forbidden techniques were unmatched in the ninja world. He shivered at the thought of what waiting in Orochimaru's lab might mean for her. By the way, Hayashi, Nawaki said suddenly, I don't think my sister's been home. What? But she just returned to the village a few days ago. She's already missing? She didn't come home all last night, Nawaki confirmed. Kushina tilted her head, thinking. Come to think of it. I didn't see her either. Well, I think I know where she is. Where? The casino. Hayashi's jaw tightened. ____. Send power stones for bonus chapters. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. Affordable tiers with great benefits. Backhand index pointing right patreon.com/zphear. Chapter 281, The Gambling Saint. 843 words. As Hayashi had concluded, she was bound to be in a casino. Just as Jiraiya was always found near a bathhouse, Tsunade could always be found where gambling took place. Konoha had no shortage of gambling dens, ranging from the well-known establishments to hidden backroom operations. Never having stepped foot in any of them before, Hayashi couldn't pinpoint her exact location. Still, match the three clues: beautiful, bold, and reckless spender, and no matter how deep Tsunade hid, he would uncover her. Well, Hayashi had clearly underestimated Tsunade's ability to vanish. Every time a rumor spread that the big spender was seen somewhere, he would sprint over only to find she had already lost every ryo and disappeared before he arrived. What kind of bottomless pit was this? Her fastest record, losing the entire reward for an S-rank mission in under 5 seconds. She was a force of destruction when it came to money. Efficient spender didn't even begin to cover it. Aside from silently giving Jiraiya a thumbs up for the chaos he would endure, Hayashi spent several days observing Tsunade's patterns and habits. So a few days later, fully prepared, he chose his moment and headed straight to the Senju compound. The Senju estate sat at the heart of the village, its main gate opening onto a lively snack street. The Uchiha and the Senju lived relatively close, partly because the village's limited space and partly to make it convenient for friendly, or contentious, discussions between the Senju and Uchiha leaders, like Madara and Hashirama used to have. Hayashi, who had been watching over Makoto at Konoha Hospital, left from there, grabbing something that passed for breakfast on the way. Let's call it breakfast, even though it was almost noon. About 30 minutes later, he reached the spacious Senju grounds. He scaled the wall and walked toward a modest but elegant house. Though only a small number of Senju remained, they did not all live in a single household. Nawaki stayed near the main gate. Kushina lived closer to Mito's old courtyard deep inside the compound. Tsunade had once lived near Kushina, but after Mito's passing she moved away to avoid painful reminders. So Kushina and Nawaki were not there to accompany Hayashi. He would handle this on his own. After knocking on the cottage door, no one answered for a long time. Playing possum? Hayashi muttered. He was sure Tsunade was inside. That was the only reason he had come. He knocked again, persistent, ready to wait until she answered. If this is a delivery, just leave it at the door, came a half-dead voice from inside. Who said he was a delivery man? Hayashi thought, glancing at the food in his hands. If he had known she'd ordered takeout, he wouldn't have brought anything. It's me, Tsunade-sensei, he said politely, then added after a pause. There was a long silence inside. Just as Hayashi was on the verge of losing patience, her voice came again. Oh, it's you. Got the day off? No missions to take? Now that the war is over, I wanted some rest, so no missions recently. How convenient, so do I. Hayashi knew that well, otherwise she wouldn't have skipped hospital duty and Nawaki's training to wander around every day. Still. Could you open the door, please? Wait a moment, I'm getting dressed. I heard sleeping nude is fashionable in Konoha these days, so I tried it last night. Hayashi blinked. A few moments later Tsunade finally opened the door in pajamas. So, what brings you here? She asked casually, pretending innocence. Of course she knew why he had come, Makoto's injury. While it wasn't life-threatening, it certainly needed medical attention. For someone like Tsunade, one of the greatest medical nin in Konoha, it was manageable. And she enjoyed teasing her students about responsibility, so this visit was an opportunity for both. I'm here to have some fun, Hayashi said with a bright smile. He knew Tsunade reacted better to gentle words than forceful ones, so he kept his tone light. Fun? Tsunade laughed. What fun could you and I possibly have? You're still too inexperienced, Tsunade teased lightly. If you want to play with your teacher, take a few more years. If you insist on dragging this conversation that direction, sensei, I won't object, but remember everyone will blame you, since I'm still a minor. Suddenly the door burst into splinters around him. Tsunade stood in the doorway, fist clenched but her smile warm, as if she were merely greeting a friend. What exactly did you just say? Care to repeat that? I meant it literally, so don't get the wrong idea, Hayashi replied with a playful shrug and a quick gesture as if adjusting imaginary glasses. I really came to find my teacher, he continued, about the subject of gambling. Gambling? You gamble? Tsunade looked at him with mild disdain. Hehe, Hayashi grinned slyly. Ever heard of a card game called 3-Card Brag? Chapter 282, The Gambling Saints Game. 1070 words. Tsunade always had a fondness for gambling, and that habit never left her, which led many to jokingly call her the legendary sucker because of her persistent losses and reckless bets. Hayashi's theory was simple and pragmatic, not some dramatic reasoning from scholars. Tsunade's gambling was just that, an addiction. The moment he suggested they play cards, her eyes lit up with interest, and she welcomed him inside. As for the broken door? The third Hokage would probably send Umbu to fix it soon enough. Little brat, what game do you want to play? Just so you know, my luck has been amazing since yesterday night. Once he stepped into the main room, Tsunade walked to the low table and swept aside the mountain of empty bottles and stacked takeout boxes that threatened to smell terrible. Seeing that, Hayashi's expression dropped. The image of the wise, composed Hokage was gone in an instant. But there was no turning back, since he had asked for her help. Even if he was normally meticulous, he would have to endure this chaos. I'm not great at poker or dice, but since we're playing, let's try something new, he said, taking an unopened deck of cards from his pocket. After all that talk, we're just playing poker? Tsunade teased. That big sister gambled all night yesterday and didn't lose once, he added. Really? Hayashi felt a twinge of panic. A few days ago she had been losing every time, and now suddenly her luck had turned? If Tsunade was actually lucky, who knew how many people might suffer from that streak? Clearly, approaching her now might not be the best idea. That doesn't make sense. Based on what I observed, you should have come home in the latter half of last night. Where were you gambling all night? Stop making a fuss. Can't I just play when I feel like it? Then I need to know your strategy. My shadow clone, Tsunade said casually. I usually call her 2P, and there's also 3P if needed. Want to meet them? Forget it, keep that thing to yourself. Hayashi began explaining the rules, and Tsunade scoffed, it's still just comparing card values. What tricks do you have? Don't say that, the rules aren't just about comparing cards. Kids stuff. If you say that again, I'll go home, or you can play with 3P by yourself. Don't, Tsunade said, crossing the table to grab Hayashi's arm, I'm not done talking. 3-card poker uses a deck without jokers, 52 cards in 4 suits, divided into categories. Hayashi spread the cards, explaining, they are ranked as 3 of a kind, straight flush, flush, straight, pair and high card. Eminem, Tsunade listened with excitement, her eyes fixed more on the cards than on him. Hayashi expected this. Poker was popular in Hayashi's previous life on Earth. It was simple to play and easy to get hooked on. Most importantly, 3-card poker was easy to cheat at, and Hayashi had ample practice. Would Tsunade notice? He wasn't sure about all gambling games, but for 3-card poker, he was confident he could handle it, especially after refining his hand movements. Tsunade nodded after considering, then deal the cards. Yes, Hayashi replied. Tsunade added at the end. You know the ninja rules for gambling, right? Of course, no chakra use, no movements beyond normal sight, and no bloodline or secret techniques. Good, that makes it fair. Her confidence was high. But the first round wasn't close, she lost. Tsunade muttered. It must be a fluke. Keep going, she insisted. Her gambler's frustration surfaced. But the next 7 rounds were just like the first. Tsunade's hands kept getting weaker until her final hand was a low sequence like 2-3-5. Truthfully, Hayashi didn't cheat even once. It seemed Tsunade's luck was as terrible as ever, and the so-called streak she claimed might just have been wishful thinking. Interesting expression, cough, cough, that was quite a time, Tsunade-sensei, we've been playing for so long it's late. I'll come play again in a few days. Hayashi left the cards scattered on the low table and walked toward the door. 1 step, 2 steps, he waited for her to call after him. Sure enough, as he reached the doorway, Tsunade moved, but not to speak. She came up from behind and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. The old wooden floor, long neglected, creaked loudly under her grip. You think you can go after just a few rounds? No way. Are you rushing to go find Jiraiya in the red light district? No, I need to return to Mikoto. Kushina and Hinata are with her. Leave Mikoto's treatment to me. Even if it needs special preparations, the hospital can't prepare everything in a day or two, don't rush. As a price for her long speech, Tsunade added, now you have to play with me for half an hour, no, make that a full hour. Hayashi nodded calmly and then said with mock reluctance, since Tsunade-sensei requests it, how can a student refuse? Actually, it wasn't just Mikoto who needed care, but an older man from Jiro's village too. With the reputation of his clan, he could easily persuade the third Hokage to let Tsunade treat him, but since he had promised to tell her himself, he felt he should. So for the next hour, Hayashi stayed at the low table and genuinely played with Tsunade. To make her feel better about the game and not dislike it from losing too much, he allowed her to win a few small rounds. When she finally won some hands, Tsunade patted his shoulder with satisfaction and walked him to the door at the end. Come back and play next time, I'll be waiting. She didn't mention the treatment at all. As they say, people become more self-centered with age. A 20-something woman with thick skin was not something to underestimate. Hayashi smiled quietly, no reply necessary. If she said she'd prepare, she would. Anyway, he wasn't worried Tsunade wouldn't be caught. _____. Support me beaming face with smiling eyes, uploading daily isn't easy. Sending Power Stones count as 1, and you get bonus chapters for every 100 Power Stones sent. Or you can become patrons, that's the greatest form of support I can get, which will also grant you access to chapters way ahead of web novel. Arigato. Patreon.com/zphyear. Chapter 283, The Hyuga Estate. 938 words. After leaving Tsunade, Hayashi walked toward his home. He had been at the hospital for a few days and needed to return for a change of clothes. Mikoto was being cared for by Kushina, so it was fine to go back in the evening. However, before he had walked far, he was stopped. The leader of the approaching group was someone Hayashi knew well, Hyuga Akafusa. Senior Akafusa, it's been about a year since we last met, hasn't it? They exchanged brief greetings. Hayashi had met Akafusa on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, where he had saved this member of the Hyuga branch family. They had crossed paths a few more times in the Land of Rivers, but for the past year, Hayashi had heard nothing. Initially, he thought Akafusa had perished in battle, but after asking Himeji, he learned Akafusa had retreated with the Hyuga clan heir. Our clan head knows you're free lately, so he asked me to invite you to the clan for a gathering, Akafusa said respectfully. Hayashi was puzzled. He had only met the Hyuga clan head once on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Back then, after he defeated Shikaku with Kirin, Hyuga Tenku had saved him and Sarutobi Shinosuke. There had been no contact since. This invitation seemed sudden. Was Himeji's father planning to settle accounts? No, that wasn't it. He hadn't done anything drastic, at most, he had influenced matters behind the scenes. Still, Hayashi responded without hesitation, since that's the case, it would be rude to refuse. With that, the three of them headed toward the Hyuga compound. The Hyuga estate is located in the south of Konoha. In terms of seclusion, it is not much different from the Uchiha compound. Large clans in Konoha share this problem. Even the Land of Fire's history cannot rival that of these ancient families. They take pride in preserving their bloodline, but this pride often leads to blind arrogance, and without adaptation, extinction looms. Compared to the Uchiha, the Hyuga are better at navigating relationships and managing politics. The war had shown it clearly. Hyuga Tenku, the clan head, had used a forbidden technique to withstand a powerful attack from Chiyo. Though it damaged his eyes, It demonstrated strategic restraint and foresight, qualities the Uchiha sometimes lacked. Even so, the Hyuga's overall strength limited their ability to be domineering. For instance, Naruto, empowered by his abilities and status, had married the Hyuga heir. Had the Uchiha been in this situation, Fugaku would have opposed any such union with deadly force. When Hayashi and his companions entered the Hyuga estate, the twins, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hazashi, were already at the entrance. Hayashi, long time no see, Hayashi greeted warmly, taking Hayashi's hand with a familiar grip. Hizashi was more reserved, nodding politely without speaking. Even though they were twins, Hayashi could tell who was older. Hizashi's composed, somewhat bitter expression suggested a maturity beyond his years, making him seem older than Hayashi at first glance. Since the young clan head is here, we will take our leave. Akafusa and the accompanying ninja bowed respectfully and retreated. Though polite, their tone carried subtle distance. Hayashi opened his mouth to say something, but only a silent sigh escaped. Hayashi observed quietly, knowing that staying silent was better than forcing conversation. Inside the living room, only Hyuga Tenku and Himeji were present. Hayashi, you've grown taller over the past 2 years, Tenku said, his vision limited by his damaged eyes. With Himeji's support, he moved slowly forward. After exchanging greetings, Tenku gestured for Hayashi to sit. Himeji told me you've been back for a few days. I've been busy with clan affairs and haven't had the chance to welcome you properly. It's my fault, don't take offense. Not at all. I'm just free at the moment. Tenku chuckled, sipping his tea. If even a hero like you is free, maybe I should retire. Hayashi smiled politely. If it weren't for you holding back Chiyo on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, we wouldn't know the extent of our losses. Tenku laughed heartily, though the mention of Chiyo drew a sigh. I didn't expect the flower of the shinobi world to end up this way. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, unsure how to respond. Seeing Tenku's regretful expression, he kept silent, realizing some things were better left unsaid. Anyway, the Sand Ninja will be coming over in a few days to sign the surrender agreement, Tenku said, noting the presence of maids bringing in new dishes. That fast? I thought we'd have to wait for the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth to decide the outcome, Hayashi remarked. They cannot wait. Chiyo and the third Kazekage are in our hands. The village needs someone to oversee the situation, and someone must bear the daimyo's scrutiny, Tenku explained. And I heard that Shikaku appeared in the Sand Village, Hayashi added thoughtfully. Tenku's eyes twinkled. As one of the greatest contributors to this war, your presence is expected when the Sand signs the surrender. This is a rare opportunity in one's lifetime. Are you excited? Not particularly. I'm a little hungry, Hayashi replied, handing his empty bowl to Himeji, subtly shifting the conversation. Tenku shook his head, smiling. You're clever, pretending to be simple to catch a tiger. But what I wanted to discuss is another matter, he said more seriously. It seems your Uchiha clan plans to escort the Sand Ninja out of the Land of Fire once the agreement is signed. Hayashi inhaled sharply, realizing the old fox before him was well informed beyond expectation. Chapter 284, Evening Stroll at the Hyuga Estate. 835 words. Konoha's overwhelming victory in the Second Shinobi World War was well known across the ninja world. However, few were aware that the Uchiha clan had suffered heavy losses while intercepting Sunagakure ninjas in the Land of Fire. Losses mean casualties, and casualties breed hatred. This principle applied even more to the Uchiha clan, whose legacy carried the weight of loyalty and vengeance. Perhaps too much peace had dulled them, but that made the eventual pain strike harder, leaving ripples that lasted longer. If anyone hated Sunagakure the most in this moment, it was undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan, having shared Konoha with the Uchiha for over 1,000 years, understood this perfectly. This was why Hyuga Tenku spoke so pointedly to Hayashi, to warn him that the Uchiha might target the Sunagakure negotiation team. Tenku's good intentions were far from selfless. Hayashi's presence would dramatically increase the Uchiha's chance of succeeding in their revenge. If he refused, the likelihood of Uchiha losses grew, and careful manipulation could see the clan crushed again. Moreover, Hayashi was the son of Kagami and the grand disciple of the third Hokage, a living wedge between the Uchiha and the Hokage lineage. Tenku observed that Hayashi's loyalties subtly leaned toward the Hokage, making this situation perfect for widening the rift. Of course, Tenku also had a personal angle. His daughter Himeji was on Hayashi's team. If he performed well, it would reflect positively on Tenku's foresight and care. Tenku was clever. He provided information without pushing advice, letting Hayashi make the final decision. A calculated, careful scheme. Hayashi could not help but respect Tenku's foresight. Prepared or unprepared, it made all the difference. After all, if Fugayama were to come directly asking for Hayashi's participation, would he accept? The group continued dining, casually discussing battlefield events. Most pressing topics had been covered, and the banquet was drawing to a close. Hayashi had gained unexpected insight, and Tenku had learned much as well. It was clear that Hayashi possessed remarkable ninja talent, sharp intelligence, and an honorable character. He was not the typical arrogant Uchiha protagonist, and Tenku's carefree daughter would be safe under his watch. After the meal, Tenku instructed Himeji to escort Hayashi on a stroll around the clan grounds. Hyuga Hazashi, bitter and resentful, glared at Hayashi before leaving, a clear warning: if you lay a hand on my sister, don't blame me for beating you to a pulp. Hayashi could only smile wryly. He longed to shout, I'm not a pervert, I'm a respectable person. With Himeji leading the way, they quickly reached the streets of the Hyuga estate. The streets were quiet, dinner hour and the absence of entertainment keeping them mostly empty. Passing a small shop, Hayashi went in and bought 2 cups of yogurt. Here you go, he said, offering one to Himeji. Huh? Himeji tilted her head, puzzled. Don't pretend. I know you didn't eat enough tonight, you were just spacing out. Himeji hesitated, then accepted the cup. Hayashi opened his own and drank the thick yogurt in one gulp while leaning against a bench in the grassy area. Don't you like it? He asked. No, it's just my first time drinking it. It feels strange, Himeji admitted. You're the Hyuga clan's young lady, and you've never had yogurt before? Hayashi's disbelief was clear. My father was strict. He didn't allow us to buy street food when we were young. Then what did you drink? Ice Island spring water, Himeji replied after a moment. The land of water, right? That sounds familiar. Well, it's famous. Ninja schoolbooks even mentioned it. This is the life of the rich, Hayashi remarked. No wonder your tastes are different. Himeji rarely initiated conversation, but she asked, Hayashi, do you like yogurt that much? Yeah, when I'm no longer a ninja, I plan to open a yogurt shop in Konoha. Not a bakery? Hayashi scratched his head. How did you know? Mikoto told me. She actually talks to you about this? Hayashi was surprised. But selling yogurt and bread in the same shop isn't a conflict. Okay, Himeji said with a faint smile. The wind rustled through her hair and clothes, mingling with the soft sounds of trees and insects. Then what will you do when you're no longer a ninja? Himeji shook her head. I don't even know what tomorrow will bring. Actually, everyone is like that. Is that so? And you, Hayashi? Of course, he said calmly. But it seems like I've learned to keep moving forward, even when I feel confused. I see, Himeji said softly, gazing at his face, at once composed and strangely childlike. Above them, the sky stretched high and deep. The white Milky Way peeked through the layers of clouds, a quiet witness to their conversation. ______. A big thank you to everyone that supported me by joining my Patreon. But y'all joined the free version, why? Beaming face with smiling eyes. Joining will grant you access to chapters way ahead of web novel. Patreon.com/ZPHyear. Chapter 285, The Jonin Assembly. 723 words. Early in the morning, 2 days later, Hayashi was startled awake by the piercing cry of a soaring eagle overhead. This signal was used to summon Konoha's Jonin. According to Hyuga Tenku's earlier words, the messengers from Sunagakure would arrive soon. After getting out of the hospital bed, Hayashi washed up, greeted Mikoto, and headed toward the Hokage's office building. Along the way, he ran into Tsukumo Hatake, radiant and practically glowing with joy. "What's the matter, Senior Tsukumo? You look positively cheerful," Hayashi said. "Oh, it's you, Hayashi," Tsukumo replied. He had not noticed Hayashi immediately, lost in thought as he often was. "I have a blind date tomorrow," Tsukumo said with a serious tone, "and I'll be married soon after." Though his words were steady, the sheer delight on his face betrayed him. "Congratulations then. I'll definitely attend your wedding," Hayashi said politely, though inwardly he thought, "You're only meeting her tomorrow, how do you know you'll be married soon after? Is shotgun marriage a trend in Konoha now, or has it advanced to marrying before even meeting?" Tsukumo, lost in fantasies of his future wife, barely registered Hayashi's expression. He walked alongside him toward the Hokage's office building. After a moment, realizing it might be rude to ignore him, he spoke again. "I haven't seen you in a few days. Were you on an S-rank mission?" Now that the war was over, Konoha had a backlog of missions needing attention. In Tsukumo's mind, a ninja of Hayashi's caliber must either be on such a mission or waiting for one. "I probably won't be heading out anytime soon. Mikoto's hand is still recovering, and I'm still leading Team 1, Hayashi explained. With Tsunade overseeing things, Mikoto should be fine," Tsukumo nodded approvingly. "And being a Jonin instructor is hard work. You'll have to do your best, Hayashi. If you turn out to be a good teacher, I'll entrust my daughter to you in a few years." Hayashi blinked. He wanted to protest. First, are you even guaranteed to have a daughter? And second, maybe get a wife first? They reached the Hokage's office building. Inside, several Jonin had already gathered. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk and greeted Hayashi and Tsukumo with a nod, saying little. Soon, more Jonin trickled in, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru arriving last. Jiraiya's long white hair stuck up messily from sleep, pillow marks still on his face. Even the third Hokage coughed in mild disapproval, unable to openly comment on his slovenly appearance. Orochimaru, in contrast, was clean and composed, though his presence alone made sensitive ninjas keep their distance. Hayashi sniffed the air subtly. A faint mixture of blood and chemicals lingered, a certain sign Orochimaru had been busy that morning. In terms of disorderly appearance, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all shared the same chaotic reputation, Konoha's infamous 3 addictions. Tsunade, however, was notably absent. Perhaps she was still indulging her gambling hobby elsewhere. "Since almost everyone is here, let's begin the Jonin meeting," the third Hokage announced. He cleared his throat, unwilling to wait for Tsunade any longer. "First, I want to thank all the Jonin for their efforts. Thanks to your hard work after the war, Konoha is recovering steadily. I've called this meeting not just for routine matters, but to address an important issue." All the Jonin remained silent, listening intently. Sunagakure has agreed to sign the defeat treaty. Negotiations will take place tomorrow, and their representatives will arrive this afternoon. The venue is prepared. Your primary responsibility is security. A large number of umbu will handle the village perimeter. Those of you present here will manage security inside the venue and oversee the transfer of Sunagakure prisoners, the third Kazekage and Chiyo. The Hokage picked up a detailed map of the route. The third Kazekage was securely held in a reinforced cell, sealed by Konoha's sealing squad, rendered essentially powerless. Umbu and root ninjas surrounded the area, ensuring the setup was foolproof. Even if Sunagakure decided to act treacherously at the last moment, Konoha had civilian safety as a priority. With the third Hokage assigning surveillance and combat responsibilities, the meeting, which lasted over an hour, concluded. By the way, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Hayashi, you 4 stay behind. The others may leave, the Hokage instructed, signaling a private discussion. Chapter 286, Jiraiya's tab. 856 words. When assigning battle deployments earlier, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't mentioned Orochimaru's team of 4, naturally, he had other plans for them. Everyone could guess why, having captured the 3rd Kazekage, Orochimaru's group had earned the greatest merit on the Land of Rivers front, and of course they would attend the negotiations, even if only as symbolic participants. They were essentially mascots. The youngest of the 4 was only 12, the oldest 24, formidable on the battlefield, but politically insignificant. Yet even such a role drew envy. A spectacle like this came once in a lifetime, and anyone inside could boast about it for decades. Back in the day, your grandfather was right there. Drums, gongs, firecrackers, village banners everywhere, one wrong step and you'd squash a few sand ninja. The crowd's eyes followed Orochimaru's group with burning envy. They knew better than to rush recklessly. Facing the 3rd Kazekage and Shikaku could cost them their lives, yet witnessing it was a privilege worth fighting for. Everyone understood that the 4th Hokage seat would likely be decided among the 3 Sannin and Sakumo. Everyone else could step aside. As for Hayashi, he was naturally ignored. Too young. When the 4 stepped out of the office, the sun blazed overhead. Hayashi looked up at the sky. Thick clouds backlit by sunlight shifted like an ever-changing scroll. So you're using Mikoto's injury as an excuse? Orochimaru asked suddenly, his voice smooth but probing. Yes. What else could I do? I can't take missions right now. Hayashi shrugged. They were discussing the Uchiha plan to ambush the Sand delegation. After returning from Hyuga Tenku, Hayashi had consulted Orochimaru via summoned snake and decided on this pretext, Mikoto needed rest and surgery, a rock-solid reason everyone would accept. Orochimaru still found it hard to believe. The war was over, why risk another attack? Wartime losses might be reimbursed, but losses you invited yourself? The village wouldn't pay, and might even cheer. To Orochimaru, war had no morality, only sides. Sand Ninja had killed Uchiha Kin, and they had killed theirs. Now that Sunagakure had surrendered and Konoha held the upper hand, why provoke further mutual destruction? Yet exceptions existed. Without deep understanding of the Uchiha's unique temperament, their decisions could seem incomprehensible. Orochimaru's intellect was sharp, his skill formidable, but when it came to people, he still had room to learn. The old foxes like Hyuga Tenku were far beyond his calculations. Then that's settled. I have an experiment waiting, heading back, Orochimaru said, turning to leave. Wait. Jiraiya caught his arm. Since the war ended, the 4 of us haven't gathered. Let's do it now, this afternoon we'll be busy again. Fine, Sakumo agreed, he had nothing pressing at home. Hayashi hesitated, but Jiraiya quickly added, my treat. Hayashi's eyes lit up, almost nodding, when Jiraiya continued, the place is that alley east of the business district. You all know which one, right? Hayashi froze. He knew it all too well. 2 years ago, returning to Konoha, he had been tricked by Nawaki, ending up treating over 100 classmates there. He'd disguised himself as Tsunade to cover a tab, been discovered, and forced to impersonate Jiraiya. Heaven knew how much debt had accumulated, enough to make Jiraiya this frantic. In 4 years I've been back 3 times, how does a huge tab land under my name every year I'm away? Someone explain. Hayashi knew he had only ever run 1 tab, the rest were beyond his control. Jiraiya, I still have an experiment, why not ask Tsunade? Orochimaru said, sounding slightly guilty. I'll invite her too, yesterday she ordered takeout under my name. Huh? Where are you going, Hayashi? Bathroom, old problem, frequent urination, you get it, Hayashi said honestly. Sakumo watched the exchange in silent disbelief, muttering under his breath, absolutely not marrying my daughter to Hayashi. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Sunagakure, the atmosphere was oppressive. War's shadow had not lifted. The 3rd Kazekage remained in Konoha's hands, leaving the village vulnerable. Yesterday, the Sand negotiation team had departed, Ebizo had stayed behind. As an elder, he had to maintain order and guard against any Shikaku incursions. At noon, he walked through the empty streets toward the Ninja Academy. This hour was his favorite, free from clutter, rare in Sunagakure. The sky was unnaturally bright, rows of tall sandcastles stood like giants. Peace looked beautiful, but the price had been enormous. Checking his watch at 11:30, Ebizo frowned. By now, Scorpion should have left the academy, but there was no sign of him. What, a Scorpion didn't attend classes this morning? Yes, Lord Ebizo. I thought you knew, came the reply. Ebizo's patience wore thin. He hurried home, only to find it empty. Scorpion was nowhere. He checked the boy's usual haunts, finding nothing. Panic rose in him. If Scorpion was missing, what would Chio do when she returned? Where could the child have gone? A chilling thought struck him. Terrified, he spun and sprinted towards Sunagakir's cemetery. _______. Milestones. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. By becoming a patron you get access to chapters way ahead of web novel. Patreon.com/ZPHyear. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.